Chapter 1. Land Beyond 5,000 Words. Please subscribe. Is this the feeling of having complete control over the Xuanhuang secret realm? Lin Yuan's spirit will floated high, overlooking the entire secret realm, whether they were native lives or the ninth-rank different species. With just a thought, the power of the realm could erase them. Inside the realm, even beings of 10th or 11th rank couldn't withstand Lin Yuan's murderous intent. Of course, the Xuanhuang secret realm allowed only invincible beings of the 8th layer and 9th rank lives to enter. There were no threats from 10th or 11th tier beings. I can leave the realm whenever I wish, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Xuanhuang secret realm had only an entrance, no exit. To leave, one had to wait until the period just before the secret realm closed, 100 years after it opened, while being in the outer area. At the specified time, one could be expelled out of the realm. But now, as the master of the realm, Lin Yuan naturally wasn't bound by these rules. To leave when he wanted, to enter when he wanted. It's better to leave the realm with the main force. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He was unsure if there were any supreme beings outside the Xuanhuang secret realm at the moment. Even if he left the realm silently, facing a supreme being, caution was always advisable. Swish. Just as Lin Yuan was meticulously observing every detail inside the Xuanhuang secret realm, a six-armed silhouette appeared beside him and slightly bowed, saying, "Master." He was the consciousness of this secret realm, and since Lin Yuan had refined the realm, he had become its master. With Lin Yuan's authority at this moment, he could completely erase the six-armed silhouette and then operate the realm to reproduce a new consciousness of the secret realm. But there was no need for that. Master, cultivating the primordial yellow physiques requires a large amount of Xuanhuang crystals, the six-armed silhouette stated immediately. Before Lin Yuan completely refined the core of the secret realm, he still had control over the realm and knew how many Xuanhuang crystals Lin Yuan had used. Inside the realm there are many cultivated Xuanhuang beasts, which are condensed from the power of the entire realm. Master needs the Xuanhuang crystals. You may harvest those Xuanhuang beasts, but try not to harvest too many at once. The six-armed silhouette hesitated for a moment and cautiously said, "If it were not for replenishing the essence of the realm, how could the accumulated Xuanhuang crystals, gathered over countless millennia in the Xuanhuang secret realm, amount to only the size of a small hill? It should be thousands, 10,000, or even 1,000,000 times that of the hill. The reason is that the vast majority of Xuanhuang crystals dissipate on their own, returning into the essence of the secret realm. Understood?" Lin Yuan nodded. The so-called Xuanhuang beasts are the native lives of the secret realm. He clearly understood the concerns of the six-armed silhouette. With his current control over the realm, killing those Xuanhuang beasts and extracting the Xuanhuang crystals was simpler than eating and drinking. Even if he killed all the native lives in the whole secret realm, it wouldn't take much time, but doing so would inevitably lead to the weakening and even collapse of the secret realm within 1,000,000 years. The collapse of the secret realm for Lin Yuan as its master wouldn't cause any irreparable loss. However, for the six-armed silhouette, it would be a thorough death. For that reason, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't proceed that way. The sustainable development of the Xuanhuang secret realm was far more important than draining it dry. Most crucially, the Xuanhuang secret realm would become Lin Yuan's life-saving method, second only to the door to the Myriad Realms. Even if, in the future, an extreme scenario occurred where Lin Yuan was chased by a group of supreme beings, should all other escape methods prove useless, he could still retreat into the Xuanhuang secret realm. For many millennia, the supreme beings in the main universe watched the Xuanhuang secret realm open many times, which shows they couldn't contend with the realm. Lin Yuan hiding inside the realm was absolutely safe. Compared to the physical traverse of the door to the Myriad Realms across dimensions and planes, retreating into the Xuanhuang secret realm did not require spending world-breaking origin force, and Lin Yuan could enter with just a thought. Moreover, the physical traverse of the door to the Myriad Realms posed too many risks, showing such power to break through dimensions and planes in front of a supreme being. That kind of power might drive a supreme being mad. Moreover, the Xuanhuang secret realm could isolate internal and external causality. As long as one was inside the realm, beings outside the realm could not sense any related causality. Only beings inside the realm could sense it. When the Xuanhuang secret realm opened, Hunyi of the Tianyu clan, the mightiest life form, pursued Lin Yuan, and once requested the Meduo traveler to sense Lin Yuan's causality and lock onto his location. This was possible because the Meduo traveler was also inside the realm. What does this mean? As long as Lin Yuan left an avatar, or more precisely, just a drop of his blood within the realm, under the isolation of causality, no curse-killing skills could completely kill Lin Yuan, not even a supreme being. Therefore, in Lin Yuan's eyes, the value of the Xuanhuang secret realm far exceeded those Xuanhuang crystals. Especially for a power, it was basically an utterly safe lair. Now, if I wish to establish a power, Lin Yuan pondered slightly. He held so many bloodline evolution elixirs in his hand, and once the secret realm closed this time, he could harvest even more, plus the permission to establish a human race family prefix after advancing to an 8th level citizen. Along with the backyard of the Xuanhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan truly possessed all the prerequisites for establishing a deeply rooted, formidable power. The only flaw was the lack of confidants under his command, primarily because Lin Yuan had been in the main world for too short a time, and Lin Yuan's lack of interest in breeding offspring meant that the Lin family was still only a few people. Take it slow. I have a long lifespan. Lin Yuan converged his thoughts. He had no interest in establishing a power, but once he became strong, establishing a power would inevitably become necessary. Chapter 1. Land Beyond 5,000 Words. Please subscribe. For example, Lin Yuan, as the Galaxy Master, has quite a few followers and can be considered the rudiments of a power base. Master, should you next attempt to step into the 10th rank? The six-armed silhouette inquired tentatively. Lin Yuan had already reached the pinnacle in all aspects at the 9th rank, surpassing what the myriad clans of the main universe had defined as the 9th stage peak by an unknown margin. If Lin Yuan wanted to greatly increase his strength now, the only way was to step into the 10th rank. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Now that the period of the Xuanhuang secret realm had concluded, stepping into the 10th rank indeed was Lin Yuan's primary goal moving forward. Your Majesty once said that to become ultimate, one needs to fuse as many rules as possible at the 10th and 11th ranks. If one can enlighten chaos rules before the assault on the ultimate, it would be greatly beneficial to becoming ultimate, the six-armed silhouette recounted after contemplation. Continue reading at my virtual library empire, Chaos Rules. Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. The so-called chaos rules meant fusing all rules back to the origin source, returning them to chaos. In the era Xuanhuang lived in, the notion of spreading one's own evolution path was not prevalent, so to step into the supreme being echelon, one had to rely solely on oneself, utilizing every available means. Normally, fusing the rule of time and space rules would be the threshold for stepping into the ultimate. But that itself is incredibly difficult already, trapping countless 11th rank life forms. As for fusing all rules and reverting them to chaos, even in Xuanhuang's era that was a legend, with no known life form achieving it. It was merely a theoretical method. Of course, whether it was enlightening chaos rules or spreading one's own evolution path, both were auxiliary to the assault on the ultimate. Even without them, one could still launch an assault on the ultimate, albeit with a lower success rate. When Xuanhuang made his initial leap to the ultimate, becoming a supreme being, he did it by giving his all and having a stroke of good luck. Thank you, Lin Yuan said, nodding slightly. Others might not achieve it, but that didn't mean Lin Yuan couldn't, with his, against heaven's understanding, enlightening chaos rules wasn't entirely hopeless. At least it was the only method Lin Yuan currently knew of that could greatly benefit one's assault on the ultimate. After all, even spreading one's own evolution path simply provided benefits, as opposed to great benefits when making the ultimate leap. Certainly, the difficulty of the two wasn't on the same level. Spreading one's own evolution path? Clearly, it was somewhat less challenging. However, spreading one's own evolution path not only helps with the ultimate leap, but is also beneficial to cultivation after stepping into the 12th rank, helping stabilize one's imprint of existence, Lin Yuan thought silently. In any case, he wouldn't give up preaching. He would spread his own evolution path not only throughout the main universe, but also in other dimensions and worlds. This act of spreading one's Dao to the myriad realms of the heavens, Lin Yuan faintly felt, held infinite benefits for his future virtual world. The wedding of Lin Yi and Xia Karen came to a close. With the influence of the human, the Xia family, and the Galaxy Master, this high-profile wedding impacted human civilization significantly, with countless internet celebrities and live streamers from the virtual world paying a hefty price for the chance to participate. When the wedding ended, Lin Yuan held a private gathering with some 10th rank evolvers who attended the wedding. Ha 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 ha. I've long heard of the Galaxy Master's great name. Today, I finally get to meet you, a one-armed man laughed heartily. His left sleeve fluttered empty, leaving only his right hand visible. With human civilization's technology, not only could a missing left hand be easily regenerated, but even if only the head remained, a complete body could be effortlessly recreated. Moreover, as a 10th rank evolver, growing back his left hand was as trivial as could be. However, the one-armed man's left hand had been severed by a formidable enemy from the insect race. Ever since then, the one-armed man had chosen not to allow his severed limb to regrow as a reminder to himself. At the 10th rank level, the clash of fused rules mattered far more than whether one had a missing limb or not. Otherwise, wouldn't the many armed races in the universe be at a huge advantage? I've also heard of the name of the Black Star Lord, Lin Yuan immediately responded. The one-armed man was known as the Black Star Lord, but of course Black Star Lord was just a moniker, just as Lin Yuan was known as the Galaxy Master. Black Star Lord was an extremely fearsome 10th rank powerhouse who had long been slotted into the Greater Threat list. Besides, the Black Star Lord originated from one of the 9 evolution towers, the Black Origin Tower. Galaxy Master, it's our first meeting, a woman with green hair said with a smile. Lustrous Star Master, when you dominated our human civilization for an era, I wasn't even born, Lin Yuan said with emotion. Back then, I really regarded the Lustrous Star Master as my goal. Lustrous Star Master was also a peerless genius from a certain era of human civilization, with a rare special physique and unparalleled potential in her bloodline power, which made her an outstanding figure from first rank to ninth rank. During her ninth rank, the Lustrous Star Master opened up nearly 60 million layers in her spatial realm, making her the strongest ninth rank of that era among the 10,000 universe races. After stepping into the 10th rank in less than a million years, the Lustrous Star Master had reached Grade A level. Taking me as a goal? The Lustrous Star Master sighed. Galaxy Master, you really know how to joke. Ha 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 ha, the number of spatial layers opened by the Galaxy Master is several times that of the Lustrous, isn't it? With you saying that, the Lustrous might not be able to stay on her feet, a gaunt old man, skeletal in appearance, chuckled. He too was Grade A Tier 10, once a bright figure in the annals of human civilization. Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of 10th rank individuals attending the gathering. The least among them was a Grade B 10th rank, each no less than a major figure in human civilization, all with hopes of stepping into Tier 11 in the future. Chapter 1. Land Beyond 5,000 Words. Please subscribe. 3. Among all the people there, Lin Yuan's strength was undoubtedly the lowest, at only 9th rank. However, none of the 10th rankers dared to look down on Lin Yuan, for with the strength displayed by the Galaxy Master in the Xuanhuang secret realm, stepping into the 10th rank was just a matter of time. In the future, he would quickly enter the A-grade domain, becoming the most powerful existence beneath 11th rank life. Therefore, the many 10th rank evolvers present were all very friendly towards Lin Yuan. The Galaxy Master's talents and qualifications truly make one envious, the skeletal elder commented with a hint of emotion. For geniuses like the Lustrous Star Master with special physiques, powerful bloodlines, and even the identity of offspring of a supreme being, he wasn't too envious. But the Galaxy Master? Up to now, the Galaxy Master had not revealed any special bloodline or physique. Even his teacher was an invincible 8th layer being like the Chikun Star-Lord. The Galaxy Master made it this far on his own. Talents and qualifications are only temporary. They're of little use if you want to strike for the ultimate. Lin Yuan shook his head. All of the 10th rank lives present had the hope of stepping into the 11th rank. Since they were all 11th rank, they naturally all aspired to become the ultimate. Of course, it was just aspiration. The absolute majority of 11th rank lives couldn't even attempt to strike for the ultimate, let alone become the ultimate. To step into that domain was far too difficult, no matter how solid one's foundation. Without the key factor of luck, one would still fail in the attempt. Once an 11th rank life fails in their strike for the ultimate, it results in complete and utter death, something even a supreme being cannot reverse. The many 10th rank evolvers chatted idly for a bit. Then Black Star Lord looked towards Lin Yuan and smiled. Once the Galaxy Master steps into the 10th rank, will you consider entering the Land Beyond? Experience new stories on my virtual library empire, the Land Beyond. Lin Yuan's expression became somewhat solemn. The Land Beyond doesn't exist within the main universe. It is one of the most important foundations of human civilization. Why has human civilization, which is only a little over 2 million years old, produced so many 10th rank and even 11th rank powerhouses? Keep in mind that, let alone the 10th or 11th rank, even 8th rank lives can easily live more than 2 or 3 million years. The lifespan limit for 8th rank established by the Magic Jade Tower is even as high as 5 million years. Of course, the aforementioned limit refers to a commonly accessible lifespan. Certain special beings within some universes, such as children of the tree realms and so forth, have much longer lifespans. Still, if 8th rank evolvers can live for 2 or 3 million years, the 9th and 10th ranks go without saying, and 11th rank powerhouses who have fully comprehended the rule of time can even achieve a sort of alternative immortality. Why, in its relatively short history of just over 2 million years, has human civilization been able to produce so many powerhouses? One of the reasons is the Land Beyond. The flow of time in the Land Beyond is much slower than in the main universe. 1 year in the main universe might mean 10,000 or even 100,000 years have passed in the Land Beyond. Although the vast difference in the speed of time flow may cause the perception of the Great Dao's rules to become blurred, the 9 supreme beings of human civilization have reconstructed the Great Dao's rules of the Land Beyond using another piece of ultimate foundation, the Void Realm World. Although it still falls far short of the infinite perfection of the main universe's rules, it manages to mitigate the blurriness of the Great Dao's rules to some extent. The blurriness of the Great Dao's rules is due to fast time flow, making it challenging to sense the main universe's Great Dao rules clearly. But reconstructing the Great Dao's rules in the Land Beyond can to some degree solve the problem. However, it is only to a certain degree, as the Great Dao's rules of the Land Beyond ultimately cannot compare to the main universe. Ultimately, the rules understood in the Land Beyond are reduced by 2/3 upon returning to the main universe. Even so, the fact that human civilization has so many 10th rank evolvers and 11th rank evolvers is greatly related to the Land Beyond. I'll think about it when the time comes. Lin Yuan showed some interest in the Land Beyond. The grasp of the Great Dao of rules in the Land Beyond is not as good as in the main universe, but its exaggerated flow of time is very suitable for fusing different rules. For example, after comprehending both the rules of life and death, one could merge them without needing to comprehend the great Tao of rules in the meantime. This is also why human civilization stipulates that only 10th rank evolvers can enter the land beyond. The dependence of 10th rank evolvers on the perfect great Tao of rules is significantly less compared to those at the 8th layer and 9th rank, and the key point is that the flaws of the land beyond can actually be solved by Lin Yuan. That would be the Chaos Crystal from the Demon Jade space, as well as the miniature universe. Inside the Chaos Crystal, there are thousands of rules merging and diverging. The miniature universe offers a comprehensive balance of rules. Lin Yuan only needs to bring both into the land beyond to comprehend the essence of the rules within. Compared to the outside world, there would definitely be a gap, but not a significant one. During the gathering with numerous 10th rank evolvers, Lin Yuan obtained many secret messages. These messages came from the personal experiences of various 10th rank evolvers, not detailed in the records of human civilization. Soon, the gathering ended. Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world and sat upon the Milky Way main star. These 10th rank evolvers are all very friendly, Lin Yuan silently thought. He also knew that the friendliness of B-level and A-level 10th rank evolvers was aimed at the potential laden Galaxy Master. If he were just an ordinary person, it wouldn't be possible to get so close to these 10th rank evolvers. Almost all ordinary citizens of human civilization would never have the chance to see a 10th rank evolver in their lifetime. Whirling. Inner world. The vast world was slowly expanding. It finally stopped at a size of 1998 billion square miles. The blue liquid has finally been fully absorbed. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief, as the sixth color of the liquid from the mysterious gourd was particularly difficult to absorb. This was normal. As the inner world exceeded 100 million miles in circumference, Lin Yuan faintly felt the pressure from the cosmos. An inner world of 100 million miles had already exceeded the limits allowed by the universe. Even those unique special lives would not have an inner world that surpasses 100 million miles. Continue. Lin Yuan flipped his right hand and a gray-blue gourd appeared. Lin Yuan turned the gourd upside down, the spout pointing downward. After a long time, a drop of profound purple liquid coalesced, and just by looking at it, Lin Yuan found the purple liquid contained a kind of breathtaking perfection. Chapter 2. The Supreme Being Surprise 5,000 Words. Please subscribe. The perfect, profound purple liquid left Lin Yuan somewhat addicted in his heart. He tried to closely observe and comprehend its essence with his against heaven's understanding. But after looking for a long time, he still achieved no results. To leave the against heaven's understanding with nothing, there are two possibilities. One is that the purple liquid holds nothing worth comprehending. The other is that the essence contained within the purple liquid is too lofty. And with Lin Yuan's current 9th rank realms against heaven's understanding, he could not comprehend even the slightest bit. The first possibility obviously made no sense. How could it hold nothing worth comprehending when it could make Lin Yuan's inner world break through its shackles, its limits? I'm already at the 9th rank, and yet I can't comprehend a bit. The origin of this mysterious gourd must be much greater than imagined, Lin Yuan thought to himself. It's not that he couldn't comprehend it, but that he could not comprehend even a bit. If it were incomprehensible, at least he could still attempt to comprehend it, just not grasp it entirely. But being unable to comprehend it at all meant that he couldn't even find the entrance. Forget it. As long as the gourd is in my hands, it is mine. There will come a day when I figure it out. If he couldn't comprehend it at the 9th rank, Lin Yuan didn't believe he would still be unable to when he reached the 10th or 11th rank. Even if he truly couldn't at that time, Lin Yuan should be happy, for it would indicate that the origin of the mysterious gourd is even more unfathomable. Let's continue. If I wait any longer, I feel like this drop of liquid will disperse. Lin Yuan stared at the purple liquid. Ever since this drop of liquid formed from the mouth of the gourd, Lin Yuan felt a cosmic pressure trying to erase the existence of the purple liquid. Is it because my inner world would break through 2 billion miles in diameter thanks to the purple liquid? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. An inner world of 1 billion miles is the limit for all life in the universe, including those special beings. Lin Yuan easily surpassed this, which already constituted breaking some kind of rule. But 2 billion miles? That is the limit over the limit. The mysterious gourd's 7 types of liquids: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. They all seem similar, but no doubt each subsequent drop is more precious and rare than the previous one. The blue liquid enabled Lin Yuan's inner world to grow from 1x665 billion miles to 1x998 billion miles in diameter, while the purple liquid could elevate the inner world from 1x998 billion miles to 2331 billion miles in diameter. Both seem to have the same multiplier effect of 333 times. But in reality, the enhancement by the purple liquid is based on the limit reached after the increase by the blue liquid, another advancement on top of that. To add another story to the building at the 100-foot pole is not something the blue liquid can compare to, right? It's like those low-end civilizations that have yet to step into the starry sky. Their athletes need 9 seconds to complete 100 meters. Completing 100 meters in 9 seconds versus 8 seconds versus 7 seconds increases in difficulty, not in linear proportion, but exponentially. The growth of the inner world is even more so. Absorb. Lin Yuan swallowed the purple liquid in one gulp. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying purple flames instantly burned inside Lin Yuan's body. This flame was not a rule attack, so the elemental body was useless, and the blood rebirth of the physical body divine ability crumbled at a touch, causing Lin Yuan's body to quickly turn to ash. A moment later, Lin Yuan's physical body reconsolidated, a trace of shock on his face. The absorption of this purple liquid is much more difficult than the previous 6 drops. Lin Yuan steadied his spirit and thought to himself. Normally, the initial absorption of the most recent liquid goes smoothly, but the purple liquid? It gave Lin Yuan the feeling that it was extremely difficult from the very start. Once more, Lin Yuan took out the mysterious gourd again. At this moment, the surface color of the gourd had turned to a mottled, dazzling grayish purple. Battlefields of different races. Underneath the massive eternal spatial rift. The Lin Yuan tie-in primordial spirit sat cross-legged, occasionally passed by other powerful beings, but they couldn't detect him at all. Continue your journey with my virtual library empire. Absorbing the world-breaking origin force leaking from the eternal spatial rift didn't have to be done in the main space. Even within the multiple spatial layers, one could still absorb it. This eternal spatial rift, originating from an attack by a supreme being, tore through numerous spatial layers. No matter which spatial layer Lin Yuan was in, he could absorb the world-breaking origin force. The world-breaking origin force I've accumulated now has reached 148 strands. The smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. Before the 9th transit, Lin Yuan had 120 strands of world-breaking origin force. The 9th transit consumed 10, leaving him with 110. From the end of the 9th transit to today, more than 10 years had passed, accruing 38 strands of world-breaking origin force. The world-breaking origin force comes from permanently torn spaces, meaning, does the power source of the door to the Myriad Realms continuously originate from the root of tearing spaces? This doesn't seem like a good thing. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. Continuously tearing space at its roots, when done to a certain extent, would probably bring destruction to the main universe. Of course, the will of the main universe, existing nebulous amongst it all, wouldn't allow a supreme being to do this. The main universe's will wouldn't react to causing eternal spatial rifts within a certain range. But if a supreme being dared to do this on a large scale, it would definitely provoke the interference of the main universe's will. However, once I step into the 10th rank, I could opt to go to the large alien battlefield to absorb the eternal spatial rifts there. Lin Yuan considered to himself. If the medium-sized otherworldly battlefield and small-sized otherworldly battlefield were caused by an evolver wielding a supreme weapon in the long past, then the rifts in the large alien battlefield are the results of the hands of supreme beings themselves. On the large alien battlefield, mainly the peak clans jostle against each other, with supreme beings confronting one another, occasionally exchanging blows. Chapter 2. The Supreme Being Surprise 5,000 words. Please subscribe. 2. That was where the strongest of the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky converged, a place where even the rarely seen 9th and 10th rank powerhouses would gather. Even 11th rank powerhouses would occasionally appear. However, unless absolutely necessary, 11th rank powerhouses would not attack each other, and a collision among supreme beings was even rarer, perhaps once in tens of thousands of years. So far, the most recent time supreme beings had fought each other was decades ago, involving the corpse of a supreme being from beyond the universe. After stepping into the 10th rank, even on large battlefields, I will have the power to protect myself, Lin Yuan thought to himself. If he were only at the 9th rank, it would still be somewhat risky, as some special 11th rank powerhouses could completely deploy the curse-killing skill. At the 10th rank, it was much safer. According to the principle that at least crossing 2 great realms was needed to perform a curse killing, at least a supreme being could curse kill a 10th rank life. And if an alien supreme being took action, a human civilization's supreme being would certainly intervene. Under such balance, Lin Yuan would at most lose an avatar. The true body would not be affected at all. I wonder, on the large alien battlefield's eternal spatial rift, how much the efficiency of accumulating world-breaking origin force will increase. Lin Yuan felt somewhat expectant. Virtual world. Lin Yuan met with Duoke and other special 9th rank beings. Galaxy Master, some 9th rank different species that have been pushed to the inner area are willing to pay all the spoils of this secret realm just for their avatars to be able to leave the realm, spoke Duoke. The 9th rank. Different species being hunted by human civilization's evolvers, mainly composed of the insect race, Tianyu clan, and other peak clans, yet still included some powerful clans and special life form powerhouses. These 9th rank different species had found themselves on the human civilization's hit list solely due to being dragged down by peak clans. Now, with the situation in the Xuanhuang secret realm fully clarified under the suppression of the Galaxy Master, these 9th rank different species had no chance at all. Under these circumstances, a small portion of the ninth-ranked different species naturally wanted to show submission to human civilization just to keep their avatars alive. For many clans, a ninth-ranked powerhouse was a pillar of support. Losing an avatar would have a significant impact on their clans. Since you chose to ally with the insect race, Tianyu clan, you should have known the consequences, Lin Yuan said calmly. Pay all the spoils of this journey to the secret realm? Even if they didn't pay, once the secret realm closed, everything would belong to Lin Yuan anyway. He could even obtain your physical essence blood. The essence blood of a ninth-rank powerhouse is already comparable to many cosmic rare treasures. Good, revitalized, Duoque's expression lifted. This was the Galaxy Master, the strongest genius in human civilization's history. He didn't compromise with different species at all, preferring to forsake any gains just to make those different species suffer. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan stopped absorbing the purple liquid inside the mysterious gourd. One reason was that the continuous incineration of his body into ashes was also a kind of loss to himself. Another was that the liquid inside the mysterious gourd wasn't unlimited. It could only condense some amount every once in a while. Delve into the Xuanhuang evolutionary path. Lin Yuan turned to delve into the Xuanhuang evolutionary path. Located in the Xuanhuang secret realm, the Taiyang divine spirit was practicing the mysterious yellow strike and Xuanhuang physique. Located on the alien battlefield, the Taiyan primordial spirit was delving into the rule of time, practicing steps of time-space. Based on the Milky Way main star, his true form was reflecting on various evolution paths, while also comparing with the Chaos Crystal and Miniature Universe, mutually verifying with his own body. The three main avatars each focused on different points. Find your next read on My Virtual Library Empire, Xuanhuang Evolution. Truly wonderful. The 10th and 11th stage volume are drastically different from the 9 great supreme evolution paths of our current human civilization. Immersed in deep contemplation, Lin Yuan found that the deeper he delved into the Xuanhuang evolutionary path, the more he could enhance the practice of mysterious yellow, strike, and primordial yellow physique, and his reflection on steps of time-space could foster insights into the space rules and rule of time. Various flashes of spiritual light intertwined, driven by his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was elevating at an unimaginable speed. From 9th to 10th rank, it belongs to a slow transformation process that cannot be accomplished overnight, Lin Yuan mused, while also paying attention to his own transformation. A 9th-ranked powerhouse had at least developed millions of spatial layers. To transform all of these layers at once wasn't something that could be done in a short time. Given my current situation, once the transformation begins, it will probably take about 100 years to complete, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Other 9th-rank powerhouses trying to break through to the 10th rank would be extremely cautious during their transformation period, paying constant attention to the changes in their inner worlds and multi-layered spatial transformations. They would occasionally need adjustments. But Lin Yuan didn't need to care about these things at all. With his vast inner world and profound spatial depth, once his foundation reached a certain level, the so-called transformation was natural. 100 years? Lin Yuan's expression was slightly emotional. The time he had spent in the main universe totaled just over 100 years, and now a single breakthrough transformation was going to take 100 years. This 100 years, I won't carry out any travel, Lin Yuan decided in his mind. At his current level, blind traveling wasn't very useful. It was better to reach the 10th rank first before considering specific travel plans. During this 100 years, it would be ideal to accumulate a large amount of world-breaking origin force. The various travel methods through the door to the Myriad Realms, the customized traversal, made Lin Yuan quite curious. Provided there was sufficient world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan didn't mind undertaking a customized traversal. The prerequisite was that it could provide him with significant aid, at least the kind he could not obtain within the main world. Chapter 2, The Supreme Being's Surprise, 5,000 words, please subscribe. 3. After all, customizing a single shuttle through the world, breaking origin force starts with 100 strands. Such a great cost would not be considered by Lin Yuan without seeing enormous gains. The 10th ranked chapter of the Xuanhuang evolutionary path mainly discusses the essence of the rule of time. Similarly, the 10th ranked chapter of the Xiaoyu evolutionary path also discusses the essence of the rule of time. Both are discussing the essence of the rule of time, yet they are completely different. The Xiaoyu evolutionary path is one of the 9 great supreme evolution paths of human civilization, with its ultimate being the Xiaqin supreme being. With the wealth Lin Yuan currently possessed, even without counting the gains from the Xuanhuang secret realm, he could afford to purchase all 9 of the great supreme evolution paths of human civilization. The primary use of the supreme evolution path for Lin Yuan was for enlightenment and reference. To thoroughly understand the understanding of the essence of the rules and then integrate it into the martial path evolutionary path. Time, Lin Yuan's gaze was calm as he took out the miniature universe to experience the complete operation of the rule of time within it. So far, I have comprehended 1,823 rule models of time, but my understanding of time is becoming ever more perplexed, he remarked. Lin Yuan showed a thoughtful expression. If he had not entered the rule of time yet, he might have thought that was all there was to it. But as his contemplation of the rule of time deepened, he could feel how insignificant he was. In front of the vast and eternal river of time, what was he? Even as an 11th rank life, he was just a slightly bigger fish. Only the existence of a supreme being could completely leap out of the river of time and exist eternally. The 1823rd time model, still far from understanding the complete rule of time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Currently, the scholars of human civilization have summed up a total of 2,173 time models. But that does not mean comprehending these 2,173 time models would lead to understanding the complete rule of time. Unlike the space rules, the countless evolutionary scholars of human civilization already have a more mature understanding of the space rules. Comprehending all the core space models would lead to understanding the complete space rules. But the rule of time? Even if one comprehends all the currently known time rule models, it is not enough to understand the complete rule of time. To understand the complete rule of time, one can only rely on oneself. No matter how many time rule models exist, they are just assistants. The final step can only be crossed by oneself. In contemplating the rule of time, I have finally hit a bottleneck. Lin Yuan stopped contemplating. Even with Against Heaven's understanding and the complete operation of the rule of time in the miniature universe, Lin Yuan's comprehension of the next time rule model came to a halt. Find more adventures on My Virtual Library Empire. This was unsurprisingly normal. Encountering a bottleneck and pondering the rule of time, isn't that to be expected? And the miniature universe? Its rule of time just makes it a little easier for the owner to contemplate the rule of time, not to directly master the world rule. If the miniature universe had that capability, why would it only appear in the reward store of the 3rd and 4th floors of the 9 floors Dark Tower? Perhaps I can consult the Supreme Being? Lin Yuan suddenly thought. This feeling of being in a bottleneck was only temporary and should not trap Lin Yuan for long. But if there is a shortcut available, why persist the hard way? Ever since his last meeting with Xiaqin's Supreme Being, the latter had clearly stated that Lin Yuan could come to him anytime if there were questions about cultivation he did not understand. Let's ask and see, he said. Lin Yuan immediately began contacting Xiaqin's Supreme Being. It happened to be that he also had some doubts about contemplating the Shaju evolutionary path, and this was a good time to ask about them as well. Atop the majestic evolution tower, Xiaqin's Supreme Being suddenly opened his eyes. That kid is actually seeking me out? Xiaqin Supreme Being received Lin Yuan's message, a smile appearing on his face. He almost thought Lin Yuan had forgotten about him, this Supreme Being. Is it a cultivation-related question he wants to ask me? Xiaqin Supreme Being was in a good mood. A genius like Lin Yuan is absolutely unprecedented in human history. Although it is still very uncertain whether he will become a Supreme Being, guiding such a historically unique genius still gives Xiaqin Supreme Being a sense of accomplishment. Come over here, he said. Xiaqin Supreme Being agreed to meet Lin Yuan. Immediately, Lin Yuan's form appeared below. I greet Xiaqin Supreme Being, Lin Yuan respectfully said. This is still the virtual world, but it is the personal world of the Supreme Being, where no outsider can enter without the Supreme Being's permission. Even a peerless genius like Lin Yuan had to notify the Supreme Being to enter. Get up, he said. Tell me your questions. Xiaqin's Supreme Being watched Lin Yuan with interest. He was curious about Lin Yuan's questions regarding cultivation. Given Lin Yuan's performance in the Xuanhuang secret realm and its spatial layers, what could he be questioning? The puzzlements of the 9th rank cultivation? Or the queries about the transition from the 9th rank to the 10th rank? Or perhaps the misunderstanding of some aspects of spatial essence? Xiaqin's Supreme Being's thoughts fluctuated as he wondered which aspect Lin Yuan would ask about. He speculated that Lin Yuan's queries would be related to space, given that he was only at the 9th rank. Even if he had opened up many spatial layers, he was still of the 9th rank, and that was the extent of his involvement. Xiaqin's Supreme Being, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and then asked earnestly, I have some misunderstandings about the 3U time index in the Xiaoyu evolutionary path. Is the 3U time index 3 different states of time or a time vortex entangled in a 3U shape? About the 3U time index in the Xiaoyu evolutionary path concerning different states of time zones, Lin Yuan compared it continuously with the models of the rule of time, causing some slight confusion about the details. The Xiaoyu evolutionary path? Xiaqin Supreme Being's eyebrows raised. This was the evolutionary path he established. But then, Xiaqin Supreme Being was stunned. The 3U time index, wasn't that content from the 11th stage volume of the Xiaoyu evolutionary path? Chapter 3? 20 years 5,000 words. Please subscribe. 3U time index, Xiaqin Supreme Being was somewhat startled. As the ultimate of the Xiaoyu evolutionary path, he knew all too well what the 3U time index signified. Only by comprehending the rule of time to a very high degree could one hope to come into contact with the 3U time index. In that respect, seeing this time index listed in the 11th stage volume of the Xiaoyu evolution path said it all. Most who had just reached the rank of 11th rank evolver had not comprehended this kind of time index, and yet Lin Yuan, a 9th rank life form, had. Are you sure it is the 3U time index? Shachen Supreme Being asked Lin Yuan. In truth, Shachen Supreme Being already had an answer in his mind. How could a Supreme Being possibly forget the words just spoken? Experience more on my virtual library empire. It is the 3U time index. Lin Yuan nodded. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization were absolutely trustworthy, save for a few secrets, such as the door to the Myriad Realms, the mysterious gourd, the Xuanhuang secret realm, and others. There was no need to hide anything else, especially with comprehension of the rule of time, since it was not about plundering. The more Lin Yuan revealed, the greater the esteem he would receive. Most importantly, how could he gain guidance from a supreme being if he did not directly voice his confusion? The 3U time index is a certain measure of the flow rate of time. Shachen Supreme Being gazed at Lin Yuan, thought for a moment, and still began to explain. Upon hearing this, a multitude of realizations flooded Lin Yuan's mind, and countless questions regarding the rule of time were answered. Your comprehension is heaven-defying. By listening to the essence of the rule of time, your understanding of the 823rd type of time model has deepened. Your comprehension is heaven-defying. By listening to the essence of the rule of time, your understanding of the 823rd time model has deepened. Your comprehension is heaven-defying. Your comprehension is heaven-defying. By listening to the essence of the rule of time, you have grasped the 1823rd type of time model. Merely by listening for less than half an hour, Lin Yuan had deciphered all the time models that had confounded him, and his understanding of the rule of time had reached a whole new level. Time. This is time. Lin Yuan's mind was invigorated. Shachen Supreme Being's explanation of the 3U time index had shown him another side of time, not just confined to this time index itself. This was to infer other things from one fact, to learn by analogy. From his throne, Shachen Supreme Being saw that Lin Yuan was silent and waited for a while before asking, "How is it? Do you understand?" Let me explain it to you again. Normally, even 11th rank evolvers are immensely confused when they first encounter the concept of the 3U time index, and even if they received his personal explanation, they would remain puzzled for some time. One must constantly verify against the time rules of the main universe to gradually understand. Thank you, Supreme Being, I understand now, Lin Yuan immediately said. At this moment, he had fully grasped the 3U time index, and all 18023 time models had been comprehended. For the time being, Lin Yuan would not face any confusion or bottlenecks regarding the rule of time. You already understand? Shachen Supreme Being fell silent once more. Just one explanation, and you understand? Shachen Supreme Being carefully observed Lin Yuan, somewhat surprised and unsettled. Yes, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, instantly constructing the 1823rd type of time model with strands of time weaving around his fingertips. Whether it was space models or time models, they were all unveiled by the pioneer scholars of human civilization according to their own understanding, materializing the essence of space and time in a form comprehensible to the masses. Shachen Supreme Being glanced at the time model Lin Yuan had constructed and was clear that the other party truly understood. Without understanding, it was impossible to construct such a time model. Even imitating wouldn't work. In the comprehension of rules, understanding is understanding, not understanding is not understanding. Lin Yuan, Shachen Supreme Being, looked at Lin Yuan with mixed feelings. You really surprise me. He had been duly informed of everything that happened in the Xuanhuang secret realm. He initially thought Lin Yuan had a high understanding of the essence of space, but who would have thought that his level of comprehension in the rule of time would also be so profound? To conceive the 1823rd time model? When had he himself conceived this time model? It was after he stepped into the 10th rank, and Lin Yuan had done so at the 9th rank. Wasn't this aptitude for the rule of time even surpassing that of other supreme beings of the same period? Had Lin Yuan been a special life form, it would have been a different story. Some special life forms with time attributes find it easy to comprehend the rule of time, just like Starry Sky Wanderer Kun comprehends space rules. But Lin Yuan wasn't just not a special life form, he didn't even have the bloodline of one. It's luck, just happened to have some smooth comprehensions recently, Lin Yuan modestly stated. Smooth comprehensions? Shachen Supreme Being felt there was something off about that phrase. The rule of time is very important. Shachen Supreme Being pondered for a while before saying, the earlier you thoroughly understand the rule of time, the better it is for the future. If you can grasp all the models of the rule of time before stepping into the 10th rank, come find me again, Shachen Supreme Being said. So far, human civilization has constructed 2,173 types of time models. Grasping all the time models only proves that one's comprehension of the rule of time has reached a certain height. There's still a distance from thoroughly comprehending the rule of time. To cover this distance, the evolver must rely on their own sensations and comprehensions. Of course, certain external forces also have a propelling effect in this area. Chapter 3, 20 years, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. 2. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded. Then I'll be going first. As Lin Yuan finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. He too had come to pay homage to the Xiaqin Supreme Being. Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master? Lin Yuan's expression was stunned as he recognized the other person. Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, was positioned under the Xiaqin Supreme Being at the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower. Previously, when handling the affairs of the insect race on the battlefields of different races, it was Nalan who acted against the Haiyuan clan on behalf of human civilization. With his own power, Nalan suppressed several 10th rank elders of the Haiyuan clan who hid in the Haiyuan secret realm and didn't dare to come out until he had demolished the entire fringe regions of the Haiyuan clan. Find more to read at My Virtual Library Empire. Additionally, when the Xiaqin Supreme Being bestowed the soul-settling pearl, it was Nalan who crossed the vast distances to personally deliver it to Lin Yuan's hands. By now, Lin Yuan also had a deep understanding of Nalan's strength, a grade A of 10th rank and a terrifying existence within grade A. Out of the 9 evolution towers of human civilization, all the Deputy Tower Masters are 10th rank. And why not 11th rank? Those at the 11th rank were each preparing to challenge the ultimate, never readily giving up, even with slim hopes. The role of Deputy Tower Master in the Evolution Towers mostly involved dealing with trivial matters outside the path of evolution, matters that Supreme Beings couldn't bother with and 11th rank evolvers had no time for. Therefore, those serving as Deputy Tower Masters were generally 10th rank evolvers. Of course, to highlight the status of the Deputy Tower Masters, only those who could at least begin at a grade of 10th rank were eligible, and Nalan was one of the outstanding leaders among them, Galaxy Master. Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, nodded slightly. He naturally recognized Lin Yuan too. Nowadays, the name of Galaxy Master was as bright as the sun within human civilization, bolstered by various halos. It was hard not to notice him. However, Nalan felt no different emotion for the situation, as the Galaxy Master indeed deserved this recognition. At least, Nalan himself hadn't reached the heights of Galaxy Master when he was at the 9th rank. Whoosh! Lin Yuan exited from the Supreme Being's personal world. Supreme Being, Nalan the Deputy Tower Master looked up, gazing at the high throne where Xiaqin Supreme Being sat. Supreme Being seems in good spirits? Nalan was curious. He rarely saw Xiaqin Supreme Being show emotional fluctuations. Reaching the level of Supreme Being with eternal existence, hardly anything could pique their interest anymore. I have seen the future of human civilization, Xiaqin Supreme Being said with a smile. Lin Yuan had such insight into the rule of time at the 9th rank. Moreover, with the establishment of the martial arts evolution system, in Xiaqin's view, Lin Yuan had much stronger hopes of reaching the ultimate than those other 11th rank evolvers of human civilization. The future of human civilization? Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, was somewhat puzzled. Only the lofty Supreme Beings seemed fit to bear that phrase. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The guidance from the Supreme Being indeed allowed me to take a shortcut. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Without that explanation from Xiaqin Supreme Being, even if he could have grasped the 3U time index, it would have taken him several months or even a year or two. But such guidance was effective because it was built on the foundation of my own accumulation. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Before consulting the Supreme Being, Lin Yuan had been trapped by this bottleneck for a while and had tried various approaches. It was because of this that, with just a slight explanation from Xiaqin Supreme Being, Lin Yuan was able to immediately integrate and understand. If he hadn't tried various methods before and sought to consult the Supreme Being immediately upon encountering a bottleneck, he probably wouldn't have achieved such an effect. Xiaqin Supreme Being told me to figure out all the time models and then visit him again. Lin Yuan remembered the advice Xiaqin Supreme Being gave before he left, Milky Way main star. Chunbo, Jia Li, Hongpi, and several other administrators paid their respects to Lin Yuan. Normally, matters of the Milky Way main star, and even those of the Milky Way star region, were decided after discussions among them, and the results were then unanimously reported to Lin Yuan. They would only seek an audience with Lin Yuan if there were situations they couldn't decide on or weren't qualified to handle. Star-Lord. Chunbo, Jia Li, and the others were very respectful, looking at the young man sitting cross-legged on the ground. Just looking at him, they felt their spirits tremble, with no thoughts of resistance arising. It was as if ordinary citizens or first-rank evolvers, faced with the starry sky wanderer Kun, larger than a planet, were pressured by the essence of life, lacking any hostile thoughts. The Star-Lord is already concealing his aura as much as possible, but we still feel a great pressure. How strong is the Star-Lord exactly? The main star administrators couldn't help but wonder. Now, amongst my human civilization, the Star-Lord's reputation even surpasses many 10th rank evolvers. The events at the Xuanhuang secret realm have caused many different species to both hate and fear the Star-Lord. As 8th rank evolvers, the few present were well informed and had access to the upper echelons of human civilization, having long heard about the recent events at the Xuanhuang secret realm. The current strength of the Star-Lord probably far exceeds that of the Old Master by now. Hong Pi and the two 8th rank aliens from different species silently marveled. The old master was worried that the Star Lord, newly advanced to the 8th rank, might be bullied upon taking charge of the star domain. How much time has passed since then, and who would dare to bully the Star Lord now? Hong Pai and the others were deeply moved, as they could be considered Lin Yuan's inner circle of confidants, from the time of Chikun's Star Lord to now the Galaxy Master. As members of different species, Hong Pi and the others were destined not to have much development within human civilization. Their only reliance was the Galaxy Master. Chapter 3, 20 years 5,000 words. Please subscribe. 3. What is it? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, with most of his mind still absorbed in comprehension and cultivation, and looked towards the few people in front of him. He had long since left instructions that, unless there was a situation they could not decide on, or something that could affect the entire star domain, they should not disturb him as much as possible. This was also the normal practice for most Star Lords stationed in a star domain, spending the majority of their time in seclusion. Star Lord, Hong Pi said respectfully, "Not long ago, the Shadow Tribe contacted us, wanting to establish a trade passage with the Milky Way star region." The Shadow Tribe? A trade passage? With a slight thought, Lin Yuan knew all the details of the matter. The territory of the Milky Way star region was originally the land of the Shadow Tribe. It was only after losing to the Human Civilization Alliance on the battlefields of different races that they were forced to withdraw. So, in fact, the Milky Way star region was adjacent to the territory of the Shadow Tribe.
I see.
Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. No wonder Chunbo, Jia Li, and Hong Pi, Bian, and a few other managers made a special visit to Lin Yuan. This was indeed something they couldn't decide on their own. Establishing a trade route with a different species has always been a sensitive issue, let alone with a species that is hostile to human civilization. Some resources of the Shadow Tribe are indeed very useful to our human civilization, Lin Yuan thought to himself. For example, the Shadow Tribe's specialty, Shadow Stone, an essential material for constructing high-grade warships, could enhance the stealth capabilities of the ships. Agreed. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan still agreed. Proper trade with different species could accelerate the development of the star domain. If Lin Yuan were still the 8th layer, he definitely wouldn't dare to engage so deeply with the Shadow Tribe. But now that he was at the 9th rank and was a 9th ranker evolving towards the 10th rank, the Shadow Tribe's threat obviously did not concern him. As long as the degree of trade is controlled and some of the trade resources on the side of human civilization are regulated, there should be no problems. Of course, the most important thing was, the control over establishing a trade passage with the Shadow Tribe was entirely in Lin Yuan's hands, and he could terminate it at any time. Good. Chunbo, Jia Li, and Hong Pi, Bian, and the other managers exchanged glances, immediately knowing what to do. In fact, trading with the Shadow Tribe was definitely more beneficial than harmful, but aside from the Star Lord, no one dared to make that decision. Anything significant happen in the star domain recently? Asked Lin Yuan. No significant events. Bian composed his words and said, as the Star Lord's fame spreads, more and more trade associations are willing to establish branches on the main star. The development of the main star is much quicker than expected. For a fringe star field of human civilization to develop quickly, the first key aspect to consider is stability and safety. Fringe star fields border with different species, and clashes occur frequently. Thus, at this time, the strength of the Star Lord becomes very important. A strong Star Lord can shelter the star domain, giving all citizens within the safety and security. Under such circumstances, large groups and companies are naturally willing to set up operations there. After all, the fringe star field signifies not only distance, but also untapped opportunity. Securing it means a steady flow of wealth. After interacting with Chunbo, Jia Li, Hong Pi, Bian, and a few other managers for a while, understanding the current situation of the Milky Way star region, Lin Yuan waved his hand for them to leave. Now the Milky Way star region has started to turn a profit. Last year and the year before, just the tax revenues added together reached 8,000 cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan thought to himself, 8,000 cubic universe crystals were roughly equivalent to the entire wealth of an 8th layer evolver. Of course, such tax revenue from the Milky Way star region was not unrelated to Lin Yuan's influence. An ordinary 8th layer Star Lord couldn't possibly achieve this income regardless of how well they managed their star domain, at the deepest part of the Xuanhuang secret realm. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his breath pulsating within him, then it all retracted, spreading into every inch of flesh and blood in his body. Xuanhuang physique has finally made minor accomplishments. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. At the same time, an invisible field spread out 10 zhang, approximately 30 meters around his body, originating from his physical being, protective Xuanhuang light. It was only after the Xuanhuang physique made minor accomplishments that this ability derived, capable of blocking all attacks. Physical attacks, soul attacks, rule attacks, all fell within the defense range of the protective Xuanhuang light. As long as the protective Xuanhuang light was not broken, no calamity could harm Lin Yuan. This was one of the three great Dao-protecting secret skills of the profound yellow lineage, showing the terrifying aspect of the defensive techniques. The minor accomplishments of the Xuanhuang physique, Lin Yuan thought of the consumed Xuanhuang crystals and winced a bit. Xuang crystals worth at least 100 million cubic universe crystals had only pushed this secret technique to minor accomplishments, and this did not even count the weapon treasures that Lin Yuan had consumed. Experience new stories on my virtual library empire. Now, with just the protective Xuanhuang light, those special ninth rankers can't break through my defense. His expression brightened a little. Although he had paid a lot, the return was equally gratifying. And there's the mysterious yellow strike. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, weaving strands of breath together. Apart from advancing in the Xuanhuang physique, Lin Yuan had also cultivated the mysterious yellow strike to the second stage. With every movement, he could maintain a permanent state with strength 3 times greater than his own. Aside from greater consumption, this explosive secret technique did not have any drawbacks and could remain permanent. In simple terms, there was no cooldown period after activation. Continue cultivating. After briefly surveying his own condition, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation. With his current strength, he was quite decent among the 9th and 10th ranks, but he was far from touching the pinnacle of the Zhou cosmic starry sky. Even with the protection of human civilization's supreme being, Lin Yuan still felt that strength in his own hands was the safest. The protection of a supreme being? Better to become the supreme being oneself. Time flowed by slowly. In the undercurrents of the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, Lin Yuan too was continuously improving his strength through constant cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Chapter 4. Does the Tower Master want me to temper the Galaxy Master? 5,000 words. Please subscribe. Milky Way main star. 20 years have passed. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked towards the vast, boundless cosmic starry skies. In the primary cosmic starry sky of all races, the stronger the being, the less sensitive they are to the passage of time. It is perfectly normal for them to meditate for hundreds or thousands of years. Merely 20 years can hardly be considered a nap. Yet, the changes this period brought to Lin Yuan were exceptionally significant. Firstly, both the mysterious yellow strike and the primordial yellow physique had reached their third stage of cultivation. By invoking the mysterious yellow strike, Lin Yuan could maintain a power that exceeded his own limits by 4 times at all moments. With every gesture, the power he could unleash was so great that even ordinary 10th rank grade D might proceed with caution. Of course, Lin Yuan had yet to engage with any 10th rank beings. His assessment came only from human civilization's recorded battle videos, where he estimated his own capabilities. It was almost unthinkable for a 9th rank to battle an 11th rank powerhouse, especially not one at the early G's level of 10th rank. The leap from 9th to 10th rank represented a crossing of a great realm, not something that can be compensated for by simply creating billions more of spatial layers. Of course, the number of additional spatial layers that Lin Yuan had created was not just a few billion, but over 20 billion. Inner world, Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into his inner world. After 20 years of continuous absorption of the purple liquid inside the mysterious gourd, Lin Yuan's inner world had now officially broken through to 2 billion square miles. It seems that completely absorbing the purple liquid will only be possible after reaching 10th rank, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Your next chapter awaits on my virtual library empire. The difficulty of absorbing the purple liquid was even more than he had anticipated. Now, Lin Yuan was only about 50 years away from completing his metamorphosis and stepping into 10th rank. 50 years, given the current efficiency of absorbing the purple liquid, complete absorption seemed virtually impossible. I wonder what changes the mysterious gourd will undergo after the purple liquid is fully absorbed. With that thought, Lin Yuan watched as a gray-purple gourd appeared before him. After another verification through the gourd, Lin Yuan received some information, including the nurturing of 7 types of liquids inside the gourd. However, what changes would occur after the absorption of all 7 liquids was unknown. Let's take it slowly. Lin Yuan no longer focused on his inner world. The step of space and time. Lin Yuan thought of the life-saving secret technique from the 3 great Dao-protecting secret skills of the profound yellow lineage. Compared to the rapid progress in the previous 2 skills, his advancement in this particular technique was considerably slower. However, slow as it might be, Lin Yuan had cultivated it to the extent that he could traverse tens of millions of light years in a single step. Of course, this ability to step tens of millions of light years came with one significant limitation. He could only take a total of 9 steps. After 9 steps, Lin Yuan would have crossed 90 million light years, at which point many of his internal energies would be depleted, a cost far greater than using his physical body divine ability strengthening. Running out of power meant Lin Yuan would have no ability to resist, so generally speaking, he would not take all 9 steps in succession, as the cost was too great. The step of space and time is the integrated use of both the rule of time and the space rules. Perhaps for me, only after fully comprehending the rule of time could it become easier to grasp some of it. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled faintly. One of the prerequisites for an 11th rank powerhouse to make an ultimate breakthrough is to fuse the rule of time with the space rules. Normally, 11th rank powerhouse seeking to meld time and space had no clue how to start. However, in this secret technique, Lin Yuan saw faint traces of such fusion. His Majesty Xuan Huang actually managed to reveal the essence of the fusion of time and space through a secret technique. It's terrifying. Lin Yuan was in awe. The step of space and time is less of a life-saving technique and more of a shortcut to the fusion of time and space. While all supreme beings have fused time and space, to achieve it is one thing, and to articulate it is another. The fusion of time and space by supreme beings is their own. Unless they have an extraordinary understanding of the essence of time and space, it is otherwise impossible to explain to others. Yet Xuan Huang had done it. How could such a powerful being vanish? How could he die? Lin Yuan found it hard to comprehend. Supreme beings who had stepped out of the river of time would find it difficult to die, even if they tried to, provided they were cautious. All the more so for an ultimate being like His Majesty Xuan Huang. In 20 years, my comprehension of the time model has also reached the 2173rd variety. Lin Yuan raised his hands, and strands of the power of time intertwined around his fingertips. So far, the pioneer scholars of human civilization have cumulatively summarized 2,173 varieties of rule models of time. This means that Lin Yuan has almost completely walked through the perceptions and expressions of the rule of time as summarized by those pioneer scholars of human civilization. The reason he said almost is that Lin Yuan had yet to fully comprehend the last rule model of time. Does this rule model of time involve reversing time, stopping time, accelerating time? Do all states of time converge into one? Lin Yuan pondered carefully, with flashes of spiritual light continually emerging in his mind. If I can comprehend the rule of time while at 9th rank, making my inner world independent from the main universe, and then undergo the final transformation upon stepping into 10th rank, Lin Yuan continued his speculation while considering various possibilities. Human civilization's 8th layer evolvers create their own inner worlds, but these inner worlds are not completely independent. Many of their rules, especially the rule of time, are shared with the main universe. To break free from this shared state requires one's own comprehension of the rule of time and then integrating it into the inner world. Theoretically, the sooner one comprehends and integrates the rule of time into their inner world, the greater the benefits when crossing a great realm. Chapter 4. Does the Tower Master want me to hone my skills on the Galaxy Master? 5,000 words. Please subscribe. 2. Crossing a great realm leads to a transformative evolution of the inner world, and a completely independent inner world undergoes a transformation far greater than those still attached to the main universe. If Lin Yuan had comprehended the rule of time at the 9th rank, making his inner world independent, he would have had 2 opportunities for transformation upon breaking through to the 10th rank and then the 11th rank. In this regard, he would outstrip those 11th rank powerhouses who only comprehend the rule of time at 11th rank by a large margin. 11th rank powerhouses who grasp the rule of time and integrate it into their inner world, achieving independence, but their independent inner worlds lack the transformations experienced in the earlier stages, are fundamentally weaker. When striving for the 12th rank and aiming for the ultimate sublimation of their inner universe, the difficulty naturally increases significantly. I'll try as best as I can. Lin Yuan thought to himself that there were records in human civilization of 10th rank evolvers who comprehended the rule of time and then progressed to the 11th rank, enhancing the foundation of their inner world. But a 9th rank evolver understanding the rule of time? At least Lin Yuan had not heard of such a thing. 9th rank evolvers could barely perceive minor time fluctuations, so for them to fully grasp the rule of time was somewhat a tall order. Just a little more, and I will be able to comprehend this time model. Lin Yuan continued exploring the concept deeply. A moment later, Lin Yuan ceased his contemplation. It's time to visit the Demon Jade space, and take on the 5th layer. Utilizing the magic jade mark, Lin Yuan descended into the Demon Jade space. The 5th layer of the Black Tower tests the perception of time rules, and according to Stone Statue Shenji, one must completely understand the time rules to pass. Lin Yuan still had some way to go before fully grasping the time rules, but attempting the 5th layer and utilizing the various time environments within might allow him to comprehend the last time rule model. Although the Xiaqin Supreme Being told Lin Yuan that he could ask him about any cultivation problems, Lin Yuan preferred not to bother a Supreme Being unless he truly hit a bottleneck. The last time model that troubled Lin Yuan, he didn't consider it to be a bottleneck that could impede him for long. Whoosh! In front of the 9 floors dark tower, Stone Statue Shenji looked at Lin Yuan and probed, attempting the 5th layer? Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Go ahead. Stone Statue Shenji thought for a moment, then opened the gates of the Black Tower, allowing Lin Yuan to enter. The 5th layer of the Black Tower. Lin Yuan's figure appeared, whirling. Time fluctuations surged, and various extreme time flows immediately overwhelmed him. 30 years ago, Lin Yuan couldn't have lasted long. The last time he had breezed through the 3rd and 4th layers and tried the 5th, he had retreated in an instant. nearly grasping all time rule models. Although Lin Yuan still had no hope of passing the fifth layer, he at least could endure for a significant part. If he chose not to push forward, he might even endure indefinitely. My understanding of the time rules has advanced by leaps and bounds. Grasping them completely isn't far off. Outside the Black Tower, stone statue Shenji watched carefully with no hint of shock in his heart. In just 2 to 3 decades, Lin Yuan had reached such heights in the domain of time rules, an inconceivable feat even for an 11th rank life, let alone for a 9th rank being like Lin Yuan. But having interacted with Lin Yuan for so long, stone statue Shenji had almost grown used to Lin Yuan continually shattering various miracles. As stone statue Shenji watched the scenes in the 5th layer, suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Read latest chapters at My Virtual Library Empire. An expression of surprise crossed his face. At the same time, he looked in another direction of the demon jade space. Amidst the misty fog, a sliver of spirit will descended. The spirit will, took the shape of a burly man over 3 meters tall, his eyes excited as he looked around. Is this the demon jade space? The burly man carefully surveyed the surrounding fog. He hailed from a prominent evolutionary family in the northern star region of human civilization, a peerless genius renowned across dozens of star domains. About 100 years ago, human civilization revealed part of the body to select geniuses, and from then, the burly man began to piece together an evolution path from within that body. After endless efforts and with considerable luck, the burly man finally managed to complete the evolution path he had pieced together and, deep within his soul, condensed the magic jade mark. The goddess of wisdom told me that by completing the understood evolution path, I would enter a mysterious space where great opportunities await. The burly man's heart thrilled, and he immediately followed the fog deeper inside. Before long, the burly man arrived in front of the towering 9 floors dark tower. Another one has come? Stone statue Shenji glanced at the burly man and immediately knew how the latter became a member of the Magic Jade Tower. Just the most ordinary completion of a certain magical evolution path? Stone statue Shenji shook his head internally. The difference was too great compared to Lin Yuan, who had initially comprehended 3,333 magical evolution paths, like a chasm between heaven and earth. Moreover, Lin Yuan was no longer just an ordinary member of the Magic Jade Tower, but a core member. Elder, seeing stone statue, Shenji, the burly man cautiously asked, here's some information about this place. Stone statue Shenji raised his right hand and infused the information into the burly man's mind. Oof, the burly man furrowed his brows, easing after a moment. The 9 floors dark tower, the first layer, the second layer, the third layer. The burly man looked at the towering black tower in front of him, his expression showing a trace of shock. Wait a moment, someone else is currently attempting it. Stone statue Shenji glanced at the burly man and said casually, Chapter 4. Does the Tower Master want me to refine the Galaxy Master? 5,000 words, please subscribe. 3. Is someone up ahead attempting another challenge? The brawny man felt a tinge of disappointment. Was he not the first one to enter the Demon Jade space? Are they challenging the first layer or the second layer? The brawny man received information from statue Shenji and was aware of the difficulties of each layer. The 5th layer? The brawny man looked up towards the upper levels and saw the 5th floor of Black Tower illuminated by a hazy light, immediately realizing that the person ahead of him was challenging this very layer. The 5th layer? The brawny man's eyes widened with surprise. From the information passed on by stone statue Shenji, he knew that to conquer the 5th layer, one must have a thorough understanding of the rule of time. Discover exclusive tales at My Virtual Library Empire. Understanding the rule of time? In the eyes of the brawny man, that domain was only achievable by ancient 11th rank powerhouses. Just which 11th rank powerhouse is attempting it, the brawny man was stunned. If not for the presence of a mere spirit will in this place, he would have fled without any hesitation. 11th rank powerhouses, in reality, it probably would take but a single thought to obliterate him countless times over, and to be in proximity to such beings would make anyone's scalp tingle. The 5th floor of Black Tower. Lin Yuan stood near the center, feeling the boundless power of time surge around him. Your perception is defying the heavens. You've sensed many time fluctuations and discerned the 2173rd rule model of time. In a moment of lucidity, an illusory model of the rule of time coalesced before Lin Yuan. This rule model of time had a sense of perfection, seemingly encompassing the vast variations of time's rules. Is this the final rule model of time? Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Having grasped the crucial point, his understanding of the rule of time had reached a certain height. To move forward, he needed to carve out his own path. Every master who has fully understood the rule of time perceives it differently. The space rules are vast and endless, with many aspects. To say one has thoroughly grasped the space rules is merely to have understood one aspect of the vast space rules. The rule of time is the same. It's time to leave. Lin Yuan looked at the remaining road ahead, knowing he had not yet fully grasped the rule of time, and there was no hope of passing through. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure appeared outside Black Tower. Is there someone else here? Lin Yuan immediately noticed the brawny man's presence. The spirit will he had sent to the demon jade space had its appearance and body set at random, partly intending to conceal his identity. Having met Senior, the brawny man's scalp tingled as he hastened to offer his respects to Lin Yuan. In his heart, the young man before him was an ancient 11th rank powerhouse, and he himself did not even have the qualification to look him in the eye. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He could tell that the brawny man was human. That was enough. If the brawny man belonged to a different species, or even a species hostile to humanity, Lin Yuan would probably use his authority as a core member to temporarily expel him. But a human? As a fellow human, Lin Yuan didn't mind the other trying to challenge the 9 Floors Dark Tower. The rewards from inside 9 Floors Dark Tower completely depended on the shown talent, and most of the rewards obtained by the practitioners were not too precious. Senior, the brawny man bowed his head, not daring to let out even a sliver of perception, for fear of unsettling the 11th rank powerhouse who had just finished the 5th layer. After a long while, the brawny man mustered the courage to look up, only to find that there was no one in front of him anymore, save for the stone statue Shenji looking at him. Has the senior left? The burly man let out a heavy sigh of relief internally. Is the senior also a human? Through the brief glimpse just now, the burly man had also realized that Lin Yuan was human. I wonder which 11th rank evolver from our human alliance it is? The shock in the burly man's heart still hadn't dissipated. Had he actually had the fortune to meet an 11th rank evolver today? Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan, after comprehending all the rule of time models, was in good spirits. Right, Jiaqin Supreme Being told me to find him once I had understood all the rule of time models. Lin Yuan recalled the instruction from Jiaqin Supreme Being. He immediately connected his consciousness to the virtual world, lofty evolution tower world. Jiaqin Supreme Being sat upon his throne, his expression subtly changing. That kid wants to see me, could it be? Jiaqin Supreme Being's thoughts were complex. How had Lin Yuan comprehended all the rule of time models in such a short time? A moment later, the figure of Lin Yuan appeared, Supreme Being. Lin Yuan bowed slightly. You've comprehended all the time models? Even though he had expected it, Jiaqin Supreme Being still asked once more. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. That's why I've come to find the Supreme Being. I see. Jiaqin Supreme Being nodded, appearing calm on the surface, but his heart was anything but serene. Understanding all the time models is still a distance away from fully comprehending the rule of time. I need to ascertain exactly where you are on this path. Jiaqin Supreme Being composed himself and then spoke. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded, curious about how far he was from fully comprehending the rule of time. In that case, I'll have Nalen spar with you solely using the understanding of time rules, Jiaqin Supreme Being said. The simplest method to discern Lin Yuan's position was for them to spar against each other, but as a Supreme Being, Jiaqin naturally wouldn't spar with Lin Yuan himself. Thus, he planned to have Nalen, the Vice Tower Master, come and test Lin Yuan. As a grade A Tier 10 poised to comprehend all the rule of time models, Nalen was well suited to gauge Lin Yuan's capabilities. Soon, Nalen, the Vice Tower Master, also appeared beside Lin Yuan. Supreme Being. Nalen, the Vice Tower Master, bowed slightly to Jiaqin Supreme Being, somewhat puzzled. Nalen, spar with the Galaxy Master, and remember, you can only use your understanding of time rules, Jiaqin Supreme Being instructed directly. Spar with the Galaxy Master? Nalen, the Vice Tower Master, was somewhat shocked. He was a prominent grade A Tier 10, and he was to spar with the 9th rank Galaxy Master? Wasn't that bullying? No matter how powerful the Galaxy Master was, or how against the odds his performance at the 9th rank, he was still just at the 9th rank. What difference did it make if he had opened up billions of spatial layers? Moreover, the Supreme Being meant that they were to spar purely on the basis of the understanding of time rules, so the Galaxy Master couldn't even use his most proficient spatial layers. This was just too much of a bully to the Galaxy Master. Even Nalen, the Vice Tower Master, found it somewhat unbearable. What does the Supreme Being mean by this? Nalen, the Vice Tower Master, thought to himself, could it be that he thinks the Galaxy Master is advancing too smoothly in his cultivation and wants to give him some setbacks and hardships, so he's having me temper the Galaxy Master? Chapter 5. A little push, 5,000 words, please subscribe. Tower Master, should we switch to someone else? Nalen glanced at Lin Yuan standing nearby, hesitated for a moment, and spoke softly. He still found it somewhat difficult to proceed. Moreover, Nalen felt that there was no need for the Jiaqin Supreme Being to specifically add obstacles for the Galaxy Master. As the strongest genius in the history of human civilization, moving forward unimpeded was the way to be. It's you. No one else is suitable. Jiaqin Supreme Being shook his head. All right, Nalen nodded. The will of a Supreme Being was not to be defied, even if he thought the Supreme Being was wrong. Still, he had to comply when it was time to comply. Galaxy Master, if you can't hold on, remember to admit defeat, Nalen kindly reminded. Although the Jiaqin Supreme Being limited the contest between the two to the rule of time, Nalen believed he was just one step away from realizing all time models. The Galaxy Master was only 9th rank, struggling even to perceive time fluctuations. What proficiency could he have in the rule of time? Under the crushing dominance of the rules, an early surrender by the Galaxy Master would spare him some agony. Understood. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly solemn. Nalan's words put quite a bit of pressure on Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan had first witnessed Nalan's action when he was still at 7th rank. At that time, Nalan stood at the edge of the Haiyuan secret realm, single-handedly suppressing the entire Haiyuan clan from rebelling. If it weren't for the arrival of a mighty insect race, it is likely that the entire Haiyuan clan would have been annihilated by Nalan. Let's begin. Xiaqian Supreme Being waved his right hand. Lin Yuan and Nalan felt the world around them change. Suddenly, they found themselves under a desolate, starry sky. With the authority of the Xiaqian Supreme Being, moving them to a virtual arena world was just a matter of thought. Galaxy Master, you make the first move, Nalan offered graciously. If it were a battle against a different species, he would naturally take any opportunity to strike first without any hesitation. But Lin Yuan? One reason was that their encounter was merely a spar, not a battle to the death, and as a senior, it was only right to give way a little. The second reason was Nalan confident of his victory. How could a 10th rank, especially a grade A among them, lose to a 9th rank? With such a massive gap in strength, for Nalan to strike first would be somewhat shameful. Enjoy new chapters from my virtual library empire. Beating the weaks was one thing, at least giving the opponent a chance to strike was due respect. Remember, go all out. This might be your only chance, Nalan said lightly, reminding him. The confrontation in the realm of the rule of time often happened in an instant, with collisions of different time rules leaving the disadvantaged party almost no chance to resist. Of course, real combat involved many variables, such as using other methods. Being weaker in the rule of time didn't mean being weaker in other tactics. However, the Xiaqian Supreme Being had stipulated that they were only allowed to compete in their understanding of the rule of time. This ensured the battle would not last long, as mere collisions within the time domain rarely resulted in a stalemate. Nalan therefore felt that the Xiaqian Supreme Being was intentionally putting the Galaxy Master at a disadvantage precisely because of this. The rules were too rigid, practically tailor-made for him. All right, Lin Yuan nodded. I will give it my all. Nalan looked pleased. Only after the Galaxy Master had tried his best and found himself utterly unable to match his opponent could he truly learn in terms of the rule of time, being played with like a toy. Galaxy Master, I definitely can't match you in opening spatial layers, but in time, Nalan mused leisurely. Suddenly, just then, Nalan noticed from afar Lin Yuan had somehow vanished. Nalan immediately sensed something was amiss. Has the flow of time changed? Nalan's expression hardened. Whoosh! Nalan raised his hand, releasing a massive burst of time fluctuations, continuously disrupting the time flows around him. Break. Nalan, vaguely realizing something, fully unleashed his understanding of the rule of time, attempting to break free from the various time quagmires enveloping him. Outside. Lin Yuan stood calmly, facing a crystal ball half a meter in diameter, composed entirely of time fluctuations. Inside the crystal ball, Nalan struggled continuously, but eventually was caught like in a deep quagmire, embraced by various time quagmires, unable to break free in the realm of time. Having realized all time models, Lin Yuan had woven many time rules and secret techniques through constant combinations of various time models. Among them, the time prison was Lin Yuan's pride, built from intertwining and merging 1,337 time models to establish a corridor of time. These corridors, in turn, formed a time prison. Any life caught in the time prison, unless their understanding of the rule of time surpassed Lin Yuan's, would be unable to perceive their own time flow, completely reduced to a plaything. After all, the amount of time experienced by the life within the time prison depended entirely on Lin Yuan. With just a thought, Lin Yuan could make the opponent experience a day while the outside world went through a year, or make them experience a year while only a day passed outside. What else could this be if not toying? Of course, there were ways to forcefully break it. Even though Nalan was inferior in time perception to Lin Yuan, if he fully exerted himself using means other than the rule of time, he could still break free. Chapter 5. Giving you a push 5,000 words. Please subscribe. The rule of time is not an invincible rule, and it still requires consideration of both parties' overall foundations. But without a doubt, the higher the understanding of the rule of time, the more control one can gain. Take Lin Yuan, for example, if he truly fought all out against Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, not just limited to the domain of time rules. Even if he couldn't beat his opponent with the help of the rule of time, he could still retreat safely. Time prison? Above the virtual arena, the Xiaqian Supreme Being was also observing the time crystal ball floating in front of Lin Yuan. Nalan struggled desperately within the crystal ball, trying to shake the prison, but from beginning to end, the time crystal ball remained as immovable as Mount Tai, without the slightest sway. This kind of secret technique of time, combining over 1,000 rule models, has the effect of trapping enemies and providing stability. Even at the 10th rank level, it's considered profound. The Xiaqian Supreme Being thought to himself while simultaneously gaining a rough estimate of Lin Yuan's understanding of time rules. Without Nolan there, Lin Yuan's mere execution of this secret technique wouldn't demonstrate the many aspects of time prison against an enemy. The Shatin Supreme Being wouldn't be able to discern Lin Yuan's true proficiency in the time rules domain, but with Nolan continuously testing within the time prison, the Shatin Supreme Being naturally could perceive much more of its essence. Alright, stop. After watching for a while longer, the Shatin Supreme Being spoke out. Suddenly, the world yet again transformed, and Lin Yuan was once more back in Shatin Supreme Being's personal world. The time crystal ball floated before him. Nolan, the deputy tower master inside it, had stopped struggling, realizing that with his own means and the rule of time, he wouldn't be able to break free. Whoosh! With a mere thought from Lin Yuan, the time crystal ball in front of him collapsed instantly. Nolan's figure grew larger and finally reappeared in the outside world. Out already? To Nolan, it was as if he had been in another era, even though the battle had lasted only a dozen breaths, but inside the time prison he had spent more than 10 minutes. These 10 minutes allowed Nolan to fully comprehend that his entrapment in the large time prison must have been the work of the Galaxy Master. The Xiaqin Supreme Being had asked him to spar with the Galaxy Master. Thus, during the spar, his only opponent could be the Galaxy Master. No matter how hard it was for Nolan to believe, he couldn't possibly question a Supreme Being. Galaxy Master, Nolan looked at Lin Yuan with a complex gaze. During the 10 minutes inside the time prison, Nolan had fully witnessed Lin Yuan's methods with the rule of time. Absolutely superior to him, not to mention penetrating the rule of time, at least he had come to understand all the rule models of time delineated by human civilization. This Galaxy Master of 9th rank, in the domain of time rules, had already surpassed him. A seasoned, grade A tier 10. Nolan gave a glance at the Supreme Being, now faintly realizing that the Shatin Supreme Being didn't set up the spar to hone the Galaxy Master. Instead, he was using himself as a test subject to probe the Galaxy Master's approximate level in the domain of time rules. You've been very gracious. Lin Yuan cupped his hands and smiled. He didn't know that Nolan hadn't even grasped the rule model of time. In Lin Yuan's mind, Nolan had always been seen through the filter of very strong. Moreover, before their hands-on exchange, Nolan repeatedly admonished him to give it his all. Read new adventures at My Virtual Library Empire. As a result, Lin Yuan didn't give Nolan any chance to resist and directly suppressed him with the time prison. With your 9th rank body, you comprehend the rule of time to such a high degree, I am thoroughly convinced by my defeat. Nolan let out a sigh. Nolan understood that, given Lin Yuan's rate of growth, now leading in time rule understanding, the gap between them would only widen further in the future. Alright, Nolan, you may step back now. From his throne, the Shatin Supreme Being spoke and glanced over at Nolan. Yes, Nolan immediately bowed and disappeared from the spot. Being defeated by a junior like Lin Yuan, even if Nolan could frankly acknowledge the gap in strength between himself and the Galaxy Master, it was still somewhat embarrassing to stay on. Nolan left. The stage was once again left to Lin Yuan and the Shatin Supreme Being. Supreme Being. Lin Yuan bowed slightly. You monster. The Shatin Supreme Being shook his head slightly. Lin Yuan's understanding of time rules wasn't insignificant to him. But this depends on whom you're talking about. For an 11th rank life, it is standard. Half of the human civilization's 11th rank evolvers have figured out all the time rule models. For a 10th rank life, it is extremely rare, at least not achieved by someone like Nolan, a grade A tier 10. But for a 9th rank life? To the Xiaqin Supreme Being, it was unheard of, especially considering Lin Yuan's comprehension of time rules went beyond simply understanding all the rule models. Monster? Lin Yuan blinked, considering it a sort of honors that a mighty Supreme Being called him a monster. Did you have me grasp the rule models of time and then summon me here because there's some secret? Lin Yuan asked his doubt directly. There was no need to beat around the bush with the Supreme Being, better to ask directly. Indeed, there's a secret. The Xiaqin Supreme Being nodded. If Lin Yuan had not figured out all the rule models in due time, or say, after figuring them all out, was still far from a deep understanding of time rules, the Xiaqin Supreme Being would not have said much. Chapter 5, pushing you forward 5,000 words, please subscribe. 3. But at this moment, Lin Yuan's performance had given Xiaqin Supreme Being a glimpse of hope, the hope that Lin Yuan had grasped the rule of time while being a 9th rank. You should know, the earlier you comprehend the rule of time, making your inner world independent, the greater the benefits, Xiaqin Supreme Being began. Right, I know this. Lin Yuan nodded. In the history of human civilization, there were occasionally freaks who understood the rule of time at the 10th rank. That's why Lin Yuan knew that comprehending the rule of time at the 10th rank, then advancing to tier 11, would reap much greater benefits than not comprehending it, with the inner world undergoing a transformation. As for comprehending the rule of time at the 9th rank, there were no corresponding cases in the history of human civilization, but that did not prevent Lin Yuan from speculating. If comprehending the rule of time at the 10th rank would provide an additional opportunity for transformation of the inner world, then doing so at the 9th rank would surely offer 2 additional opportunities upon advancing to the 10th and 11th ranks, wouldn't it? Then, do you know what specific benefits are, and why the inner world undergoes a transformation? Xiaqin Supreme Being asked, smiling. I don't know. Lin Yuan shook his head. He was only aware of the benefits, but not what they specifically were. The information he had accessed did not elaborate, likely involving some secretive aspects of human civilization. Even 8th rank citizenship access wasn't sufficient to view it all. Well, we need to talk about the breakthrough from the 10th rank to 11th rank of an evolver, and what difference it makes whether the inner world is independent or not, Xiaqin Supreme Being said, pausing briefly before continuing. If a 10th rank evolver has not comprehended the rule of time, the inner world lacks a temporal pillar and is dependent on the main universe, remaining merely an affiliated world. Affiliated worlds, when undergoing a great realm breakthrough, communicate with the origin sea of the main universe. At that time, the main universe will actively open the entrance to the origin sea, pouring a massive amount of origin power to help the inner world grow rapidly. However, if the inner world is already independent, possessing a temporal pillar and also a spatial pillar, it can be considered an independent world. Even if this independent world is insignificant compared to the main universe, it is still independent and theoretically at the same tier as the main universe. Explore more at My Virtual Library Empire, possessing separate pillars of time and space. Hence, when such independent worlds go through a great realm breakthrough, they are not receiving the origin from the main universe, but the origin from the chaos void. Xiaqin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan. So that's how it is, Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully. The chaos void, no doubt more vast than the universe, makes its origin more precious than that of the universe. If ranked from highest to lowest, it would definitely be the chaos void above the universe above the affiliated world. Once an affiliated world becomes temporally and spatially independent, it will stand equal to the universe, jointly receiving gifts from the chaos void. Typically, most Supremes can only dream of receiving gifts from the chaos void when they strive for the ultimate being at tier 11, because understanding the rule of time usually happens at this tier. The gifts and transformations that only Supremes enjoy could be experienced at the 10th rank. Imagine how significant the assistance would be. Moreover, if Lin Yuan grasped the rule of time at the 9th rank, he would enjoy the Chaos Void's gifts even sooner. The origin bestowed by the Chaos Void will greatly stabilize the inner world and elevate its essence, transitioning towards an inner universe. Of course, even if you do comprehend the rule of time, rendering the inner world independent, the challenge of breaking through to tier 11, due to your own realm and strength, won't allow for a full transformation of the inner world into an inner universe all at once. But with this foundation and core in place, future breakthrough to the ultimate will be notably less challenging, Xiaqin Supreme Being said slowly. This is akin to distributing the future pressure of striving for the ultimate into the present, enhancing the likelihood of stepping into the 12th rank. So far, Lin Yuan had only heard of 2 methods that could increase the odds of striving for the ultimate. One is to spread the path of his own evolution. The other is to enlighten chaos rules. As for the fusion of time and space rules, that's a prerequisite for striving for the ultimate. Without achieving the fusion of time and space, one can't even step over the threshold of striving for the ultimate. Xiaqin Supreme Being, actually, I might not be able to comprehend the rule of time at the 9th rank, Lin Yuan said after contemplation. With his against heaven's understanding, coupled with treasures like the miniature universe for comprehension, Lin Yuan was somewhat confident in comprehending the rule of time at the 9th rank. But confident? Not so much. Lin Yuan had even prepared himself to comprehend the rule of time at the 10th rank. It's important to know that comprehending the rule of time is even harder than advancing to tier 11. Many 11th rank evolvers haven't comprehended the rule of time. Lin Yuan wanting to grasp the rule of time at the 9th rank was nothing he could guarantee. What if he failed? Wouldn't that be a slap to his own face? I know you're unsure about comprehending it. Xiaqin Supreme Being didn't seem surprised at all. Unless they are innate temporal beings who can guarantee they can definitely grasp the rule of time. That's why I asked you to work out all the rule models of time before coming to me. Aside from gauging your general perception of time, it was to give you a push, Xiaqin Supreme. Being looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. A push? Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Understanding the rule of time is an extremely personal matter. Everyone's understanding of the rule of time differs, and it's not something that can be forcefully taught. Even miraculous items like the miniature universe can only reduce the difficulty Lin Yuan faces in perceiving the rule of time. As for giving a push, Lin Yuan had never before considered this possibility. The many treasures and methods left by the demonic Jade Tower Master and Xuan Huang had never mentioned pushing someone to comprehend the rule of time. Yes. Next, I'm going to take you to see, Xiaqin Supreme Being spoke calmly, the full extent of the River of Time. Chapter 6. River of Time, 5,000 words, please subscribe. The full aspect of the River of Time? Lin Yuan gazed at the Xiaqin Supreme Being seated on the throne. In the chaos void, universes upon universes, the mighty power of time swept over everything like a long river. All things in the universe rested within the River of Time, and apart from supreme beings who could step out of the River of Time, all other life had to endure the scouring of the river. This scouring referred to the limits of lifespan. Even for those who had comprehended the rule of time, they could only briefly leap out of the river of time, but would ultimately fall back and still age and die. Lin Yuan had always believed that the river of time was a metaphorical description, but now the Xiaqin Supreme Being offered to show him the full aspect of the river of time? It somewhat took Lin Yuan by surprise. The river of time? It has a full aspect? Everyone's understanding of the rule of time differs. The rule of time I comprehend may not suit you. Therefore, I'll take you to see the river of time with your own eyes, and whatever you gain from it will be up to you. The Xiaqin Supreme Being smiled faintly. The next moment, Lin Yuan had yet to reply, but he felt a strand of his spirit will suddenly break free of some kind of shackles and arrive in a mysterious space. This isn't the main universe, is it? Lin Yuan, who had a deep understanding of the rule of time, was certain that this mysterious space was significantly different from the main universe. Like a little fish that had left the river, this strand of spirit will could no longer sense any fluctuations of the rule of time. Lin Yuan struggled to look around and saw innumerable streams surging below. The streams here were formed from the extremely pure power of time, rolling mightily from the past towards the future, as if nothing could stop them. Is this the river of time? Lin Yuan was shocked. In the depths of the river, he could faintly see different fish swimming about. Some fish were large, nearly spanning half the width of the river, while others were tiny, barely noticeable. But all the fish were within Lin Yuan's observation, yet they seemed completely unaware of his gaze. It was as if a two-dimensional world could not perceive the observation of life from outside the painting. The fish in the river were the same. The river of time. This is the river of time. Lin Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement, frantically observing the scene before him. Your comprehension is against the heavens. Observing the river of time, your understanding of the rule of time rapidly increases. Your comprehension is against the heavens. Observing the river of time, your understanding of the rule of time rapidly increases. Your comprehension is against the heavens. Observing the river of time, your understanding of the rule of time rapidly increases. For a time, a large amount of understanding regarding the rule of time filled Lin Yuan's mind. Compared to the rule of time in the miniature universe, the river of time before his eyes was manifold more vast, encompassing countless lives. When Lin Yuan tried looking towards the river's past, he noticed that the tumultuous surface occasionally saw the leaping of several big fish. Those big fish only maintained their presence on the river's surface for a few moments before falling back down, nowhere near being observed from Lin Yuan's bird's-eye view of the river of time. Those big fish must be lives that have comprehended the rule of time, able to briefly leap out of the water, but it's just a brief leap, Lin Yuan thought to himself. After watching the past of the river of time for a while, Lin Yuan turned his head to look towards where the river was flowing to, the future. I can't see clearly. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised. The past is certain, the future is not. Every instant could give rise to different futures. Even supreme beings as powerful as they are, capable of swimming upstream to the past, cannot follow the current downward to the distant future. If a supreme being dared to do so, they would most likely become lost in the endless timelines, causing them to never return to the present. Lin Yuan continued to observe the river of time. Lin Yuan noticed the towering figure standing beside him. At this moment, he was by the riverbank of the river of time, shielded by the towering figure. And that towering figure was the Xiaqin Supreme Being. Without reaching the level of a supreme being, one cannot step out of the river of time to the riverbanks. It's an ironclad rule, as permanent as the complete obliteration of lives that have passed away. To break such a rule, even a supreme being would have to pay a price. A supreme being wanting to resurrect a life that had already died in the past needs to withstand backlash from the universe. Now, for the Xiaqin Supreme Being to bring Lin Yuan to the shore, he must also be paying a similar price. Lin Yuan had a feeling that the price the Xiaqin Supreme Being had to pay might be far more severe than resurrecting some dead life. Otherwise, why hadn't he heard about supreme beings being able to take someone out of the river of time? After all, resurrection of the dead is something that even fairly powerful evolvers have heard about. But taking someone out of the river of time, at least for Lin Yuan, this was a first. Read new chapters at My Virtual Library Empire. Besides, just now the Xiaqin Supreme Being repeatedly probed Lin Yuan, even having Nalan, the Vice Tower Master, test Lin Yuan's approximate grasp of the rule of time. Everything indicated that taking someone out of the river of time, even for a supreme being, required careful consideration. Lin Yuan continued to observe everything about the river of time, his gaze now starting to look towards other spots on the riverbank. Soon, Lin Yuan saw another towering figure, burly and towering, who simply by standing seemed to embody endless power, the ultimate force capable of shattering everything. Chapter 6. River of Time, 5,000 words, please subscribe, to Ancient Power Supreme Being. Lin Yuan, although he had not seen this supreme being of human civilization with his own eyes, had a strong feeling that the other party was the Ancient Power Supreme Being. and this tall and sturdy figure seemed to sense Lin Yuan's gaze, lowered his head to meet his eyes, and vaguely revealed benevolence. Lin Yuan continued to look into the distance. One by one, the towering figures of the supreme beings of human civilization appeared. Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, Void God Supreme Being, and so on. All the supreme beings standing on the banks of the River of Time were immensely towering. Soon, Lin Yuan spotted the 10th supreme being. This supreme being was not one of human civilizations, shrouded in a dark mist. Lin Yuan had merely glanced at him momentarily before being noticed by the individual. Humph! A faint snort came, causing Lin Yuan's expression to slightly change, and at that moment, Xiaqin Supreme Being, who was standing beside and shielding Lin Yuan, raised his right hand, causing the snort to completely disappear. That Supreme Being harbors great malice towards me. Lin Yuan dared not continue watching and could only look elsewhere as much as possible. The towering figure shrouded in dark mist stood on the banks of the River of Time, coldly watching Xiaqin Supreme Being in the distance. At any cost, taking an ant who hasn't even grasped the rule of time out of the River of Time is utterly foolish. The towering figure silently thought to himself. The cost required for such actions was terrifying. Explore hidden tales at my virtual library empire. Almost every moment was comparable to the cosmic backlash endured from resurrecting dozens of 11th rank powerhouses. Xiaqin Supreme Being did this, risking a considerable period in the future where he might not be able to maintain his peak combat power. Human civilization. The towering figure's thoughts fluctuated. The rise of human civilization was the fastest among all the peak clans. The main reason was the unity among its people, who, even as supreme beings, would not hesitate to pay a price to help talented juniors within their clan. To other supreme beings, this was utterly inconceivable. To let a supreme being itself pay a price for a mere life below the ultimate? Is it worth it? For most supreme beings, the clans are merely vassals. The individual supreme beings are everything. Lin Yuan's fragment of spirit will continue to look into the distance. He saw more towering figures symbolizing supreme beings. Some of these towering figures were indifferent to Lin Yuan's gaze, some showed benevolence, and more displayed dissatisfaction, all of which were blocked by Xiaqin Supreme Being. As he continued to observe, Lin Yuan's understanding of the rule of time was improving at a terrifying rate. This place was the River of Time, where the rule of time was most directly observable. Normally, any life qualified to overlook the River of Time would have already mastered the rule of time. Those not qualified to step out of the River of Time could not comprehend the rule of time. But with Xiaqin Supreme Being's help, Lin Yuan had broken this ironclad rule. Time slowly passed. For how long, he did not know. It's about time for you to go back. Xiaqin Supreme Being's words sounded, and Lin Yuan felt this fragment of his spirit will rapidly begin to fade. On the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Am I back? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his mood uneasy for a long time. Who could have thought that he had just overlooked the entire flow of the River of Time? As a 9th-rank life, breaking free from the constraints of the River of Time, even if only briefly, that too was an unprecedented great opportunity. I even saw the true bodies of many supreme beings, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He had always been unclear about what supreme beings truly were, even if there were images of supreme beings fighting each other on large-scale battlefields. Lin Yuan was still baffled and unable to comprehend. The gambits between supreme beings involved levels too high. Without reaching that height, one couldn't even make sense of what they were watching. Xiaqin Supreme Being finally told me to come back. His voice seemed somewhat weak. Lin Yuan did not know how much had been paid by the Supreme Being to take him out of the River of Time. But just from the tone, carrying hints of much, he knew that the price paid was absolutely not small. I wonder if I could step into being a supreme being, Lin Yuan reminisced about that feeling of breaking free from the River of Time, a sense of unprecedented freedom. Even with Lin Yuan's many foundations, it was still not guaranteed that he could become a supreme being. Even mastering the legendary chaos rules would only be greatly beneficial to turning into a supreme being. Whether or not he could finally step into it was another matter altogether. The birth of each supreme being was not an inevitability. My current understanding of the rule of time, Lin Yuan carefully felt the changes within himself. Having gone to the banks of the River of Time, Lin Yuan gained a whole new understanding of the rule of time, a view starkly different from the past, only possible for those who had personally observed the entirety of the River of Time. Time, it's wonderful. Lin Yuan stretched out his hands, and strands of time fluctuation seemed to be stirred up, forming slight ripples of time. I am now not too far from mastering the rule of time, Lin Yuan breathed out softly, thinking to himself. Logically speaking, before mastering the rule of time, no evolver dared claim with certainty they could comprehend the rule of time. Because the rule of time is so vast, without reaching that step, no one would be sure if they could master it. Chapter 6. River of Time, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. 3. But Lin Yuan was different. He had observed the entire vista of the River of Time and had gained a concrete understanding of its past and future. Thus, his comprehension of the rule of time was far clearer than that of other powerful beings who perceived the same rule, knowing where he currently stood and approximately where the endpoint lay. At the 9th rank, penetrating the rule of time allows one's inner world to detach, and upon advancing to the 10th rank, accepting the infusion from the chaos void origin, Lin Yuan's thoughts surged. That was why the Shachen Supreme Being paid a price and helped Lin Yuan break free from the bonds of the River of Time, giving him a push in the comprehension of the rule of time. The purpose was to hope that Lin Yuan could penetrate the rule of time before stepping into the 10th rank, thereby leading the Chaos Void origin to merge into his inner world. Having a Supreme Being place such importance on him made Lin Yuan even more anticipative. The current priority is to thoroughly comprehend the rule of time. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts. With the Xiaqin Supreme Being pushing him this much, if he still could not penetrate the rule of time at the 9th rank, Lin Yuan would truly feel ashamed. With my current pace of comprehending the rule of time, it should take about 30 years to truly comprehend it. Lin Yuan examined himself and developed a highly precise understanding of his capabilities. Discover exclusive content at My Virtual Library Empire, at most 30 years. Lin Yuan gauged the transformation level of his inner world and immediately had an idea. For any 9th or 10th rank evolver, 30 years was no time at all, and for Lin Yuan to be able to comprehend the rule of time within such a short span was utterly astonishing. Keep in mind, before observing the full scope of the River of Time, Lin Yuan was prepared to penetrate the rule of time after reaching the 10th rank, Xuanhuang's secret realm. The Taiyang Divine Spirit was currently practicing one of the 3 great Dao-protecting secret skills of the profound yellow lineage, Step of Space-Time. Lin Yuan's true spiritual body had different functions. Currently, the main body mainly focused on comprehending the rule of time, while the other 2 spirits were engaged in understanding various secret techniques, evolution paths, and so on. As for why not have both spirits join the main body in concurrently comprehending the rule of time? Lin Yuan had tried doing this, but it wasn't very beneficial, and the efficiency did not significantly increase. The main body focused on the rule of time, the other 2 spirits secondarily on various secret techniques, evolution paths, enabling reciprocal stimulation. For instance, while practicing Step of Space, time understanding would often lead to insights into some essence of the rule of time, which fed back into the comprehension of the rule of time. And deeper understanding of the essence of the rule of time could also stimulate the understanding of Step of Space, time. After observing the entire scope of the River of Time, I have a deeper grasp of this secret technique. Lin Yuan stepped forward, instantly appearing at another end of the Xuanhuang secret realm, his expression showing enlightenment. Step of Space-Time, named after space-time, naturally involves aspects of the rule of time. In fact, what enabled Lin Yuan to cover millions of light-years in one step through Step of Space-Time was the unbreakable application of the rule of time. The power erupting from the fusion of time and space far exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. In the deepest parts of the Xuanhuang secret realm, a 6-armed silhouette was sitting cross-legged there. As the consciousness of the secret realm, nothing happening inside escaped his control, although Lin Yuan, having refined the core of the secret realm, held power over life and death over him. Master's mastery in Step of Space-Time has advanced so much? The 6-armed silhouette saw Lin Yuan continuously reappearing at different spots in the Xuanhuang secret realm and was somewhat dumbfounded. He clearly sensed that Lin Yuan was covering great distances, not by virtue of his permissions within the Xuanhuang secret realm, but through instantaneous shifting using Step of Space-Time. But was this not incredible? To reach such a level of Step of Space-Time, while not fully comprehending the rule of time, was not far off. Yet this new master of the Xuanhuang secret realm was only at the 9th rank life level. 9th rank life, and yet already so close to fully comprehending the rule of time. What would those at the 10th rank life, 11th rank life think? The 6-armed silhouette found it incredibly unbelievable. Lin Yuan was making rapid progress in practicing the mysterious yellow strike secret technique. After all, some individuals are just adept at practicing certain secret techniques, but Step of Space? To advance in this secret technique relied on genuine rule comprehension, with no shortcuts or tricks. His Majesty once said, "The earlier the rule of time is comprehended, the better." To penetrate the rule of time during the 10th rank life stage is already an extremely rare peerless genius among the Chaos Void. But looking at the Master's current pace of comprehension, it is very likely that he could penetrate the rule of time during the 9th rank. The 6-armed silhouette suddenly recalled some words previously spoken by Xuanhuang. According to Xuanhuang's intentions, aside from certain innate temporal beings, for acquired beings, comprehending the rule of time at the 10th rank was already quite remarkable. As for the 9th rank, the 6-armed silhouette had never heard His Majesty mention such a possibility, unsure whether it was unattainable or even Xuanhuang himself had not predicted it. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan held a miniature universe, continuously comprehending the rule of time operating within it. The rule of time within the miniature universe was far from reaching the extent of forming a river of time. It was merely a more complete segment of the rule. However, this still somewhat reduced the difficulty of Lin Yuan's comprehension of the rule of time. Within this miniature universe, all rules, including the space rules and time rules, form a stable balance, which is the most valuable aspect. Lin Yuan observed everything within the miniature universe, silently thinking. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue contrasting the rule of time within the miniature universe with his own understanding of the time rules, suddenly, at that moment, Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Someone's looking for me? Lin Yuan did not stop training, but split a trace of his mind to connect to the virtual world. Chapter 7, Tuoba Ancient God, 5,000 words, please subscribe, virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan sat there, and an old man with a white beard appeared out of nowhere. I've met the Galaxy Master. The old man with the white beard flashed a look of urgency, but still spoke respectfully. He was aware that the young man in front of him was the legendary Galaxy Master. Ordinary 9th rank and 10th rank evolvers might not even get the chance to meet him. Yet here he was, a mere intelligent life form who had requested to meet the Galaxy Master and had been granted permission. It was all thanks to past sentiment, but sentiment after all was just sentiment. If he overstepped his bounds, his chances might well end here. Are you the intelligent life form that follows Feng Qing? Lin Yuan glanced at the old man with the white beard, speaking in an indifferent tone. Feng Qing was a good friend Lin Yuan made back when he was still on Kungwan Star. Before breaking through to the 6th rank, Lin Yuan needed to conceal his identity and deal with the public opinion assault from Haiyu Ao of the Haiyu family. Feng Qing resolutely stood by Lin Yuan's side, relieving the pressure given by Haiyu Ao. Although looking at the bigger picture, whether Feng Qing stood up for him or not, it didn't make much of a difference to Lin Yuan, but Feng Qing had indeed helped him. After Lin Yuan revealed his identity and became the peak master of the 13 peaks of the Red Kun lineage, he summoned Feng Qing into the 13th peak and entrusted him with important tasks as a form of repayment. Following the regular progression, working for the Red Kun lineage for tens of thousands of years, Feng Qing could at best become a core member. Yet, as Lin Yuan's confidant managing the 13 peaks, his status and power were only below the Star Lord and the 13 peak masters within the Red Kun lineage. Furthermore, as Lin Yuan's strength grew, so did the status of the 13 peaks within the Red Kun lineage, especially Feng Qing, who didn't know that he had stood up to assist the Galaxy Master back then. On account of this relationship alone, the Peak Masters were all very courteous to Feng Qing. After Lin Yuan took charge of the Milky Way star region, he didn't pay much attention to Chikun Main Star. It was only recently that he heard Feng Qing had entered the 6th rank, becoming a somewhat famous fallen star warrior. Feng Qing's evolution path was the Ancient God evolution path. Such evolution paths were very risky. A little carelessness could result in contamination by ancient gods. However, if one could cultivate smoothly, the speed of cultivation could be very fast, comparable to those bloodline evolvers. After all, the essence of the ancient god evolution path is to imitate ancient gods as closely as possible, and those ancient gods in the depths of the cosmic starry sky are essentially 11th rank life forms. Having such powerful beings as models, there are virtually no shackles in the early stages of cultivation. Once the contamination by ancient gods is overcome, one might indeed say the path ahead is smooth sailing. Being the steward of the 13 peaks of the Red Kun lineage, Feng Qing enjoyed good treatment and benefits. Plus, the special nature of the ancient god evolution path is why he managed to step into the 6th rank in less than a century. Yes, Galaxy Master, my master is indeed Feng Qing, stated the white-bearded old man immediately. Feng Qing, he's had an accident. The white-bearded old man spoke urgently. Feng Qing had an accident? Lin Yuan's eyebrows furrowed. Just ask around a little, and who in human civilization doesn't know about Feng Qing's relationship with him? Even if Feng Qing truly offended someone or committed an unforgivable mistake, they would first get in touch with Lin Yuan. So the reason for Feng Qing's trouble must not be from within human civilization. As for external sources, those different species, what do they gain by targeting Feng Qing? To threaten Lin Yuan, Feng Qing did indeed have a good relationship with Lin Yuan, but it was just that, good. To threaten Lin Yuan? They might as well have targeted Lin Yuan's parents or loved ones instead. Galaxy Master, 1 hour ago, Feng Qing was cultivating when he suddenly passed out. All his life signs are there, and his soul fluctuation is normal, but his spirit will, it's gone. The white-bearded old man rapidly explained Feng Qing's condition. Spirit will gone? Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly grave. What's most important for a life form? The body? The soul? No. The spirit will is most important. The spirit will bears the true spirit, the most fundamental essence of life. Every time Lin Yuan used the door to the Myriad Realms to travel, what he left behind was his spirit will. Normally speaking, enjoy more content from my virtual library empire to determine whether a life form is dead. The spirit will is what one relies on. Galaxy Master, do you think Feng Qing is dead? The white-bearded old man asked with a trembling voice. It took him great effort to cultivate Fengqing, and his former master's enmity had not been avenged. Now Fengqing was dead. Besides, after so many years of being together, the white-bearded old man had developed feelings for Fengqing. If Fengqing had truly died, it would be a blow to him. Intelligent life can also develop emotions. Fengqing is not dead. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The moment he learned of Fengqing's incident, he followed the cause and effects connection he had with Fengqing and perceived it. The causal line related to Fengqing was still there, which means Fengqing had not died. Lin Yuan continued to perceive Fengqing's causal line, trying to lock down his approximate location, but found that the other end of the causal line was deep in the cosmic starry sky. That location was not within the territory of human civilization. Did an ancient god take action? Lin Yuan thought to himself that besides those 11th rank ancient gods, he could not think of anyone else capable of instantly moving Fengqing's spirit will from human civilization territory to the depths of the cosmic starry sky. And even ancient gods needed many restrictive conditions to do so. For example, the ultimate goal of the ancient god in Fengqing's evolution path? All of Fengqing's cultivation was to mimic that ancient god, so the causality between the two was heavy. Chapter 7. Tuoba Ancient God, 5,000 words, please subscribe. 2. The other party could instantly take away Fengqing's spirit will. Ancient god? Is it the ancient god of the evolution path? The white-bearded old man's face turned somewhat pale as human civilization suppressed the spread of the ancient god's evolution paths. It was because any evolver cultivating the ancient god's evolution paths could possibly become vessels for the respective ancient god, or be controlled by them. But under normal circumstances, the ancient gods would not take any interest in the lives cultivating their evolution paths, because they disdain it. Beings that could be called ancient gods were all special life forms, and they were almost uniquely special. Such special life forms were extremely proud, and they spread their own evolution paths in order to make the ultimate leap, to become supreme beings. Before completing the ultimate leap, would they act against those propagating it? While human civilization suppressed various ancient gods' evolution paths, it didn't completely suppress them, it also had designs on the ancient gods themselves. If an ancient god failed in its leap to the ultimate, it would die completely, and at that time, the lives cultivating the corresponding evolution path could aspire to inherit everything from that ancient god. Don't panic yet. I'll go and make some inquiries. Lin Yuan glanced at the white-bearded old man and spoke. Find adventures on my virtual library empire. Yes, the white-bearded old man was anxious inside, but he knew that hurrying was useless. After the white-bearded old man disappeared, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. The ancient god's evolution path that Fengqing is cultivating, Lin Yuan immediately used his authority and started searching. As an 8th-rank citizen and a Grand Evolver scholar, in the whole of human civilization, apart from those top secrets, there was little that Lin Yuan could not find. Very soon, Lin Yuan understood the details of the ancient god's evolution path that Fengqing was cultivating. This evolution path of the ancient gods, it comes from Tuoba Ancient God. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. Based on his own perception of Fengqing's causal line, he confirmed that the area where the spirit will was located was indeed the territory of Tuoba Ancient God. It must have been Tuoba Ancient God's doing, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. But what significance does a mere 6th-rank life spirit will have for an existence like Tuoba Ancient God? Lin Yuan was puzzled inside. Tuoba Ancient God, a mysteriously old special life form, had long mastered the rule of time and had reached the end in the fusion of time and space. It could be said that even among the multitude of ancient gods, Tuoba Ancient God was not weak. For such a being, a 6th-rank life was almost as insignificant as a speck of dust. To specifically take away Fengqing's spirit will? Lin Yuan could think of no reason at the moment. First, see if Tuoba Ancient God can be contacted peacefully. Lin Yuan felt this matter could be resolved peacefully. So far, there had been no conflicts or grievances between Tuoba Ancient God and human civilization, and if Lin Yuan was willing to pay some price, there was a great chance he could retrieve Fengqing's spirit will from Tuoba Ancient God. With that thought, Lin Yuan immediately started to contact several friends. At Lin Yi's wedding, Lin Yuan had met a large number of 10th-rank evolvers. As the strongest genius in human civilization's history, many powerful individuals were willing to favor Lin Yuan. What? The Galaxy Master wants to contact Tuoba Ancient God? This ancient god's temper is said to be quite bad. I don't know Tuoba Ancient God, but I know other ancient gods. There should be contact between ancient gods. Fart of the peak clans in the cosmic starry skies, human civilization's influence was great, and many of the 10th-rank evolvers had connections, quickly bringing results to Lin Yuan. Within his personal space, a chubby figure appeared. Galaxy Master. The tone of this chubby figure was rather complex. Is it you? Lin Yuan was somewhat stunned. This chubby figure was Maduo Traveler from the Xuanhuang secret realm. Maduo Traveler, also a special life form, was the offspring of an ancient god deep within the cosmic starry skies. Human civilization's virtual world network, typically, was not open to different species. But as a high-rank evolver, he could briefly apply for permission to establish a temporary virtual network, allowing different species to connect. But during the connection period, the actions of the different species would be monitored and recorded. My ancestor knows Twolba Ancient God. He said he can help introduce you. Maduo Traveler said outright. Maduo Traveler hadn't acted promptly in matters of the Xuanhuang secret realm, and his ancient god ancestor had deeply regretted it. What a good opportunity it had been, and it was wasted like that. Now, upon hearing that the Galaxy Master wanted to contact Twolba Ancient God, Maduo Traveler's ancient god ancestor immediately knew the chance had come again. Although he didn't know for what matter Lin Yuan wanted to contact Twolba Ancient God, but such an open request must be highly valued. If he could help the Galaxy Master at this time, it might not be called a favor, but at least it could make the Galaxy Master think highly of him. After all, isn't acquaintance accumulated bit by bit? I see. Lin Yuan nodded. Then, thanks to Xizhong Ancient God, Maduo Traveler's ancient god ancestor was known as Xizhong Ancient God and was famed for his extensive connections, so knowing Twolba Ancient God was not surprising. However, my ancestor said that Twolba Ancient God has a bad temper. Before meeting Twolba Ancient God again, my ancestor wants to meet you, Galaxy Master, Maduo Traveler said. No problem, Lin Yuan nodded. The meeting would definitely take place in a temporarily built virtual world, so Lin Yuan's safety need not be worried about. Very soon, another chubby figure appeared. In comparison with Maduo Traveler, this chubby figure exerted much more pressure on Lin Yuan. Chapter 7, Twolba Ancient God 5,000 words, please subscribe. 3. Lin Yuan saw him thus far as a being only inferior to the Xiaqin Supreme Being among all the people he had encountered. Xizhong Ancient God, Lin Yuan said. Galaxy Master, the Xizhong Ancient God also said with a smile. Continue your journey on my virtual library empire. He had none of the airs of a Tier 11 Ancient God. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while. Then they got to the main topic. I wonder, Galaxy Master, why do you wish to see Twolba? What matter brings you here? Asked Xizhong Ancient God. I have a good friend who was following the evolution path of the Twolba Ancient God, but recently his spirit will vanished. Through causal sensing, I confirmed it happened on Twolba Ancient God's turf. Lin Yuan did not conceal the details and spoke openly. I see, Xizhong Ancient God suddenly realized. Immediately, his brows slightly furrowed. That old fellow Twolba, his lifespan should not be much longer. I estimate he will forcefully attempt the ultimate within 1,000,000,000 years. A Tier 11 powerhouse can slow their own flow of time, achieving an eternal state, yet it is only a temporary solution. Actually, the lifespan of a Tier 11 powerhouse still slowly fades away. Twolba Ancient God was born at the dawn of the universe, having experienced countless eons. Even by slowing the time around his body, his remaining lifespan won't be much. To continue living, his only choice is to attempt a leap to Tier 12 before the end of his life. A forceful attempt at the ultimate? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. But why would Twolba Ancient God take away the spirit will of my friend? He is only 6th rank, Lin Yuan expressed his confusion. Ha ha ha, Galaxy Master, you don't know this, Xizhong Ancient God laughed. We ancient gods are inherently powerful, leading to a weakness in our spirit will. I suspect Twolba took away your friend's spirit will, intending to insert himself into your friend's memories, thereby experiencing a weak and powerless life to refine his spirit will. Typically, such insertions are chosen for lives that share high similarities with one's own, probably why your friend was selected by Twolba, Xizhong Ancient God explained. So that's how it is, Lin Yuan nodded. For those aiming for the ultimate leap, spirit will must not be the weak link. For ancient Tier 11 beings, occasionally stepping into the life of someone considerably weaker and controlled by fate is a unique experience that benefits the transformation of the spirit will. This should not be difficult. With me negotiating in between, there should be no major problem, Xizhong Ancient God said. For a Tier 11 Ancient God, this type of spirit will was not irreplaceable. Couldn't they just replace it with another if one was lost? Thank you, Xizhong Ancient God, Lin Yuan said earnestly. Not at all. Xizhong Ancient God was pleased. He was looking forward to this very word from Lin Yuan. I will contact Twolba Ancient God right away. Xizhong Ancient God did not forget to take care of official business. A moment later, a virtual network space, temporarily constructed here, revealed a gaunt figure. This gaunt figure faintly exuded an indescribable aura, and his face was blurred, making it impossible to discern his features clearly. Twolba, you've arrived, Xizhong Ancient God looked towards the gaunt figure and immediately introduced, this is the Galaxy Master. As I've told you, the spirit will you took belongs to a friend of the Galaxy Master. From my point of view, it's not strictly necessary for you, is it? Xizhong Ancient God said. Galaxy Master? Twolba Ancient God did not regard Xizhong Ancient God but scrutinized Lin Yuan and said with a smile, even an old fellow like me has heard of the repute of the Galaxy Master. Quite remarkable indeed. It's just a reputation. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, without becoming a supreme being and escaping the river of time, no matter how exceptional the talent, it holds little significance. It's different, Galaxy Master. You have the backing of human civilization, and 9 supreme beings favor you. Your hope to make the ultimate leap in the future is much greater than for us old fellows, Tuoba Ancient God spoke. With the Galaxy Master's talent and qualifications, you will undoubtedly receive the highest attention and resources from human civilization, something those of us without a tribe can only envy. The ultimate leap? It seems too distant for me, Lin Yuan's brow slightly furrowed. He was currently only 9th rank, with the 10th rank ahead and then the 11th rank after that. With 2 great realms to cross, Lin Yuan was indeed far from making the ultimate leap. Tuoba Ancient God. I'll speak plainly, Lin Yuan thought for a moment and then said, the spirit will you took belongs to a good friend of mine. Just return it to me, and we can discuss terms. Lin Yuan had never thought to have Tuoba Ancient God return Feng Qing's spirit will unconditionally, but the cost was probably not much, just a 6th rank life spirit will after all, with Xizhong Ancient God also present to facilitate, plus with the deterrence of human civilization. Lin Yuan was not only an unparalleled genius, but also had the support of human civilization behind him. Terms, good, let's talk terms. Tuoba Ancient God looked at Lin Yuan and said, you must have heard from Xizhong, my lifespan is not much left. If I continue to wait, I'll probably have to forcefully make the ultimate leap, Tuoba Ancient God slowly said. But making the ultimate leap, I'm not very confident. Tuoba Ancient God shook his head. So my condition is, Galaxy Master, as long as you provide an item that can increase my chances of a successful ultimate leap, I will hand over that spirit will to you. An item that increases the chances of a successful ultimate leap. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. This Tuoba Ancient God really dared to make a bold request. To ask for such a thing? The ultimate leap? That is the highest goal of all evolving life forms, an item that could boost the chances of a successful ultimate leap. How incredibly precious was that? Tuoba, have you lost your mind? Xizhong Ancient God was somewhat dumbfounded. He never expected Tuoba Ancient God would dare to voice such demands. Anyway, the condition stands. Galaxy Master, if you can provide it, then we trade. Tuoba Ancient God smiled. I believe in your abilities, Galaxy Master. You will surely satisfy me. Chapter 8, Secret Realm Closure, 5,000 words, please subscribe. I don't have any, Lin Yuan said, shaking his head. Actually, Lin Yuan did have a treasure that could enhance the ultimate probability. It was the mysterious gourd, which could break the shackles of the inner world. After absorbing the 7-colored liquids of the mysterious gourd, the visible size of one's inner world could increase more than 20-fold. As an 11th rank life surges toward the ultimate, the inner world evolves towards an inner universe. At this time, the more profound the foundation of the inner world, the more relaxed the transformation. In other words, it indirectly increases the chance of breaking through to the ultimate. But how could Lin Yuan possibly use the mysterious gourd for trade? Even human civilization was kept in the dark by Lin Yuan, let alone the Tuoba Ancient God. Lin Yuan could guess that once he dared to reveal even a hint of information about the mysterious gourd, it would bring about the direct intervention of the Supreme Beings. To the Supreme Beings, Lin Yuan, no matter how talented or gifted, was only a life within the river of time. Unable to leap out of the river of time, he would eventually die of old age. Therefore, geniuses were not regarded highly by the Supreme Beings. But the mysterious gourd? It was absolutely a treasure surpassing even the likes of the Eternal Spring and other 12-star cosmic rarities. Lin Yuan had no doubt that the Supreme Beings would fight over it. I know you don't have any, the Tuoba Ancient God spoke, but human civilization surely does. The piece of spirit will I took is your close friend, the River Star Lord. Could it be that he will just watch indifferently as his memories are lived by me? The Tuoba Ancient God said. Once Feng Qing's spirit will was experienced by the Tuoba Ancient God, it would be utterly obliterated. I'll think about it. Lin Yuan did not outright refuse, but after saying these words, he stood up and disappeared. After Lin Yuan left, this temporarily constructed virtual network world was left with only the Tuoba Ancient God and the Xizhong Ancient God, Tuoba. The Xizhong Ancient God looked at the Tuoba Ancient God with an extremely unsightly expression, his eyes faintly emitting flames. The Xizhong Ancient God had always presented himself as a good guy and made connections with various factions, but at this moment he was truly furious. A mere piece of 6th rank life spirit will, do you think it's worth a treasure that could enhance the probability of breaking through to the ultimate? Even if you hold a grudge against human civilization, since I have stepped in, you shouldn't make such an excessive demand. The Xizhong Ancient God said coldly. A mere 6th rank life? With a faint smile, the Tuoba Ancient God said, to us indeed, it is just a 6th rank life, but I have made clear inquiries. That Feng Qing had been gracious to the River Star Lord. The River Star Lord is too young. He probably places great importance on favors. Anyway, I just casually mentioned it. It doesn't matter if the negotiation breaks down. The Tuoba Ancient God said, unconcerned. Although he also thought the chances were slim that the River Star Lord would produce a treasure to enhance the chance of reaching the ultimate, what if he did? If the River Star Lord was so inclined, it would be a great opportunity for him. Even if, in the end, the River Star Lord truly couldn't produce anything, he could continue to make other demands. After all, Feng Qing's spirit will was in his hands, and he could manipulate the River Star Lord at any time. By doing this, aren't you afraid of offending the River Star Lord, offending human civilization? After a moment of silence, the Sizhong ancient god spoke. After this incident, regardless of the final outcome, the Tuoba ancient god would have completely offended the River Star Lord. To have completely offended the River Star Lord was tantamount to having offended human civilization. I don't have much life left. What is there to be afraid of? Said the Tuoba ancient god lightly. Within 1,000,000 years, I will attempt to reach the ultimate. At that time, if I fail, everything about my existence will be erased. What difference would offending 10 River Star Lords make? If I succeed, then I will be a supreme being. No matter how furious the River Star Lord is, what can he do? The Tuoba ancient god shook his head and continued, Xizhong, for the long years, you have been befriending various geniuses, which I find meaningless. Without becoming a supreme being, what's the use of having so many connections? What I do has nothing to do with you, the Xizhong ancient god retorted as he looked at Tuoba. Tuoba, I'm asking you again, do you really want to stand against the River Star Lord? I advise against doing so. The potential of the River Star Lord is the greatest I have ever seen. Your actions could lead to endless troubles, the Xizhong ancient god said earnestly. The greatest potential? I will attempt the ultimate within 1,000,000 years. Could it be that the River Star Lord could reach the ultimate within 1,000,000 years? Your adventure continues at my virtual library empire. The Tuoba ancient god sneered. Xizhong, stop trying to mediate. I, Tuoba, have got a firm grasp on the River Star Lord. We special beings stand high above all. Why should we be concerned with the likes of the River Star Lord? Even if the River Star Lord seeks the help of a supreme being from human civilization, I can simply swear allegiance to the insect race Tianyu clan. They are more than capable of ensuring my safety. The Tuoba ancient god had considered everything. Even if the River Star Lord's talent was monstrous, he was not a supreme being. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization wouldn't start a war with the insect race Tianyu clan over the River Star Lord. After all, nothing had happened to the River Star Lord himself. As for a friend's death, the supreme being of human civilization wouldn't care. Upon hearing this, the Sizhong ancient god fell silent once more. Now, I'm just waiting for the River Star Lord's response. I hope there will be a surprise, the Tuoba ancient god said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. How about this, Tuoba? You come up with a new condition, and I will meet it on behalf of the River Star Lord, the Xizhong ancient god proposed after some thought. Xizhong, don't interfere. The Tuoba ancient god glanced at the Xizhong ancient god. To me now, no matter how precious a treasure is, as long as it does not benefit my chance of reaching the ultimate, it's useless. Unless you too can bring out a treasure that could enhance the chance of reaching the ultimate. Chapter 8, Secret Realm. Closure 5,000 words, please subscribe to continue your journey on my virtual library empire. How could I possibly have any? Xizhong ancient god sighed. Even if he did have them, he wouldn't bring them out. Lin Yuan left the temporarily constructed virtual network world and returned to his personal space. This Tuoba ancient god, he sees me as a fat sheep, ready to be slaughtered heavily. Lin Yuan sat down and thought to himself. Anyone could see that the conditions proposed by Tuoba ancient god were too excessive, but he was indeed using Feng Qing's spirit will as leverage against Lin Yuan. The intelligence reports describe Tuoba ancient god as proud and irritable. Now it seems he also has quite the nerve, Lin thought, daring to threaten him so blatantly. Lin Yuan had hardly ever encountered such a situation. It is true, Tuoba ancient god has no need to fear me. In the eyes of most powerhouses, my limit is the 11th rank. As for the ultimate, stepping into the ultimate has nothing to do with talent or qualifications, Lin Yuan thought. As an 11th rank, Tuoba, a special life form, had no reason to fear an 11th rank of human civilization. As for Lin Yuan breaking various myths and creating miracles at the 8th and 9th ranks, with higher levels, achieving what he did at the 8th and 9th ranks would become exponentially harder. Could Lin Yuan, able to kill peers like slaughtering chickens at the 8th and 9th ranks, still do so after ascending to the 11th rank? Killing an 11th rank powerhouse like slaughtering chickens. That was a method only a supreme being possessed. Even some special 11th rank lives have some resistance against supreme beings. For instance, the Mother of the Tree Realm, definitely one of the strongest 11th rank lives. A moment later, Xizhong ancient god took the initiative to contact Lin Yuan. Galaxy Master, I'm sorry, I couldn't persuade Tuoba. Xizhong ancient god said somewhat ashamed. He hadn't expected Tuoba ancient god to be so mad, proposing any kind of conditions. Tuoba has little lifespan left and will soon be forced to attempt the ultimate, grasping at any hope to boost his chance. At this time, when you see him, Xizhong ancient god sighed. If it were billions of years earlier, he would be confident enough to persuade Tuoba ancient god by himself, but now? In Tuoba ancient god's eyes, only the ultimate mattered, even if it meant offending 1 or 2 supreme beings. I will continue to maneuver around this issue. From what I know about Tuoba, his conditions could still be lowered, Xizhong ancient god said. Understood. Troubling Xizhong ancient god, Lin Yuan nodded. After Xizhong ancient god left, Lin Yuan still sat in the same spot. The conditions could be even lower? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. From his brief interaction with Tuoba Ancient God, he felt the probability wasn't very high. Besides, starting with treasures that enhance the chance of reaching the ultimate, even if lowered, how much lower could they get? Chikun Main Star. Lin Yuan's figure appeared silently. From the Milky Way main star to the Chikun main star, it used to take 1 to 2 years during Lin Yuan's 8th layer time. But now controlling the 9 steps of space-time, it was merely a matter of 2 or 3 steps for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's surrounding void twisted, easily evading the planetary defense system of Chikun main star, and everyone on the Chikun main star was unaware that the Galaxy Master had already returned. Soon, Lin Yuan returned to the 13 peaks, familiar with the path. He then entered Feng Qing's cultivation chamber. The incident of Feng Qing suddenly fainting had not yet been leaked. Lin Yuan's contact with Tuoba Ancient God wasn't to explain the reason. Aside from Xizhong Ancient God, no one else knew. Feng Qing. Lin Yuan saw Feng Qing lying in the nutrient capsule. Whoosh! The apparition of an old man with white beard appeared. As an intelligent life, he could only project in this reality, lacking a physical body. Galaxy Master, how did you come back? The white-bearded old man was shocked. He had just met the Galaxy Master not long ago and was waiting for the Galaxy Master's notification, only for Lin Yuan to personally return. No need to make this known. Lin Yuan glanced at the white-bearded old man. Regarding Feng Qing, I will ask a supreme being to casually resurrect him later. The next moment, Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, and using Feng Qing's body as a medium, he followed the causal connection to curse-kill his spirit will. As Feng Qing had just entered the 6th rank, and Lin Yuan was a 9th rank evolver, spanning 3 great realms, coupled with using the deepest linked physical body as medium, it was certain that Feng Qing was doomed. The causal rule is one of the most mysterious and obscure of the many rules within the universe. After stepping into the 9th rank, Lin Yuan specifically contemplated this rule for a period. If Feng Qing's spirit will were allowed to be substituted by Tuoba Ancient God for experience, Feng Qing's memories would be completely contaminated by the Ancient God. It's akin to being deeply poisoned by memories. Even if resurrected, if the memories remain unchanged, he would still die in madness. Rather than that, Lin Yuan preferred to directly kill Feng Qing. In such a death, Feng Qing still had a chance to be resurrected by a supreme being. To increase the chance of a thorough kill on Feng Qing, Lin Yuan's apparent response to Tuoba Ancient God was, "I'll consider it." To let the other party maintain hope, while in secret, his true self hurried back to Chikun Main Star so that he could maximize the success rate of the cursed killing. The cause and effect have disappeared? After the cursed killing was completed, Lin Yuan sensed the causal line belonging to Feng Qing disappear. Given the vast difference in their levels, this cursed killing did not cost Lin Yuan anything. Actually, Lin Yuan was also prepared for the worst scenario, that of the cursed killing failing, given that the control of Feng Qing's spirit will was in the hands of Tuoba Ancient God. Such an ancient god, what means did he not possess? There might be a possibility of isolating causality. Chapter 8, Secret Realm Closure 5,000 words, please subscribe, 3 Causal Curse. Killing is ethereal and intangible, but it is not omnipotent. There are still ways to counter it, such as the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, which can isolate causality. Therefore, in Lin Yuan's plan, if Tuoba Ancient God were to withstand the cursed killing, Lin Yuan would immediately ask the Xiaqin Supreme Being to perform the cursed killing. Find your next read on My Virtual Library Empire as a Supreme Being, cursing a 6th rank life, unless Tuoba Ancient God also possessed a realm left by a Supreme Being like the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, there was no way to block it. But now it seems Tuoba Ancient God appears unprepared in this regard. Or rather, he did not anticipate that Lin Yuan did not take his threat seriously at all. He didn't even bother to negotiate and directly had his friend completely cursed to death. Resurrect later? The bearded old man sighed with relief amid his sorrow. After learning from Lin Yuan that Feng Qing had fainted and it was related to the ancient god, he had already prepared for the worst. What kind of existence is an ancient god? And now it seems that Feng Qing is indeed dead. However, the Galaxy Master does plan to ask a supreme being for resurrection later. It's known that although 6th rank lives engrave their brand into the cosmos, forming a guiding mark which makes resurrection possible, there are countless 6th rank evolvers in human civilization. If every time a 6th rank evolver dies, a supreme being is needed for resurrection, then supreme beings would not get any rest but would be solely resuscitating 6th rank evolvers. Only those 6th rank evolvers who have sufficient talent and qualifications can be resurrected by a supreme being. And Feng Qing clearly does not meet this criterion. Following the ancient god's evolution path is inherently risky, easily turning into a vessel for the ancient god. Supreme beings generally do not resurrect such evolvers, but since Lin Yuan had said so, the bearded old man immediately believed him. In the depths of the cosmic starry sky, within a secret realm, Tuoba Ancient God sat cross-legged, his body so vast that it rivaled a star. As a rare special life form, when Tuoba Ancient God fully unfolded his body, it would be as enormous as a constellation system. The Galaxy Master said he would consider it. Wonder how he's considering it? Tuoba Ancient God thought to himself. In fact, his real goal was not the treasure that could boost the chances of achieving the ultimate. Even if human civilization really had it, they wouldn't let the Galaxy Master mess around. That was just a condition Tuoba Ancient God casually put forward, waiting for the Galaxy Master to negotiate. Tuoba Ancient God's ultimate goal was to have human civilization promote his evolution path. Increasing the chance of striking the ultimate was not just about treasures, but also various means. For example, allowing his own evolution path to be more widely spread and having more cultivators practice it could achieve a similar effect. But human civilization had always been suppressing the dissemination of the ancient god evolution path. This troubled Tuoba Ancient God, yet he had no solution. But now, the current Galaxy Master gave him hope. Galaxy Master, if it's you who steps forward, surely you could cause human civilization to regress and spread my evolution path. It should be no difficult task, Tuoba Ancient God thought while waiting for the Galaxy Master to contact him again. At that moment, an invisible wave swept through. Tuoba Ancient God slightly startled. Causality? Tuoba Ancient God's expression changed. Not good. Tuoba Ancient God immediately sensed that the spirit will belonging to Fengqing within him began to rapidly dissipate. Cursed killing? Has someone cursed killed this spirit will? Tuoba Ancient God found it unbelievable. The secret realm I'm in has the effect of weakening causality. To perform a cursed killing, it must rely on the most closely linked object, such as using the physical body as a medium. Did the Galaxy Master curse kill this spirit will? Tuoba Ancient God quickly realized, then became aware, that he had misjudged the importance the Galaxy Master placed on Fengqing. If the Galaxy Master truly valued Fengqing, he would at least have entangled with him. Directly executing a cursed killing, that held significant risk. The Galaxy Master doesn't want to be threatened by me at all? Tuoba Ancient God fell silent for a while, enlightened about the Galaxy Master's thoughts. Tuoba Ancient God had a feeling that even if it was not Fengqing he held, but the Galaxy Master's parents or loved ones, the outcome would probably be the same. After completely resolving Fengqing's issue, Lin Yuan quickly returned to the Milky Way main star. As the Galaxy Master, leaving the main star for a short time wasn't a problem, but being away from the main star for an extended period was somewhat precarious. The Supreme Being's next resurrection operation will probably be in 2,000 years, Lin Yuan thought privately. The resurrection methods of Supreme Beings generally involve accumulating a fixed number of subjects before carrying out a mass resurrection. This method is the most convenient and also the most efficient. In 2,000 years, the main world's 2,000 years, I should have already stepped into Tier 11 by then and could also request the Supreme Being to resurrect Fengqing, Lin Yuan thought to himself. If things went a bit smoother, 2,000 years in the main world, perhaps Lin Yuan himself would already be striking the ultimate. Maybe he would have reached it already. 2,000 years in the main world does not mean Lin Yuan only experienced 2,000 years. Through the traversal capability of the door to the Myriad Realms, he might have actually lived through more than 20,000 years. With the numerous foundations and against heaven's understanding that Lin Yuan possesses, another 20,000 years to strike the ultimate and enter the ultimate is entirely possible. Time slowly passed. 20 more years went by in a blink of an eye, Xuanhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. 100 years are about to pass. Xuanhuang's secret realm will soon close. Lin Yuan's gaze turned toward the periphery of the realm as a large number of 9th-rank alien race members, as well as 9th-rank evolvers from human civilization, appeared in the periphery. As for the inner area, many 9th-rank alien race members were also gathering. They were the hostile different species driven to this area by human civilization's evolvers. The realm is closing. My time to harvest has come. Lin Yuan's face showed a smile, looking towards the despairing expressions of the 9th-rank alien race members in the inner area, a grin spreading across his face. Chapter 9. Lin Yuan's Strange Adventure, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. The Xuanhuang Secret Realm opens once every 200,000 years. Each opening lasts for 100 years. Lin Yuan did not enter at the beginning of the opening of the Xuanhuang Secret Realm. Instead, to avoid the time when other powerful beings would enter the realm, he deliberately waited 30 to 40 years before sending the Taiyang Divine Spirit there. At that time, Lin Yuan had just entered the 9th rank, and although he had stabilized his rank with the help of dozens of cosmic forces, he still had a significant gap compared to other 9th stage peak beings in the universe. In addition, Lin Yuan entered the Xuanhuang secret realm not for treasures or opportunities, but to figure out the source of a mysterious calling. That's why he specifically avoided the peak time to enter the realm. This Xuanhuang secret realm has also witnessed my growth at the 9th rank stage, Lin Yuan thought to himself. When the Xuanhuang secret realm first opened, Lin Yuan was merely at the 9th rank Myriad layer realm, nowhere profound enough within that realm. But now, as the Xuanhuang secret realm is about to close, Lin Yuan has redefined the value of the 9th rank in front of the 10,000 universe races. Could a 9th rank life form really be this powerful? Could a regular ninth rank life manage to forcefully subdue those unique species within the same rank? Over these 20 years, my understanding of the rule of time has almost reached a complete understanding. Lin Yuan shifted his focus away from the Xuanhuang secret realm. After being led by Shachen Supreme Being to temporarily escape the river of time and come ashore, Lin Yuan's understanding of the rule of time had advanced by leaps and bounds over the past 20 years. Specifically, Lin Yuan had built upon the existing 2,173 time rule models known to mankind and constructed 1,953 new time rule models. Find adventures on My Virtual Library Empire. Compared to the nearly 10,000 space rules models, one only needs to comprehend them all to fully understand the space rules. The time rule models summarized by human civilization, even if fully understood, are still a long distance away from fully comprehending the rule of time. At least from the current vast number of universal life forms, the complexity of understanding the rule of time far surpasses that of space rules. Of course, the threshold for space rules is low, but its ultimate potential is nearly as profound as that of the rule of time. Even among supreme beings, there are those like one of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, the Void God Ultimate Being, and the Moyu Tower Master, who are exceedingly proficient in space rules. In fact, for supreme beings, space rules are no longer just rules, but a great Dao, the Space Great Dao. The 1,953 new time rule models I constructed are solely applicable to my understanding of the rule of time, and cannot be as widespread as the previous 2,173 models, Lin Yuan pondered internally. The time domain evolutionary scholars of human civilization, almost all at the Tier 11 level, have basically fully understood the rule of time. Could they only have constructed 2,173 time rule models? Certainly not. However, those 2,173 time rule models enable the vast majority of evolvers to comprehend them in the easiest way. As for more profound time rule models, they certainly exist, but first, they are very challenging to comprehend. And second, they are not necessarily applicable to every evolver, which is why they are not entirely public. Just like the 1,953 time rule models newly constructed by Lin Yuan, which encapsulate his most fundamental understanding of the rule of time, comprehension by other evolvers is nearly akin to deciphering mystical texts. They might as well honestly experience time fluctuations more reliably. I have a premonition that when I construct the 2050th new time rule model, it will be the moment I fully comprehend the rule of time. This means that Lin Yuan needs to construct fewer than 100 new time rule models to fully understand the rule of time. The time required would range from as little as 3 to 4 years to as long as 7 to 8 years. This is not much different from his initial plan to understand the rule of time within 30 years. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the Xuanhuang secret realm. A mystic black luster pierced the heavens and the earth, covering both the core and inner areas of the realm. All extraneous life forms within this region would be eradicated by the power of the realm. In a nondescript valley within the inner area, a special 9th rank with a concealed aura who had opened nearly 30 million spatial layers stood there. At this moment, the mystic black luster from the deepest part of the Xuanhuang secret realm, reaching through heaven and earth, was about to envelop the valley where he stood. With my strength, as long as I break through the human civilization's blockade line just before the realm closes and enter the outer area, I have at least a 30% chance of successfully leaving the realm, the special 9th rank thought silently. The 9th rank evolvers of human civilization, maintaining the blockade line from the inner to the outer area, are already exceedingly strained. Furthermore, since he was a special 9th rank, he had the confidence to sweep through most other 9th ranks. If not for the fear of the possible appearance of the Galaxy Master, this special 9th rank felt his chances of leaving the Xuanhuang secret realm would exceed 90%. But even so, a 30% chance was not low. It was certainly better than waiting for death in the inner area. But the Peak Clan's Grand Alliance, such as the Insect Race and Tianyu Clan, didn't allow him to do so. Having a 30% chance to leave the Xuanhuang secret realm equated to a 70% chance of dying by human hands. Were he to die, the numerous treasures and weapons he carried would fall into human hands. And considering that he, as a special 9th rank, only had a 30% chance of escaping, those ordinary 9th rank different species probably had even less than a 10% chance. Chapter 9, Lin Yuan's Adventure 5,000 Words. Please subscribe. 2. Explore more stories at My Virtual Library Empire. Even if a portion escaped, the vast majority of 9th rank alien race would still perish at the hands of human civilization evolvers. In the eyes of the alliance formed by the Insect Race, Tianyu Clan, and other Peak clans, their own losses were somewhat mitigated by preserving a portion of their powerful avatars. But the gains on the side of human civilization would be even greater. Seeing this, they decided to go all in. They would rather bear the losses themselves than let human civilization benefit in the slightest. Galaxy Master? This is all because of the Galaxy Master. This particular ninth rank evolver thought of that majestic figure and couldn't help trembling. If it weren't for the absolute force of suppression from the Galaxy Master, how could so many ninth ranks be forced into such a dire situation by a mere ninth rank evolver from human civilization? However, I've hidden all my secret treasure weapons and fortunes in a hidden corner of the secret realm, hoping they will still be there the next time the secret realm opens. This particular ninth rank evolver thought to himself that without his secret treasure weapons, his combat power would plummet and the probability of breaking through the blockade of human civilization and escaping was next to nil. The main issue was that the Xuanhuang secret realm exerted an exceedingly strong spatial constriction, greatly impairing their best skills of teleportation and spatial movement. Moreover, after entering the peripheral area, the nearby space had to be stable in order for one to be ejected. As for hiding the treasure weapons in the inner area and then attempting to forcefully break through the blockade of human civilization, the corpses of ninth-ranked beings are also precious resources, especially those of special life forms, which are valued in terms of millions of cubic universe crystals. Time passed. Another half a year went by. In the peripheral area of the Xuanhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan and other ninth-rank evolvers from human civilization were successfully ejected at the very last moment of the secret realm's closure. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure appeared under the starry sky. Gradually, other ninth-rank evolvers from human civilization started to appear next to him. Galaxy Master, I'll be taking my leave first. If it weren't for the Galaxy Master on this expedition to the secret realm, how could our human civilization have dominated those different species? Ha 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 ha, it was truly exhilarating. One after another, the ninth-rank evolvers from human civilization bid goodbye to Lin Yuan before leaving on their own. Lin Yuan also merged into the depths of the spatial layers, flying toward the direction of the Milky Way main star. Simultaneously, a thread of Lin Yuan's consciousness followed the Xuanhuang seal and descended to the deepest part of the Xuanhuang secret realm. As the master of the Xuanhuang secret realm, even without physically entering, he could send an incarnation of his consciousness using the power of the seal. Master. The six-armed silhouette stood respectfully there. How is it? Lin Yuan asked directly. Tasking the six-armed silhouette to eliminate those ninth-ranked different species in the core areas of the inner region was natural for Lin Yuan, as it was an act the six-armed silhouette was quite familiar with and had done many times before. Master, there are no outsiders left in the secret realm now, the six-armed silhouette immediately responded. No outsiders meant that those ninth-ranked different species, which were not ejected to the main universe in the peripheral area, had all perished. These are the corpses of those outsiders. The six-armed silhouette waved his hand, and over 8,000 corpses materialized in front of him. The Xuanhuang secret realm had two kinds of eradication forces. One was complete eradication, where both the physical body and soul would be obliterated. The other was the eradication of the soul, which would only erase the soul but leave the physical body intact. Usually, the six-armed silhouette would opt for complete eradication, as the physical bodies of the outsiders were of no use to him. But this time, under Lin Yuan's instructions, the six-armed silhouette chose soul eradication. These, Lin Yuan looked at the over 8,000 bodies of the ninth-ranked different species, each one a cosmic crystal. The physical bodies of ninth-rank life forms, having undergone countless refinements, contained blood, flesh, and bones that were considered to be 9-star cosmic rare treasures. And those were just the ordinary life forms of ninth rank. If they were special life forms of ninth rank, their value could be tens to hundreds of times greater. These bodies must not be exposed, and they shall serve as sustenance for my primordial yellow physique's cultivation, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He had no psychological burden in consuming these bodies, as all were different species of the cosmic starry skies. Human civilization often hunted these special life forms to create delicacies, which were also very popular. And the cultivation of the primordial yellow physiques required a massive amount of external resources, which was not limited to Xuanhuang crystals. Any energy-containing item could be devoured and absorbed by the primordial yellow physique. Also, there are the secret treasure weapons. With another wave, over 10,000 secret treasure weapons appeared. Although the ninth-rank different species entering the Xuanhuang secret realm would not carry any valuable secret treasure weapons, they would definitely bring 1 or 2 decent weapons to maintain their combat power. Individually, 1 or 2 weapons might not seem much, but when added together, the secret treasure weapons of over 8,000 ninth-ranked different species totaled close to 20,000, all belonging to secret treasure weapons of 9th rank level. The sheer value astonished Lin Yuan. Lucky my true spiritual body can cultivate the primordial yellow physique, otherwise it would take who knows how long to bring these out, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Like the corpses of the 9th rank different species, the nearly 20,000 secret treasure weapons in front of Lin Yuan could not be taken out either, as each had its own unique characteristics. Once taken out, there was a risk of being recognized. This, in turn, could expose Lin Yuan's identity as the master of the Xuanhuang secret realm. Other than using them for the cultivation of the primordial yellow physique, Lin Yuan had other uses for these bodies and secret treasure weapons. Chapter 9, Lin Yuan's Adventure, 5,000 words, please subscribe. 3. That would be to utilize the primal force under his control, constantly returning to the origin, transforming all fleshly weapons and secret treasures into the most essential origin force. In several previous shuttles, to maximize the use of the shuttling world's flesh body, Lin Yuan basically used the primal force to integrate the strength of the flesh body entirely into the origin clock. Of course, Lin Yuan felt that this method should probably be unnecessary. The Xuanhuang physique required an alarming amount of resources, and Lin Yuan was cultivating 3 Xuanhuang physiques. The last thing was the Xuanhuang crystal, as well as some treasures of opportunity within the secret realm. The 6-armed silhouette waved its hand one last time, and a large number of items reappeared in front of it. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan was delighted in his heart. The gains from this trip to the Xuanhuang secret realm were simply too great. For at least a long time in the future, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about resources like cosmic crystals, under a span of the cosmic starry skies. Lin Yuan's form appeared, then he stepped forth, causing spatial ripples to reverberate, and his figure appeared thousands of light years away. Just a normal return, Lin Yuan only used his teleportation ability. As for the 9 steps of space, he wouldn't consider it unless there was something important. This time, the Xuanhuang crystals I brought back, along with various secret treasure weapons accumulated from past visits to the Xuanhuang secret realm, should be enough for my true body and the Taiyin primordial spirit to cultivate the Xuanhuang physiques for a while. The Xuanhuang physique, this kind of life-saving defensive secret technique, should definitely be cultivated if possible. Even the primordial spirit avatar should cultivate it. After all, Lin Yuan has also invested a lot in the primordial spirit avatar. If possible, Lin Yuan would not want his 2 great primordial spirits to be too weak. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. Whoosh! Lin Yuan continued to step forth, one step at a time. Without the world tree to suppress it, the normal speed of travel within the Taiyang Divine Spirit's inner world was slightly slower. But compared to other 9th rank evolvers, it was already many times faster, occupying the spatial layers therein. Lin Yuan made another several thousand light-year teleportation, glanced at the bleak cosmic space ahead, planning to continue on his way, but then he discovered a black planet. In the cosmic starry skies, the vast majority of star domains are barren and bleak, and planets are few. Life-sustaining planets are even scarcer among the rare ones. This black planet looked very ordinary, likely one of those valueless dead stars. Lin Yuan thought so too, but after one look he couldn't see through this black planet. What is that? Lin Yuan observed carefully, even looking through several spatial layers, and unexpectedly found that this black planet could affect multiple spatial layers. Affecting spatial layers? What secret does this black planet hold? Lin Yuan did not immediately approach, but maintained his distance and continued to observe. It can shield my senses. If I hadn't just happened to be near this black planet, a little farther away, and I wouldn't have noticed it at all. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. At this moment, he had already discovered the special traits of this black planet. Though unclear of its origin but able to block his probe, it was hardly a simple matter. Just a single journey, and I encountered this black planet. Is this what they call a serendipitous encounter? Lin Yuan suddenly thought. Human civilizations evolvers, once they reach the 6th rank, like to explore wider and more extensive star domains, all for the so-called serendipitous encounters. Even those below the 6th rank of evolvers like to roam around in their cosmic ships. Actually, Lin Yuan's rating of the Milky Way star region and acquiring the mysterious gourd also counts as a serendipitous encounter. Let's test it first. After observing carefully for a while, Lin Yuan suddenly struck out with a palm towards the distant black planet. Boom! The terrifying force, following multiple spatial layers, descended upon that black planet. Lin Yuan restrained himself with this palm, but it could easily destroy a higher-order life planet. However, when it fell on the black planet, it was like pouring into a swamp, causing no impact whatsoever. Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. At the borderlands of human civilization, the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower stood majestically. As one of the 9 great evolution towers of human civilization, the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower symbolized the Shaqin Supreme Being, presiding over the borderlands and intimidating the 2 peak clans neighboring human civilization. Within the Evolution Tower, in a certain practice world, Nalan sat cross-legged there. I didn't expect that me, a 10th rank summit, listed in the top 100 of a grade A threat list by different species, would be inferior in understanding the rule of time compared to the Galaxy Master. Nalan's heart was bitter, considering how old the Galaxy Master was compared to him. Moreover, the Galaxy Master far surpassed him in understanding of the rule of time. The casually displayed time prison made it impossible for him to break free. True, that was because he didn't use all his strength, but the Galaxy Master was only 9th rank. Nalan understood that he had lost. All this time, I've been catching up with predecessors, and this time being overtaken by a junior. The feeling is indeed peculiar. Nayland bore no resentment towards the Galaxy Master. The Galaxy Master surpassed him in understanding the rule of time because he was too weak. Nayland sat cross-legged, his mindset quietly undergoing a transformation. As the bottleneck that had firmly trapped Nayland began to rapidly collapse and melt. Nayland's aura began to change, subtly evolving towards a higher level. I've grasped the key fusion rule. Can I make a push for Tier 11 now? Nayland paused, somewhat incredulous. A 10th rank evolver aiming for Tier 11 primarily involves grasping the appropriate fusion rules. Nayland had always been stuck on this point, venturing into the land beyond time and time again, experiencing millions to tens of millions of years without being able to break through. But unexpectedly, the stimulation from the Galaxy Master this time allowed Nayland to thoroughly assess himself, discard his past arrogance, and suddenly break through this bottleneck. Galaxy Master, Nayland's expression was complex. In some ways, the Galaxy Master was still his benefactor. Chapter 10. Mysterious Black Planet 5,000 Words. Please subscribe. Beneath the desolate cosmic starry skies, Lin Yuan solemnly sized up the distant black planet. Although the slap he had just delivered was restrained, using only a negligible fraction of his strength, it was sufficient to obliterate a high-level life planet, and even a star was bound to be knocked away. But why hadn't the black planet moved at all? Not only had it not moved, but it also seemed as if it hadn't been affected in the least. This was indeed inconceivable. Following that, Lin Yuan began to gradually increase his own power, continuously probing the black life planet. Still, there was no effect. Even when Lin Yuan ramped up his power to the extent of 100 million spatial layers, it was to no avail. Seeing this, Lin Yuan stopped probing directly. He was confident he could perfectly conceal the energy fluctuations of 100 million spatial layers. But any further increase, and Lin Yuan wasn't sure he could keep it under wraps, possibly catching the attention of other 9th rank evolvers passing by. It could even be detected by the surveillance bureaus of human civilization. This planet has a significant history. Lin Yuan felt his heart rate escalate. The force of 100 million spatial layers typically represented the upper limit of power for the main universe's 9th rank strongest, especially since Lin Yuan's inner world was considerably larger than those of his 9th rank peers. But against this black planet, it was hardly effective. This made Lin Yuan realize that the rarity of the black planet was even beyond his expectations. Descend to take a look? Lin Yuan gazed at the black life planet. Theoretically, with Lin Yuan's strength, he would hardly encounter any danger within the territory of human civilization. Even black holes were mere playthings to him, posing no threat whatsoever. But this black planet gave Lin Yuan an unsettled feeling. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. To block Lin Yuan's 100 million layer strength strike so effortlessly, it was already comparable to some minor secret realms. It's just a primordial spirit anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan placed all the treasures he carried into a certain spatial layer. Then he hid a drop of his essence blood in another location. That way, even if he faced an extreme situation where his Taiyang divine spirit perished on the black planet, the blood rebirth would allow him to swiftly return to the outside world, ensuring none of the Xuanhuang crystals and other treasures taken from the Xuanhuang secret realm would be lost. Having made all the preparations, Lin Yuan began to slowly approach the black planet. As Lin Yuan drew closer, he faintly sensed the alteration of space-time. The seemingly less than a million Li-sized black planet abruptly loomed large before him. To contain such profound application of the space rules, Lin Yuan was shocked internally, as these spatial maneuvers were beyond his capabilities. Time is changing too? Lin Yuan also perceived a difference in the flow of time. However, compared to the flow of time outside, the difference wasn't significant, perhaps because Lin Yuan had not yet entered the key area within the planet. Boom. A short while later, Lin Yuan finally descended onto the black planet. The surroundings were filled with black rocks, interspersed with some ancient architectural complexes, all abandoned. Lin Yuan took a careful look around but didn't find any valuable information. Half a day later, Lin Yuan arrived at the center of the planet. There lay an ancient black valley. A mysterious and ancient aura began to permeate the air. Walking into the valley, Lin Yuan discovered that within it stood 12 massive black doors. The doors were shut tight, their surfaces etched with complicated patterns. Lin Yuan looked at the pattern on the first black door to his left. Before long, a subtle message entered Lin Yuan's mind. Grasp the life and death samsara rule to enter. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. The life and death samsara rule? It was one of the fusion rules, born from the fusion of the life rule and the death rule. The life rule was one of the pillar rules of the universe, and the death rule was another. The fusion of two pillar rules, upon reaching success and grasping the life and death samsara rule, would immediately confer 10th rank summit combat power. That is, grade A tier 10. 10th rank summit is the requirement to enter this black door? Lin Yuan frowned. He then looked at the second black door on his left. After a moment, another subtle message entered his mind. Grasp the Great Destruction rule to enter. The Great Destruction rule? Lin Yuan sighed in his heart. This too was a fusion rule, and one particularly adept at killing, created by merging two pillar rules oriented towards destruction. Grasping such a fusion rule would mean being grade A tier 10 and among the strong within that group. Lin Yuan continued to examine the remaining 10 black doors. Without exception, the condition for entering these doors was to grasp a particular fusion rule. Even as a grade A tier 10, that's only the threshold for entering the black doors. As for whether or not one can truly enter depends on the specific fusion rule grasped, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Undoubtedly, the fusion rules corresponding to the 12 black doors were all extremely high grade, and grasping them would certainly allow one to become a grade A tier 10. But not all grade A tier 10 strong individuals might have grasped one of these 12 fusion rules. Forcing my way in won't work. After another look, Lin Yuan observed that since the information on the black doors indicated that entering required grasping the corresponding fusion rule, one could infer that without grasping it, entry would be impossible. Given that such rules targeted grade A tier 10, Lin Yuan's current strength still fell short. Lin Yuan could best someone like Tower Master Nalin, a grade A tier 10, because their contest was solely about the understanding of the rule of time. If they were to go all out, allowing the use of various methods, Lin Yuan would definitely not be able to defeat Tower Master Nalin. Chapter 10. Mysterious Black Planet 5,000 Words. Please subscribe. Of course, Lin Yuan couldn't defeat Nalin, but for the latter to kill the former was no easy feat either. With the step of space and time, even against an 11th rank powerhouse, Lin Yuan was confident he could escape, leaving Nalin able only to defeat him. He continued to wander around the Black Planet for a few more laps. After finding nothing else, Lin Yuan left the planet and returned to the starry sky. Let's see if I can take it into my inner world. Looking at the distant Black Planet, Lin Yuan naturally understood that, based on his current discoveries, the rarity of the Black Planet was certainly not inferior to that of rare cosmic treasures like the World Tree. Those 12 black gates that only grade A tier 10 could reach undoubtedly contained some kind of opportunity. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. The space fluctuated gently. Even though Lin Yuan exerted his inner world to the fullest, he couldn't assimilate the Black Planet. The Black Planet seemed like an anchor, firmly connected with countless spatial layers. For Lin Yuan to take the Black Planet into his inner world would mean taking this star domain and countless spatial layers with it. The difficulty was too great, and even if Lin Yuan could do it, he would not choose to do so. Because the commotion caused would be impossible to cover up, taking away large parts of the star domain and spatial layers at once, likely the three goddesses would inquire what Lin Yuan was doing. Can't take it into the inner world. Lin Yuan felt it was a bit tricky, which meant he could only leave the Black Planet there. Although it hadn't been discovered by other powerhouses over the years, it didn't mean it wouldn't be discovered in the future. I can lease the nearby star domain. That way, I would have the usage rights of all the planets in this star domain. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan thought of a compromise. As long as it is within the range of the human civilization territory, one must follow the charter laws, and even 11th rank powerhouses cannot defy it. Once Lin Yuan became the temporary owner of this star domain, theoretically, the Black Planet would also belong to him. No one else could claim it, otherwise it would mean making enemies with human civilization. Let's see if this star domain has a lessee. Lin Yuan immediately started connecting to the virtual world to check the information of this star domain. This piece of the star domain was bleak and desolate, so normally no one would be interested in it. After all, leasing an entire star domain was not cheap. If this star domain had already been leased, then Lin Yuan had reason to believe that others had already discovered the special nature of the Black Planet. If so, obtaining the ownership of this Black Planet would be much more troublesome. Quickly. Lin Yuan entered the coordinates of this star domain, then waited for the virtual world network to search. Respected Galaxy Master, this star domain has not yet got a lessee. Do you wish to lease it? A digital mechanical voice came through. Lease. Lin Yuan relaxed and immediately responded. This star domain has a diameter of 1225 light years. Please select the leasing period. 10,000 years. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. 10,000 years in the main universe were enough for him to thoroughly unravel the secrets of the Black Planet. Even if he hadn't figured it out by then, Lin Yuan could also choose to extend the leasing period. The leasing fee is 8,000 cubic universe crystals. Would you like to pay now? The digital mechanical voice came again. Pay, Lin Yuan quickly said. Find exclusive stories on My Virtual Library Empire quickly. The 8,000 cubic universe crystals were transferred away, and the ownership of this desolate star domain fell into Lin Yuan's name. Changing ownership of a star domain within human civilization was nothing out of the ordinary. Every second, massive amounts of star domain ownerships were being transferred. Moreover, Lin Yuan chose to hide his information, so his name would not appear on the public listing, so outsiders would not know that Lin Yuan had acquired this star domain. It's done. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. For the next 10,000 years, he would be the master of this star domain, and thus the master of the Black Planet too. 8,000 cubic universe crystals for this Black Planet? Worth it. Totally worth it. Lin Yuan felt delighted. 8,000 cubic universe crystals were merely the entire fortune of a normal 8th layer evolver. While the exploration threshold for this black planet was grade A tier 10, Lin Yuan stood under the starry sky, gazing at the black planet in the distance. Actually, to discover this black planet is a rare feat. At least a 10th rank evolver passing by this star domain and happening to be near the black planet and taking a glance at it could notice something unusual. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. Lin Yuan wasn't your typical 9th rank. His perception was no different from a 10th rank evolver. And 10th rank evolvers? How many were there in the whole of human civilization? And considering the vast expanse of the human civilization territory, spanning countless billions of light years, most 10th rank powerhouses traveled using great teleportation across thousands of light years. To just happen to land near here was indeed very difficult. Lin Yuan, discovering the anomaly of the black planet, owed much to luck. Was this also Lin Yuan's rare encounter? As is well known, a rare encounter greatly relies on luck. Without luck, one wouldn't even notice a rare encounter right in front of them. Once again confirming the ownership of this star domain, Lin Yuan casually left a monitoring method near the black planet. Any life form that approached would be swiftly detected by Lin Yuan. Given the special nature of the black planet, even Lin Yuan couldn't forcibly move it. Other 9th and 10th rank powerhouses trying to stealthily transfer the black planet was tantamount to a fool's dream. Chapter 10. Mysterious Black Planet 5,000 words. Please subscribe. 3. Lin Yuan left behind a surveillance method, primarily as a warning function. Besides preventing other life forms from approaching, its most important role was to lock onto the position of the black planet. The universe as a whole is constantly moving, and countless planets are no exception. Lin Yuan was worried that he might not pay attention for a moment and the black planet would wander off on its own. Of course, this possibility was remote. Though planets are always in motion, true, Lin Yuan had already leased more than 10 light-years of the surrounding star domain. Given the slow speed of the black planet's movement, it wouldn't shift even 1 light-year in 1,000,000 or 10 million years. Soon. The Taiyang Divine Spirit returned to the Milky Way main star. In the Star-Lord's Great Hall, Lin Yuan's true body and the Taiyang Divine Spirit sat facing each other. Rustle. The numerous Xuan Huang crystals and weapon treasures were all handed over to his true body by the Taiyang Divine Spirit. At the same time, the mysterious gourd also landed in the hands of the Taiyang Divine Spirit. After the 9th transit, Lin Yuan, within the shuttle worlds, made great progress in absorbing the liquid inside the mysterious gourd. Yet the Taiyang Divine Spirit and the other Divine Spirits had yet to absorb the liquid within the gourd to push their inner worlds to the upper limit, over 20 years. The size of Lin Yuan's inner world had expanded to 212 billion square miles, and the absorption of the 7th drop of purple liquid was nearly half complete. 1 month later, the Taiyang Divine Spirit's inner world reached its limit. He then went to the battlefields of different races, exchanging places with the Taiyan Primordial Spirit to continue the enhancement. Virtual World. Experience more tales on My Virtual Library Empire. In his spare time from cultivating enlightenment, Lin Yuan would occasionally connect to the virtual world for relaxation. This day, as Lin Yuan was enjoying delicacies in his personal space, the Black Star Lord invited him to another personal space. Lin Yuan chose to accept. Soon, he arrived at a manor filled with ancient charm. The Black Star Lord, the lustrous Star Master, and the Skeletal Elder, along with several other grade A tier 10s, were chatting there. The Black Star Lord and his acquaintances belonged to a small circle. Only tier 10 grade A could join, and though Lin Yuan was only 9th rank, it was not a big problem for him to reach grade A tier 10 in the future. The Black Star Lord and the others were also happy to invite Lin Yuan. Ha, the Galaxy Master has arrived. The Black Star Lord greeted Lin Yuan with a smile upon his arrival. The Black Star Lord belonged to the Black Origin Evolution Tower. The lustrous Star Master came from another Evolution Tower, and strictly speaking, Lin Yuan should be considered part of the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower. However, since all were human evolvers, there weren't any barriers between them. Galaxy Master, I heard Nalen has stepped down from his position as Deputy Tower Master, the lustrous Star Master said with a gentle gaze directed at Lin Yuan. Nalen, the Deputy Tower Master of the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower, held significant influence within the Tier 10 circle of human civilization. Mainly because Nalen, as Deputy Tower Master, was extremely powerful, ranking in the top 100 on the different species recorded list of grade A individuals. Nalen has stepped down? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. He had met Nalen not long before, and the two of them had even exchanged ideas on the understanding of rules, particularly those related to the rule of time. Galaxy Master, you should know that once one assumes the role of Deputy Tower Master, they rarely get replaced mid-term, said the Black Star Lord with a smile. What are you implying? Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Nalen, as Deputy Tower Master, is likely about to advance to Tier 11, the Skeletal Elder beside him sighed, eyes reflecting envy. The role of Deputy Tower Master in each of the 9 Great Evolution Towers was occupied by 10th rank evolvers, and once a Deputy Tower Master advanced to Tier 11, they would automatically resign, as 11th rank evolvers had far more critical responsibilities ahead, such as preparing to strike for the ultimate or heading to oversee a large alien battlefield. Nayland still had plenty of time left in his lifespan and hadn't made any significant mistakes. Resigning out of nowhere as Deputy Tower Master and the Supreme Being agreed to it, there was essentially only the possibility of advancing to Tier 11. Tier 11? The Black Star Lord also let out a sigh. As Grade A Tier 10s, they all hoped to advance to Tier 11, but while having hope was one thing, knowing precisely when to advance was another matter. Seeing Nolan take the lead left everyone present with complex thoughts. Nolan has been stuck at a critical bottleneck in the fusion rules for many years now. How did he suddenly overcome it? The lustrous Star Master couldn't help but voice. Who knows? The skeletal elder shook his head. Perhaps he experienced some kind of stimulus. When you have time, Galaxy Master, you'll have to ask Nolan for us to find out what realization helped him cross that threshold. The lustrous Star Master looked at Lin Yuan and spoke softly. Lin Yuan was a member of the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower, and Nolan the Deputy Tower Master. Their relationship was much closer than with the others. All right. Once I encounter Nayland, I will definitely ask, Lin Yuan nodded. He too was curious about how Nayland had made his breakthrough. Though he currently did not need it, listening more could do no harm. Speaking of which, Galaxy Master, you must be about to step into 10th rank as well, the Black Star Lord suddenly inquired. With Lin Yuan's foundation revealed in the Xuanhuang secret realm, opening up 2 billion spatial layers, stepping into 10th rank, must be just as simple as eating and drinking. Yes, with Galaxy Master's aptitude, you might even step into Tier 11 before us, the skeletal elder joked. He spoke offhandedly, with everyone present as Grade A Tier 10s. It could be that any day now someone would follow Nayland's footsteps, advancing to Tier 11 after a single session of seclusion. Lin Yuan was still 9th rank, and even if he stepped into 10th rank, he still had a considerable journey ahead. After chatting casually with the Black Star Lord and other friends for a while, Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world and resumed his cultivation of enlightenment. Nolan's breakthrough gave Lin Yuan a great deal of motivation. The 2000th Time Rule New Model, is it a ring? A serpent ring? Visions of the River of Time in its entirety filled Lin Yuan's mind. Overall, the River of Time flowed ceaselessly from the ancient past towards the distant future. But in reality, in certain sections of the river, time appeared as a serpent ring, with the beginning and end connected. Does that mean time is a closed loop? Regardless of where you start, you eventually return to the same point? Lin Yuan thought as a torrent of insights and spiritual light flooded his mind. With continuous contemplation, Lin Yuan was rapidly advancing his understanding of the rule of time. Chapter 11, The War of Billions of Years Ago, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. Whoosh! In front of Lin Yuan, a gray, hazy sphere was suspended. It was the miniature universe obtained from the 9 floors dark tower. While reviewing the numerous mysteries of the River of Time, Lin Yuan often pondered over this miniature universe. The complete rule of time within the miniature universe, though far from the vast majesty of the true River of Time, had the advantage that Lin Yuan could observe it at any moment. As for the River of Time, even if Lin Yuan reviewed it time and again, he only had access to a tiny fragment. As for the countless variations and details originating from the River of Time, they remained somewhat unclear. If I could make another trip to the shore, my understanding of the rule of time could probably advance by a few more years, Lin Yuan thought to himself, but was also aware of the great cost the Supreme Being Shachen must have paid to free him from the constraints of the River of Time. He guessed it was not a small price, and felt it was not appropriate to ask again at this time. The ability of a Supreme Being to maintain their peak combat power holds great significance for human civilization. The Xiaoyu Evolution Tower is close to the territories of 2 peak clans, and the state of Supreme Being Shachen himself is related to whether the frontier territories of human civilization are stable or not. Lin Yuan's consciousness seeped into the miniature universe, observing the specific operations of the rule of time. Inside the gray, hazy sphere, space spanning hundreds of light years was contained, the environment somewhat similar to the main universe, with stars, normal planets, and even more so, desolate starry space. The rule of time, there is actually this aspect? The more Lin Yuan observed, the more he realized. After having seen the full view of the River of Time, Lin Yuan's understanding of the essence of the rule of time greatly improved. It was like having a direction, and Lin Yuan knew which direction was the right target for the true understanding of the rule of time. Issues that Lin Yuan could not understand or found confusing when observing the miniature universe in the past were now quickly being resolved. There is also the combination of time and space, as well as the combination of many basic rules, jointly maintaining a certain balance, which prevents this miniature universe from collapsing. Lin Yuan was inexplicably shocked. While an 8th layer evolver could open up an inner world, such a world relies entirely on the main universe, and even the opener themselves do not understand why. It's like a high-tech product. You know how to use it, but not the underlying principles, which involve many scientific fields. And this miniature universe was perfected by the demonic Jade Tower Master after 1,000,000 years of effort. Despite its size and strength being far inferior to a Supreme Being's inner universe, its nature is similar. Read exclusive content at my virtual library Empire. This is why stone statue Shenji originally offered this treasure. In the eyes of stone statue Shenji, strictly speaking, the miniature universe could no longer be considered an 11-star rare treasure. It is completely independent, with its many rules operating on their own, unaffected by external factors. However, the inner worlds of beings of the 8th, 9th, 10th, and even 11th rank, as long as they have not mastered the rule of time, are dependent worlds of the main universe. If the main universe were to be destroyed, all dependent worlds would also perish. Shuanghuang's secret realm? Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought of the heritage secret realm left by Emperor Shuanghuang. The Xuanhuang secret realm is completely reliant on the main universe, but seems able to avoid the influence of the main universe. At least Lin Yuan learned from the six-armed silhouette that the Xuanhuang secret realm had already existed for several cosmic eras. What constitutes a cosmic era? The cycle of the universe from birth to destruction is considered one cosmic era. But the main universe has been destroyed dozens of times, and the Xuanhuang secret realm still exists. Perhaps this is also Emperor Xuanhuang's method? Lin Yuan's thoughts paused only momentarily before no longer dwelling on them, continuing to immerse himself in the observation and understanding of the miniature universe. Matters concerning the destruction and rebirth of the universe were far too remote for Lin Yuan at present. They are issues only a supreme being is qualified to confront. The 2001 new model of the rule of time, the 2002 new model of the rule of time, Lin Yuan's understanding of the rule of time soared rapidly. Having comprehended 5 completely new models of the rule of time, he was much closer to grasping the rule of time in its entirety. Time, space, Lin Yuan continued to observe the miniature universe, understanding the space rules while also delving into the rule of time. With deeper insights, Lin Yuan faintly realized that the space rules also accounted for a significant part of the foundation of the miniature universe. Space. Lin Yuan's eyes grew brighter. Over the years, he had never stopped contemplating the space rules, often revisiting the void interpretation left by the Moyu Tower Master. Space rules, golden rules, Lin Yuan's mind was flooded with numerous profound insights regarding these two rules. Space rules are pillar rules, and the golden rules are fundamental. Your aptitude is against the heavens, gradually understanding the essence of the two major rules, and you begin fusing the two rules. Your aptitude is against the heavens, gradually understanding the essence of the two major rules, and you begin fusing the two rules. Your aptitude is against the heavens, having successfully fused the two major rules. In an instant, a new rule power was born within Lin Yuan. This new rule power was extremely sharp, as if it could tear through endless space. While I was contemplating the rule of time, I ended up creating a kind of fusion rule, one that takes a pillar rule as the core foundation. Lin Yuan was slightly startled but felt joy in his heart. Fusion rules are domains explored by 10th rank life forms. The rules being fused can generally be divided into 3 levels. From the weakest to the strongest, they are the fusion between basic rules. Chapter 11. The Battle a Billion Years Ago, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. 2. The fusion between the pillar rules and the basic rules. The fusion among the pillar rules themselves. The strongest among the fusion rules, the fusion of pillar rules with other pillar rules, requires only one to be understood to rank as grade A among the 10th rank, whereas the fusion of pillar rules with basic rules ranks at least as grade C among the 10th rank, and some can reach the grade B 10th rank. Normally, it is impossible for a 9th rank powerhouse to comprehend fusion rules. Due to insufficient realm, the main cultivation direction for 9th rank life forms is to continuously open up spatial layers, making their inner worlds increasingly substantial. This is the foundation for breaking through to the 10th rank. However, Lin Yuan's foundation was incredibly profound. Although he was at the 9th rank, his understanding of the space rules and many basic rules was in no way inferior to those of the 10th rank powerhouses. Is the rule resulting from the fusion of space rules and golden rules the spatial rupture rule? Lin Yuan quickly found the corresponding fusion rule in the Human Civilization database on fusion rules. Even the fusion of 2 identical rules might result in different fusion rules. Discover hidden stories at My Virtual Library Empire. For instance, the possible rules resulting from the fusion of space rules with golden rules could be the spatial rupture rule, the spatial shatter rule, the spatial gold blade rule, and so on. The spatial rupture rule is a combat-oriented fusion rule, extremely lethal, and one of the top rules in the second-tier fusion rules, Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. Comprehending the spatial rupture rule greatly enhanced Lin Yuan's combat power, allowing him to unleash a might that was not much weaker than a 10th rank grade B at full force. One must know, Lin Yuan was just at the 9th rank, with a significant realm difference from the 10th rank. Even having comprehended the spatial rupture rule, theoretically, he was far from reaching the combat power of a 10th rank grade B. The same blade, in the hands of a child and an adult, naturally exhibits vastly different powers. But Lin Yuan's accumulation in other aspects was also quite formidable. Taking multiple aspects into account, he was almost at the same level as a normal 10th rank grade B. If I could step into the 10th rank and transform all aspects like my physical soul, spirit will, and inner world, wouldn't I be comparable to a 10th rank grade A? Lin Yuan thought, feeling slightly excited. To possess the combat power of a 10th rank grade A right after breaking through to the 10th rank? This had never happened before in the history of the cosmic starry sky. Comprehending the spatial rupture rule was a delightful surprise for Lin Yuan. He was earnestly comprehending the rule of time, but unexpectedly touched on this type of fusion rule, something he hadn't anticipated at all. But since he had comprehended it, it was naturally a good thing, just as Lin Yuan was planning to continue his comprehension. Has the information about that black planet been found? Lin Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately contacted the goddess of wisdom. About the Black Life planet he discovered, after confirming he obtained the leasing rights for that star domain, he immediately contacted the Goddess of Wisdom. He aimed to use the vast human civilization data repository to figure out the origin of that black planet. This was what Lin Yuan would do whenever he faced many treasures with unclear origins and uses. When Lin Yuan had raided the Milky Way star region and obtained that mysterious gourd, he also immediately uploaded its image to the Goddess of Wisdom. However, the human civilization's recorded database did not contain any information on the mysterious gourd. But this black planet, evidently, the Goddess of Wisdom found some related information clues. Respected 8th level citizen scholar Yuan, the information about the black planet you inquired about after comparison is suspected to come from a treasure that fell into the universe from outside before the birth of human civilization, said the Goddess of Wisdom, her voice solemn and cold. A treasure that fell from outside the universe? Before the birth of human civilization? Lin Yuan's expression grew somewhat stern. The eternal spatial rift in the main universe connects to the outside of the universe and occasionally has objects drift in. Over 100 years ago, that segment of a supreme being's body came in this way, eventually causing a murderous conflict among the top beings from the peak clans of the Great Alliance. Quickly, the Goddess of Wisdom then transmitted all information about the Black Planet to Lin Yuan. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's expression cleared. Human civilization has only had a history of over 2 million years. Before that, the starry sky races of the cosmic starry sky were still fiercely competing, with the supreme beings sitting in power everywhere. Until many treasures from beyond the universe fell. Countless treasures comparable to 11-star and even 12-star continuously fell from the eternal spatial rift into the universe, instantly driving the then supreme beings mad. Treasures of 11-star might not interest a supreme being, but those of 12-star, especially top-quality 12-star treasures, indeed made the supreme beings green with envy. This caused a war that affected nearly all supreme beings across the universe. That battle was extremely brutal. Numerous strong clans were wiped out, several supreme beings were severely injured, and many of the treasures that fell were scattered across the universe due to the battle. Many historical scholars of human civilization have repeatedly studied that great battle and deduced some conclusions, including that human civilization was able to rise smoothly because of that war. Without that fierce battle, where supreme beings fought desperately and caused the extinction of nearly half of the starry sky races, even if human civilization could re-emerge, it would have taken much longer. Simply put, the current flourishing state of human civilization could be attributed to the dividends from that great war. Furthermore, the architectural style on the Black Planet resembled many treasures that fell from outside the universe during that era. Chapter 11. The Battle a Billion Years Ago. 5,000 words. Please subscribe. 3. The Great War where supreme beings were heavily wounded. Lin Yuan's heart trembled a bit. Having briefly escaped the shackles of the River of Time and witnessing those supreme beings' true bodies at the shore, Lin Yuan was all too aware of how powerful 12th rank life was. What would a war that could heavily wound supreme beings be like? However, it also increasingly highlighted the preciousness of those treasures that had fallen from outside of the universe. How could supreme beings possibly engage in fierce battles with each other if it were not for the sight of actual benefits and advantages? The Black Planet must be one of the many treasures that fell because of the killing among supreme beings, many treasures scattered, Lin Yuan thought to himself. And these treasures are naturally capable of concealing their presence. Even supreme beings wouldn't be able to detect them unless they were quite close. Lin Yuan pondered silently in his heart. He couldn't help feeling that his luck was indeed quite good. After such a long time, most of the scattered treasures had been found. Even if there were any overlooked, they would certainly be extremely rare, hidden in very inconspicuous places. Yet, he had managed to find one. Respected scholar Yuan, 8th level citizen, this black planet involves secrets from before the birth of human civilization. Would you consider handing it over for human civilization to explore in exchange for a large number of merit points? The Goddess of Wisdom's voice came once more. This was the standard procedure. Whenever a human civilization evolver discovered special planets or ancient remains in an uncharted star domain, the Goddess of Wisdom would make a suggestion. Your journey continues with my virtual library empire. The discoverer could agree or refuse. How many merit points could I get? Lin Yuan asked with interest. If the merit points were sufficient, he wouldn't mind handing over the Black Planet to human civilization. After all, it was just a matter of price. Preliminary assessment valued at 500 million merit points, the Goddess of Wisdom said. 500 million merit points? Lin Yuan inwardly exclaimed in surprise. That was indeed a substantial number of merit points. How much did Lin Yuan's crafted 9th stage martial Tao chapter fetch in merit points? Not even 100 million merit points. Plus the bloodline cultivation path in the end brought in just 200 million merit points. And now a mere black planet was valued at 500 million merit points. After all, not even a Galaxy Masterclass rare treasure like the World Tree, which was of 11-star quality, totaled 500 million merit points. 500 million merit points, though substantial, they are meaningless to me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Ascending from a 9th level citizen to a 9th rank requires 1 billion merit points. Even if Lin Yuan had an additional 500 million merit points, becoming a 9th level citizen was still far out of reach. And as for trading merit points for those rare treasures recorded by human civilization, currently, with Lin Yuan's cultivation progressing smoothly, he lacked nothing and didn't have a great desire for treasures. Moreover, most treasures could be purchased using cosmic crystals by someone like Lin Yuan, with his privileges among humans. There was no need to squander merit points. I'll consider it, Lin Yuan casually responded to the goddess of wisdom. He planned to wait until he had advanced to 10th rank and comprehended the corresponding fusion rules before personally exploring and then deciding whether to sell the Black Planet to human civilization. After all, the Black Planet was there. Given the goddess of wisdom's estimate, the price would not go down no matter when he sold it, unless Lin Yuan took away important treasures from inside the Black Planet, causing its value to plummet significantly. A month later, Lin Yuan was cultivating when he received the news. Nalin, the former deputy tower master of Xiaoyu Evolution Tower, had stepped into Tier 11. An 11th rank evolver was the strongest force under the human civilization's supreme beings. The birth of every 11th rank evolver was a golden age for human civilization, meaning the chance of a 10th supreme being emerging was another step closer. Thus, every 11th rank evolver's ascension was celebrated. At that time, many forces of human civilization would come to offer their congratulations, and even different species with no particular enmity toward human civilization would send strong beings to celebrate. Virtual World. Lin Yuan, of course, was also invited to participate in Deputy Tower Master Nalin's celebration. There sure are a lot of people. Lin Yuan appeared in a virtual world specially created for the occasion. It was a star system, and the countless guests who came to offer their congratulations were all arranged to sit on different planets. Given Lin Yuan's status and strength, he naturally could sit on the most central planet. Galaxy Master. Galaxy Master, you've come too? The Black Star Lord, Lustrous Star Master, and other grade at 10th rank, seeing Lin Yuan, immediately waved. See, didn't I speculate correctly? Deputy Tower Master Nalin really broke through to Tier 11. Black Star Lord immediately started speaking. Some time ago, after hearing that Deputy Tower Master Nalin had resigned from his position, he speculated with Lin Yuan and others that there would be another 11th rank evolver in human civilization. Lin Yuan smiled as he casually chatted with Black Star Lord and a few others. A moment later, Black Star Lord glanced at the central position of the planet. It's about time. We should go and offer our congratulations to Deputy Tower Master Nalin. As the main character of the celebration, Deputy Tower Master Nalin was at the center of the planet, chatting with the important guests who came to celebrate. Whoosh! Lin Yuan and the others immediately stood up and flew towards the central position. Congratulations to Nalin for stepping into Tier 11. Black Star Lord, Lustrous Star Master, and others immediately began to offer their congratulations. As a small circle of grade to 10th rank, Black Star Lord, Lustrous Star Master were among the closest to the 11th rank level. Even before Deputy Tower Master Nalin had broken through to Tier 11, they were equals. However, now that Nalin had stepped into Tier 11, he was well above them. Ha ha ha, I look forward to you also stepping into Tier 11. Deputy Tower Master Nalin, with a smile on his face, was clearly in a good mood. Galaxy Master, Deputy Tower Master Nalin saw Lin Yuan and immediately called out enthusiastically, "After my breakthrough, the person I wanted to see the most was you, Galaxy Master. But I've been too busy." Deputy Tower Master Nalin looked at Lin Yuan with a beaming smile, treating him quite differently from how he treated Black Star Lord and the other grade to 10th rank. Black Star Lord and Lustrous Star Master exchanged glances. They vaguely sensed that Deputy Tower Master Nalin valued the Galaxy Master a lot and was treating him as an equal, a fellow evolver on the same level. Chapter 12, 11th Rank Evolvers, please subscribe. In the higher echelons of human civilization, the Galaxy Master was highly hopeful to advance into Tier 11. But high hopes were still just hopes, and at least the Galaxy Master was not yet a Tier 11. He wasn't even 10th rank. Under such circumstances, how could Nalin, an 11th rank evolver, treat the Galaxy Master with such a demeanor? Black Star Lord and others were secretly astonished. The Galaxy Master was a favored junior of Shachin's Supreme Being, a fact that wasn't a secret to anyone. However, human civilization spoke solely through strength, and even the progeny of a Supreme Being wouldn't be valued by other evolvers without significant achievements. Having stepped into Tier 11, Nayland had essentially reached the pinnacle of human civilization. He had no need to place much consideration on the Galaxy Master's potential. Even if everything went smoothly in the future, the Galaxy Master would probably be at the same level as him. As for being a supreme being, the public only believed that the Galaxy Master had the potential to challenge to become a supreme being, but no one could assure this outcome. Black Star Lord and Lustrous Star Master, while watching Lin Yuan chatting amicably with Nayland, couldn't help but think. The fact that the Galaxy Master garnered such attention from a distinguished 11th rank evolver suggested there might be secrets about him that they were unaware of elsewhere. Nayland secretly transmitted, "Galaxy Master, had it not been for your defeat of me in our discussion over the rule of time, I might not have broken through so quickly." Nayland was deeply grateful to Lin Yuan. After all, his breakthrough did indeed have a lot to do with the Galaxy Master. Furthermore, during that discussion, Nayland realized Lin Yuan's true potential. Being merely 9th rank yet reaching such an understanding of the rule of time, what could he achieve in the future? The outside world merely believed that the Galaxy Master had a great chance to step into Tier 11, but Nayland firmly believed that as long as nothing unexpected happened, the Galaxy Master would definitely make it to Tier 11. And even if he reached Tier 11, the Galaxy Master could swiftly ascend to the peak of Tier 11. Even within Tier 11, there was a vast difference. Some 11th rank evolvers hadn't even fully grasped the rule of time. Some 11th rank evolvers not only mastered the rule of time, but also achieved the integration of the rule of time and space rules, and there were those who grasped special methods that allowed them even to contend against supreme beings. "Even without me, with the Vice Tower Master's realm, you likely would have broken through soon," said Lin Yuan immediately. Nayland's breakthrough was partly due to Lin Yuan's provocation, but primarily it was his own sufficient foundation. The latter was the main reason. "It's different," Nayland shook his head. With his pride, if not for being defeated by a 9th rank like Lin Yuan, he wouldn't have undergone such a transformation in his mindset. "Regardless, I, Nayland, owe you, Galaxy Master, a favor. If you need help in the future, just speak," said Nayland solemnly. The favor of a Tier 11 life being was immeasurably valuable. Living long as a Tier 11 and mastering the rule of time could achieve a sort of alternative eternity. Having such a favor, who, within human civilization, would dare provoke Lin Yuan? The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. Then more guests came to congratulate Nayland. "You go ahead," Lin Yuan, recognizing the situation, left and returned to a seat with Black Star Lord and the others. "Galaxy Master, you and Nayland, are you close?" Black Star Lord couldn't help but ask. Nayland's exceptionally special treatment towards Lin Yuan had piqued Black Star Lord's deep curiosity. Lustrous Star Master also stared intently at Lin Yuan. She too was curious about why Nayland had treated Lin Yuan that way. "Okay, I guess." "We've met a few times before," Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He had indeed only met Nayland a few times. "Just a few meetings, and he treats you like this?" Black Star Lord shook his head. To him, a 10th rank grade A evolver, Nayland merely smiled and casually replied with a few words. But towards Lin Yuan, that fervent enthusiasm was obvious to any fool. The differences were far too great. "That I don't know?" Lin Yuan shook his head, choosing not to disclose his sparring with Nayland. One reason was to protect Nayland's dignity. The other was that he also didn't want to expose his own insights into the rule of time. Seeing Lin Yuan's response, Black Star Lord didn't push further. The conversation among them quickly shifted to another topic. "A celebration for an 11th rank evolver? I don't know how many years it's been since human civilization last held one. There are so many powerhouses here this time." Black Star Lord chatted with Lin Yuan and others while observing the guests coming and going around them. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Not long ago, there were also many strong figures who attended his sister Lin Yi's wedding. But compared to the current celebration, it naturally fell far short. At least at the wedding, apart from the Shah family's 11th rank ancestor, other 11th rank evolvers didn't personally attend, but sent representatives to offer their congratulations. And now, one legendary 11th rank evolver after another made their appearances. Galaxy Master. A white-haired elder with a smile approached. Luo, Black Star Lord, and others immediately greeted with solemn expressions. This white-haired elder, with the surname Luo, was the vice president of the Bailuo Association and a 10th rank grade A evolver. The Bailuo Association is an incredibly profound human civilization force, second only to the 9 Great Evolution Towers, with its president being an 11th rank evolver. And among those in the 11th rank, he is an extremely powerful entity. "Mr. Luo," Lin Yuan greeted as well. "I've long heard the name of the Galaxy Master." Mr. Luo, the white-haired elder and vice president of the Bailuo Association, said with a friendly smile, "In this era of our human civilization, thanks to the emergence of the Galaxy Master, it will become incredibly brilliant, no matter what heights Lin Yuan achieves in the future. Merely by breaking a series of myths during his 8th and 9th ranks, he is enough to be recorded in the annals of human civilization and worshipped by countless future citizens." "I'm just lucky," Lin Yuan replied modestly. In fact, Mr. Luo was right, at least within this era, within a span of 100,000 years, Lin Yuan's fame is absolutely one of the greatest. In other regions of the planet, guests according to their statuses were seated in different areas. The guests who could enter the core planet were all not simple, each had indispensable status and background. Who is that, sitting with a group of 10th rank grade A powerhouses? Even the vice president of the Bailuo Association has gone over to initiate a conversation. Don't you know who that is? He is the Galaxy Master, the strongest genius in the history of our human civilization. Now, Naylan, the Vice Tower Master, is hosting an 11th rank celebration. Perhaps, in the future, it will be the Galaxy Master hosting the 11th rank celebration. The Galaxy Master is currently only at the 9th rank, far from the 11th rank. I believe, given the Galaxy Master's talent, stepping into the 11th rank is just a matter of time. Indeed, the Galaxy Master is too young. Being so young and yet achieving so much, he is destined to stand at the peak of our human civilization. Many guests were very optimistic about the Galaxy Master, believing he had a strong chance of advancing to the 11th rank, considering how briefly it's been since his rise. Galaxy Master, if you find the time, you are welcome to visit our Bailuo Association. Our president has mentioned you several times, Mr. Luo, the white-haired elder and vice president of the Bailuo Association, said before preparing to leave. Definitely, if the opportunity arises, Lin Yuan nodded. The most renowned aspect of the Bailuo Association is the control of a medium-sized secret realm known as Bailuo Secret Realms. This realm harbors some special indigenous lives, and its many specialties are greatly beneficial to evolvers. Countless evolvers yearn to enter the Bailuo Secret Realm, but they lack the qualifications. Now, the vice president of the Bailuo Association personally invited Lin Yuan. Evidently, the association's president places high importance on the Galaxy Master. On the core planet, 9th rank evolvers are common, but 10th rank evolvers somewhat catch people's attention. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted in the distance. The Zhuan Yuan clan leader has arrived. Both the Black Star Lord and the Lustrous Star Master looked up. A man with black hair, dressed in a white robe, quietly descended onto the planet. The Zhuan Yuan clan leader? The leader of the Zhuan Yuan family? One of the strongest evolver families in our human civilization, also the family established by a direct descendant of a supreme being from our human civilization. The numerous guests started whispering as several supreme beings of human civilization presided over the 9 great evolution towers and also had their families. And the Xuanyuan family is one of the most profound families in human civilization. Its ancestor was a supreme being of human civilization. Xuanyuan clan leader greeted Nalin, the Vice Tower Master, personally. The Xuanyuan clan leader himself is an 11th rank evolver and had already thoroughly understood the rule of time, adding to his considerable authority. Even Nalin didn't dare show any disrespect. Lin Yuan carefully observed the Xuanyuan clan leader. The Black Star Lord did likewise. It was quite rare to get a close look at an 11th rank life who had mastered the rule of time. Read new chapters at My Virtual Library Empire. You should know that a large part of 11th rank lives have not mastered the rule of time. When will I master the rule of time? The Black Star Lord couldn't help but murmur with a sigh. For someone like him, a 10th rank grade A, stepping into the 11th rank was somewhat confident, but mastering the rule of time? That felt much more uncertain. Not every 11th rank powerhouse could master the rule of time, and mastering the rule of time holds great significance for any being, as it can slow the passage of their own time, allowing them to live much longer. You should know, surging toward the ultimate for 11th rank powerhouses depends a lot on opportunity. Perhaps this era may not provide the chance to surge toward the ultimate, but if one survives to the next era, then the opportunity may arise. So, living long enough means infinite possibilities. Indeed, Lin Yuan also reflected quietly. Mastering the rule of time, for us at this moment, is still quite challenging, the Lustrous Star Master reasoned pragmatically. Indeed, the Black Star Lord pondered and nodded. They weren't even at tier 11 yet, so what about mastering the rule of time? Learning to run before even learning to walk? Isn't that a bit overly ambitious? Let's not think too much, Galaxy Master, the Black Star Lord said to Lin Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan sitting beside him was only a step away from mastering the rule of time. Chapter 13, Time Achieved 5,000 Words. Please subscribe. Naylan's 11th rank celebration was held over half a month. The birth of a new 11th rank evolver was a major event for the entirety of human civilization, and it naturally warranted great magnificence. The venue being the virtual world, there was no extravagance to speak of, only that it lasted a bit long. For the current evolvers of human civilization, having the chance to meet many high-rank evolvers during this celebration was indeed a great gain. Lin Yuan made an appearance only on the first day of the celebration, and for the most part of the month afterward, he was not seen. With the rule of time on the verge of being penetrated, Lin Yuan naturally had to seize every moment to comprehend it. Galaxy Master, Naylan greeted Lin Yuan as soon as the celebration ended. Your next read is at My Virtual Library Empire. I was indeed too busy before, Naylan said apologetically. After his breakthrough to 11th rank, he had mostly been familiarizing himself with his drastically increased power. The rest of his attention went to dealing with the many changes in identity that came with stepping into the 11th rank. Had it not been for these constraints, Nayland would have likely found Lin Yuan at the first opportunity to personally express his gratitude. Congratulations on stepping into the 11th rank, Lin Yuan said with a smile. 11th rank? For you, Galaxy Master, it's just a matter of time, Nayland said nonchalantly. There were things he could not say in front of others, as the Shachin Supreme Being had specially instructed him to keep them secret. But now, in a private space, Nayland could speak freely. As a newly promoted 11th rank powerhouse, Nayland carried a hint of pride in front of other evolvers. Even when interacting with those who were formerly his equals, the grade 10th rankers, he did so from a higher vantage point. However, he couldn't muster that pride in front of the Galaxy Master. Proud of what? Proud that the Galaxy Master had almost fully comprehended the rule of time at the 9th rank? Proud that the Galaxy Master's understanding of the rule of time surpassed that of many 11th rank evolvers? In fact, in front of the Galaxy Master, Nayland felt a certain pressure, a pressure that he could be surpassed at any moment. At least for the next 10,000 years, you, Galaxy Master, probably won't reach the 11th rank, Nayland thought to himself. I hope so, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. The 11th rank was certainly not difficult for him. He could step into it just by following the process. What was truly difficult was reaching the Supreme Being, the 12th rank, the ultimate realm. Seeing you, Galaxy Master, I feel like I'm seeing the mighty human civilization, Nayland said, his tone tinged with emotion. It hasn't been easy for our human civilization to get to where it is now. Indeed, it hasn't been easy, Lin Yuan nodded. Advancing to a university scholar for evolvers, becoming a grade A 8th rank citizen, many secrets of human civilization were unfolded before him. Even before Lin Yuan had become an evolver, he knew that human civilization had spent just over 2 million years rising from the ancestral star, sweeping through myriad different species to become one of the most powerful peak clans in the cosmic starry skies. Initially, Lin Yuan hadn't noticed anything odd. After all, for him at that time, over 2 million years seemed an exceedingly long period. But as his power and realm grew, he came to understand the significance behind it. Over 2 million years is indeed a long time for ordinary humans or evolvers of the 2nd or 3rd layer. But for a high-rank evolver, it's not an unreachable amount of time. An 8th layer evolver can live for 2 to 3 million years, enough to span the entire history of the current human Starry Sea era. As for a 9th rank evolver, they only live longer. 10th rank evolver, 11th rank evolver, especially the latter, who, after fully understanding the rule of time, can easily live for tens, hundreds, or even trillions of years. In the depths of the starry skies, many of those ancient gods were born at the dawn of the universe, having lived through incredibly long eons, yet they remain stuck at 11th rank. Of course, for a few powerful ancient gods, being stuck at the 11th rank is not because they can't attempt the ultimate, it's because they dare not attempt it. A failed attempt at the ultimate means complete annihilation. Even a supreme being cannot reverse time to resurrect them. To attempt the ultimate, one must leap out of the river of time. This leap means a complete withdrawal, including the life imprint etched in the origin source of the universe. If the attempt fails, everything will vanish, including that thread of life imprint. And for a supreme being to resurrect a past life, it requires using that life imprint as a guiding mark. That is why those below the 6th rank cannot be resurrected. Their life imprints are too weak to form a guiding mark. An 11th rank life attempting the ultimate must first erase its own guiding mark, for only then can it make the ultimate leap, trying to step into the realm of the supreme being. As his strength grew stronger, Lin Yuan came into contact with and felt more and more. He also increasingly realized how incredible it was for human civilization to have become a peak clan in just over 2 million years and to have birthed 9 supreme beings. Unlike other peak clans such as the insect race and the Tianyu clan, which existed for countless ages, human civilization had just over 2 million years of history, and according to explanations within human civilization itself, it was a long time ago. On the ancestral star of human civilization, an unprecedented adventure occurred. This adventure allowed the life on the ancestral star, which was the nascent form of the future human civilization, to undergo a drastic transformation. Only from the beginning of the Starry Sea era, with the emergence of the first supreme being, did human civilization begin to expand outward. Chapter 13, Time Achieved 5,000 Words, please subscribe to Indeed. Before the birth of a supreme being, human civilization dare not make contact with the outside world. The encounter was so significant that the slightest leak would result in being hunted by all life in the universe. Starry Sea Era, the first year, human civilization birthed its first supreme being. Starry Sea Era, year 1300, human civilization birthed its second supreme being. Starry Sea Era, year 5700, human civilization birthed its third supreme being. Starry Sea Era, year 11,000, human civilization birthed its fourth supreme being. Starry Sea Era, year 18,000, human civilization birthed its fifth supreme being. Starry Sea Era, year 20,000, human civilization birthed its sixth supreme being. Starry Sea Era, year 25,000, human civilization birthed its seventh supreme being. Starry Sea Era, year 38,000, Human civilization birthed its 8th supreme being. Starry Sea era year 20,000, human civilization birthed its 9th supreme being. Because of that unprecedented encounter, human civilization explosively added 9 supreme beings in a short period of time. Of course, this was the period of utmost splendor for human civilization. But before the first year of the Starry Sea era, there were over 2 million years of dormant months. The more than 2 million years of the Starry Sea era does not mean human civilization only has a history of over 2 million years. In fact, the history of the ancestral star exceeds tens of billions of years. During the dormant months, our human civilization's strong had to secretly leave the ancestral star, posing as lone wanderers in the universe, or sell their services to different species in exchange for cultivation resources. Even in death, they could not reveal their origins, Lin Yuan said softly. Indeed, Nalan, the deputy tower master, nodded. In that era, geniuses of human civilization had to keep the lowest of profiles and desperately conceal their talents, or else they might be captured and enslaved by other powerful groups. Nowadays, countless geniuses of human civilization emerge, and although different species occasionally assassinate them, successful assassinations are ultimately few. And as long as one reaches 6th rank, capable of imprinting their life mark, there is hope for resurrection. Who knows what kind of spectacular vision it was when countless treasures fell into the universe, and what kind of encounter it brought to human civilization. Nalan, the deputy tower master, said with emotion. Countless treasures fell into the universe? Was it that event which caused the great extinction of 90% of the species in the universe? Lin Yuan's heart stirred, recalling the results after asking the goddess of wisdom to investigate the Black Planet. Your next journey awaits at my virtual library empire. Does the Galaxy Master also understand this matter? Nalan, the deputy tower master, was slightly surprised. He only learned these secrets after stepping into Tier 11 when his status and strength reached the threshold. Doubtful that the Galaxy Master also knew? But thinking of the Xiaqin Supreme Being's regard for the Galaxy Master, Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, understood. Correct. The unprecedented encounter that our human civilization received before the dormant months must have come from that event, Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, stated. Actually, he was only speculating based on the various pieces of information known so far. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan realized in his heart why the Goddess of Wisdom had so quickly found the origins of the Black Planet, and she immediately offered a purchase price of 500 million merit points. It turns out she had some understanding of the Black Planet. My gourd, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the mysterious gourd obtained from cleansing the Milky Way star region. Although human civilization could not find any information about the mysterious gourd, Lin Yuan instinctively felt that perhaps this gourd was one of the countless treasures that had fallen into the universe. Because so far, Lin Yuan hadn't found any information about the mysterious gourd, as if it wasn't a product of this universe at all, after Nalan, the Deputy Tower Master, left. A small ripple surfaced in Lin Yuan's heart. Nowadays, the majority of human citizens only focused on the valiant military exploits of human civilization, sweeping away different species in the more than 2 million years of the Starry Sea era. But in reality, the even longer and more ancient dormant years before the Starry Sea era were also great. What's the use of even getting an unprecedented opportunity by luck? Without a difficult dormant period, even the most precious encounters would be looted and occupied by strong beings. I must cherish the current environment for cultivation. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and once again immersed himself in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Lin Yuan had now comprehended 2,040 new rule models of time. He was only 10 models away from fully understanding the rule of time, as he had expected. The 2041st rule model of time, is it a well? The well of time? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he attempted to construct this time rule model, but all attempts failed. The well of time, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Let's make another trip to the 5th floor of the Black Tower. Lin Yuan's consciousness followed the magic jade mark and directly descended into the demon jade space. The 5th floor of the Black Tower requires one to have comprehended the rule of time in order to overcome its challenges. That is to say, the many temporal predicaments on the 5th floor are specifically targeted at the various stages of grasping the rule of time. Lin Yuan, leading from effect to cause, combined with insights from the miniature universe, the full scope of the River of Time, often achieved significant gains. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived in front of the 9 floors dark tower. At this moment, stone statue Shenji was chatting leisurely with a burly man. The burly man, named Yuan Jin, was the second examiner to enter the demon jade space in this universe, and after supplementing some demonic evolution path, he joined the magic jade tower as an ordinary member. Compared to Lin Yuan, who had comprehended 3,333 paths of demonic evolution, he naturally fell far short. But even in the Chaos Void, supplementing the path of demonic evolution is a main method for the Magic Jade Tower to recruit members. Chapter 13, Time Achieved 5,000 Words, please subscribe. 3. As for comprehending all 30,333 demonic evolution paths, among the 100,000 members of the Magic Jade Tower, it's unlikely even one could achieve that. You've arrived? Upon seeing Lin Yuan, stone statue Shenji immediately ignored the muscular Yuan Jin by his side and spoke with a smile. Even Yuan Jin didn't dare to express any opinions. In his view, the Lin Yuan before him was an unfathomable 11th rank life whom he could only hope to meet in this place. If it were in the outside world, let alone him, even the Yuan family he represented would find it extremely difficult to get an audience with an 11th rank evolver. So far, the known number of 11th rank evolvers within human civilization definitely does not exceed 1,000. 1,000 may sound like a lot, but relative to the vast territories of human civilization, it's unknown how many Star Alliance domains there are for each evolver to emerge. And most 11th rank evolvers of human civilization are concentrated on the large alien battlefields. The remaining are based mostly in the central star domain. The 11th rank evolvers in the surrounding 4 major star regions are primarily associated with the 9 Great Evolution Towers. I want to challenge the 5th layer, Lin Yuan stated directly. Now that he was acquainted with Stone Statue Shenji, he didn't hesitate to speak his mind. All right, go ahead. Stone Statue Shenji nodded. The entrance to the 9 floors dark tower opened behind him. Under the cautious observation of Yuan Jin, Lin Yuan entered the 9 floors dark tower. At this time, Stone Statue Shenji was watching the screens of the 5th layer of the dark tower. Yuan Jin stood by the side, having no authority to see what was happening on the 5th layer. He could only stand respectfully in his spot, looking up at the faint glow emitting from the location of the Dark Tower's 5th layer. Very soon. Stone Statue Shenji shook his head with a hint of regret. So close. So close. Yuan Jin shuddered with fear. Had he almost conquered the 5th layer? According to the information of the 9 floors Dark Tower, one would need to have mastered the rule of time to be confident in passing the 5th layer. And mastering the rule of time, even among 11th rank evolvers, signifies being among the strong. The esteemed one from earlier was just a step away from comprehending the rule of time completely. I only just managed to pass the 1st layer when I broke through to the 9th rank. Yuan Jin swallowed hard. Having the talent and gifts to fully perfect a demonic evolution path, he had barely managed to pass the 1st layer of the Dark Tower after stepping into the 9th rank. Rustle, rustle. Just then, Lin Yuan reappeared outside the Dark Tower. Discover exclusive content at My Virtual Library Empire. Give it some more time, and it should be about right, Stone Statue Shenji spoke up. Had it been any other 11th rank life, he certainly wouldn't have said this, as the final bottleneck of the rule of time was known to stump many powerful beings. But for Lin Yuan, Stone Statue Shenji had no doubts at all. Lin Yuan nodded. Suddenly, Lin Yuan glanced over at Yuan Jin, who was standing respectfully by the side. Having spent such a long time in the Demon Jade space, Lin Yuan had barely exchanged a few words with him. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. After all, Yuan Jin was a fellow human evolver. Being the only 2 challengers in the Demon Jade space, it was only appropriate to greet him. Of course, Lin Yuan was aware that Yuan Jin was human and that he came from human civilization. But Yuan Jin was unaware of any information about Lin Yuan. He did not even know whether Lin Yuan came from the same universe as his. After all, anyone with a magic jade mark could descend in consciousness to this Demon Jade space, regardless of which universe they were from, as long as they were still within the same dimension. My lord, Yuan Jin was both anxious and fearful. What merit did he possess to have 11th rank powerhouse converse with him personally? You really don't have to do this. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. We are both 9th rank evolvers, so you may speak to me normally from now on. Thank you, my lord. Yuan Jin started to reply self-consciously, but then his mind short-circuited. What did the lord just say? Actually, you didn't have to do that. No, that's not right. That's not the sentence. Both of us are 9th ranks? Both of us are 9th ranks? Both of us are 9th ranks? The burly Yuan Jin felt somewhat dazed. 9th rank? Almost breached the 5th floor of the Black Tower? About to fully grasp the rule of time? The burly Yuan Jin didn't react for a long time. Is this still considered 9th rank? The burly Yuan Jin mustered the courage to express his doubts. But he found that Lin Yuan had already left, leaving only the stone statue Shenji beside him, smiling at him. Did I just fall into an illusionary realm? The burly Yuan Jin couldn't help but ask the stone statue. As a 9th rank evolver, even though he had just entered 9th rank, he had a fairly strong grasp of his own spirit and spirit will, but the words he had just heard were too unbelievable. So much so that he wondered if he'd fallen into an illusionary realm without noticing. There's no need to doubt, said the stone statue Shenji with a slight smile. The one just now was indeed a life of the 9th rank, but also the strongest 9th rank life I have ever seen. The strongest 9th rank life? The burly Yuan Jin murmured to himself. So, were all the words he just heard true? Shock beyond words filled the heart of the burly Yuan Jin. A 9th rank on the verge of fully grasping the rule of time? What kind of freak is this? Even within their human civilization, the Galaxy Master, who is hailed as the strongest genius in history, couldn't possibly do it, right? Even though the burly Yuan Jin was just a newly advanced 9th rank, he knew well that a 9th rank on the verge of fully grasping the rule of time is completely different from a tier 11 on the verge of mastering it. It's a whole different concept. The former is unimaginably more difficult than the latter. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. After attempting again to breach the 5th floor of the Black Tower, Lin Yuan's comprehension of the rule of time soared once more. Your perception is against the heavens. You have deduced the 241st new model of the rule of time. Your perception is against the heavens. You have deduced the 243rd new model of the rule of time. Why? Your perception is against the heavens. You have deduced the 245th new model of the rule of time. Why? Your perception is against the heavens. You have deduced the 248th new model of the rule of time. Your perception is against the heavens. You have deduced the 2050th new model of the rule of time. Your perception is against the heavens. You have fully comprehended the rule of time. In a trance, the world in front of Lin Yuan changed. Chapter 14, Evolution of the Inner World. Please subscribe. Finally, I've grasped the rule of time. Lin Yuan's face was vibrant, having mastered the rule of time as a 9th rank being. In the vast main universe, such a precedent had never before been set, because it was too difficult to achieve. Even in the records of the Magic Jade Tower and the profound Yellow Lineage, only the fabled innate temporal beings and a very few wondrous creatures could accomplish this feat. The so-called temporal lifeforms are mysterious beings capable of traveling back and forth across numerous timelines. The ultimate end of cultivation for a 12th rank supreme being is to transform into a temporal lifeform. The rule of time. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Having comprehended the rule of time, Lin Yuan's physical soul underwent no change, but he could palpably sense the existence of the vast river of time. It should be known that before comprehending the rule of time, even an 11th rank powerhouse would not sense the river of time. To be ignorant of the mountain when one is in the midst of it. I am now capable of significantly slowing my own flow of time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Before understanding the rule of time, Lin Yuan could slow down his own time flow, but it was far from significant. But now, Lin Yuan could slow his own experience of time by 1,000, 10,000, or even by hundreds of thousands of times. Tens of thousands of years might pass in the outside world, while Lin Yuan would experience only 1 year. This is also the main method by which those powerful ancient gods in the depths of the universe prolong their lifespans. A small portion of ancient gods have the conditions to attempt the ultimate, but they dare not try for fear of failure. Thus, they keep waiting for an opportunity, prolonging their lifespans over one epoch after another by slowing down their time flow. Of course, in the eyes of these ancient gods, the time they live through might just be 10 years or several decades, yet for the main universe, billions of years have passed. Slowing the flow of time is of no use to me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He had plenty of life left and had no need to cling to existence in such a manner. The river of time? Lin Yuan looked towards the universe around him, and within the hazy mist, he seemed to see a mighty long river flowing endlessly. The most important point after comprehending the rule of time was the realization of one's own struggle within the river of time. Compared to the perspective when the Shachen Supreme Being took him to the shores to escape the bondage of the river of time, Lin Yuan's current perspective was from within the river of time itself. The two perspectives were utterly different. What could be seen from the latter was far less in both depth and breadth than the former. I'm too small within the river of time. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The stronger one's strength, the larger their reflection in the river of time. Although Lin Yuan had grasped the rule of time, he was, after all, only a 9th rank being. Even if his life essence was comparable to a grade A tier 10 being, in the river of time he was still inconspicuous. Within the river of time, ordinary 11th rank beings are but small fish, while those who comprehend the rule of time at 11th rank are considered big fish. And Lin Yuan? Despite comprehending the rule of time, his essence of life was still too weak. Right now, he could probably only count as a mayfly. Previously at the shore, observing the river, I saw a big fish whose body covered half the riverbed. I wonder what level of 11th ranked being that was, Lin Yuan suddenly thought. If it's in the river of time, then it's still 11th rank. But capable of covering half the riverbed, that signifies a terrifyingly strong essence of life. The shore? Lin Yuan tried to look towards the shore, but found it to be just a blur. Beings within the river can't peek at the scenes of the shore. I'm now fully capable of leaping up and briefly leaving the river, but I'd better not. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. A life that has comprehended the rule of time can, with all its might, briefly leap out of the river of time, but by doing so, it would fall into the sight of the supreme beings on the shore. Lin Yuan wasn't worried about the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, but other supreme beings in this universe. Many supreme beings hold deep malice against human civilization. Swim against the current? Lin Yuan turned his head, looking towards the distant past. One by one, lives that had perished in the past emerged before his eyes. The further he looked into the distant past, the more life phantoms appeared. All these beings started at 6th rank. Lin Yuan simply couldn't see those below 6th rank. In theory, I now have the ability to fish out people, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Of course, theory is just theory. With Lin Yuan's current strength and essence of life, even fishing out a 6th-rank being would instantly be crushed by the backlash from the main universe and the River of Time. Even an 11th-rank powerhouse couldn't withstand the backlash from resurrecting a 6th-rank life. So far, only a supreme being can easily fish out those who have died and bring them to the most recent time span for resurrection. Supreme beings are too powerful. Only reviving an 11th rank life would make them exercise caution, and even then, only a terribly formidable 11th rank life at that, the River of Time, the shore. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization stand in a row here. Further away, the Shachin supreme being is doing the same, quietly overlooking the surface of the river. Suddenly, the Shachin supreme being's expression shifted ever so slightly. A subtle ripple from the depths of the River of Time alerted him that a life form was peering towards the shore. Typically, such disturbances mean that some being has understood the rule of time, realizing they are but fish in the River of Time, and are attempting to look towards the shore. Has a being comprehended the rule of time? Shachin Supreme Being's thoughts spread out. If it had been before, he wouldn't have given it too much thought. The River of Time is immeasurably vast, encompassing not just the many beings of the present, but also countless lives from the past. The occasional emergence of a life form that has grasped the rule of time is nothing out of the ordinary. That alone is evident when other supreme beings show not the slightest interest. Neist. Yet Shachin Supreme Being felt a vague guess in his heart. Could the life that comprehended the rule of time be that little guy? Shachin Supreme Being started to look forward to it secretly. Nokiwei Main Star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, sending a wisp of his will into his inner world. As the rule of time was fully comprehended, the rule of time became a pillar within his inner world, supporting it alongside space rules and many other rules. Rumble, rumble. A special transformation occurred within the inner world. In Lin Yuan's direct perception, the inner world hadn't expanded a bit, nor had its spatial layers increased by one. My virtual library empire. But with the integration of the rule of time, Lin Yuan vaguely felt that his inner world became complete. It was as if the previous inner world had been incomplete and now was finally refilled to become whole. Is this the independence of the inner world? Lin Yuan mused with a thoughtful expression. With both the rule of time and space rules, the space-time within the inner world was no longer dependent on the main universe. Strictly speaking, the inner world and the main universe existed on the same level. Both were worlds with space-time. The difference was merely that the main universe was countless times larger than the inner world, but no matter how vast the difference, both belonged to the world. Both direct descendants of the Chaos Void. How wonderful! This is the independent inner world, Lin Yuan muttered to himself, and at this moment, his inner world could isolate itself from the perception of the main universe. It's known that the main universe can sense everything within the inner world. When Lin Yuan ended his journey in the spirit realm and deduced dozens of cosmic forces, the main universe sensed it, with origin forces of the universe lingering outside his inner world, just waiting for Lin Yuan to open it up and let the dozens of cosmic forces adapt to the main universe. But now, Lin Yuan had a feeling that even if there were treasures desired by the main universe within his inner world, they would not be detected, because, to the main universe, the inner world was now completely isolated. Both had become independent and complete. Although there is no change in combat power, I am freer now, Lin Yuan said with a smile appearing on his face. To say there was no change in combat power wasn't entirely accurate, as Lin Yuan's mastery over time had become unfathomably stronger than before after comprehending the rule of time. Even if he could not match 10th rank grade A in direct combat power, he could play with those at 10th rank grade A using his understanding of the rule of time. For example, now, Lin Yuan could use the rule of time to cast Time Prison, and those at 10th rank grade A would need to struggle for at least half an hour to break free, even if they exerted all their strength. Half an hour? The dishes would be cold by then. After comprehending the rule of time, the transformation speed of my inner world began to surge. Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. The breakthrough from 9th rank to 10th rank is a slow transformation process. According to Lin Yuan's own estimate, it would take about 100 years to complete. But now, Lin Yuan estimated that it would take only 60 or 70 years for him. Comprehending the rule of time actually comes with such benefits? Lin Yuan felt pleased. Although there would be no variables in his breakthrough to 10th rank given his foundation, the earlier he steps into 10th rank, the better. Shachin Supreme Being once said that an independent inner world will receive origin infusion from the Chaos Void during a Great Realm transition, and that would be a major opportunity. Lin Yuan looked forward with slight anticipation. An infusion of origin from the Chaos Void. Theoretically, this treatment should only be available to 11th rank life challenging the ultimate, yet Lin Yuan was enjoying it in his 9th rank challenge to 10th rank. If it spread out, it would make many 11th rank lives jealous to the point of madness. Right. It's time to see Shachin's Supreme Being. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and immediately started to connect his consciousness to the virtual world. Shachen Supreme Being had once instructed Lin Yuan if he could comprehend the rule of time at 9th rank, he must seek him out again. Lin Yuan's comprehension of the rule of time had been greatly aided by Shachen Supreme Being. Without the latter leading him to escape from the river of time, Lin Yuan might have been able to understand the rule of time, but it would have been greatly delayed, perhaps even dragged out to 10th rank, virtual world. Supreme Being's personal world. Shachen Supreme Being was seated high on his throne. The little guy has come to find me? Shachen Supreme Being's heart stirred as he suddenly remembered the faint ripple he had felt by the shore of the river of time just now. Could it be that ripple really came from Lin Yuan? Shachen Supreme Being's heart fluttered with excitement. Previously, it was just a conjecture. Soon. Lin Yuan's figure appeared below. Supreme Being, Lin Yuan bowed slightly and said, "Have you comprehended the rule of time?" Shachen Supreme Being asked directly. A rare trace of anxiousness flickered across his expression. How did Shachen Supreme Being know? Lin Yuan was somewhat perplexed, but he still answered, yes. Comprehending the rule of time, Shachen Supreme Being's tone was rarely vibrant. Good, good, good. Chapter 15, Breakthrough Preparation. Subscribe request. Yes, yes, yes. Shachen Supreme Being said, his tone invigorated, growing increasingly satisfied as he observed Lin Yuan. Over the long years, he had nurtured several descendants, pouring his heart and soul into them. These descendants possessed the blood essence of a 12th rank life, further enhanced by the cultivation from a Supreme Being himself. Indeed, they achieved significant accomplishments. Discover exclusive content at My Virtual Library Empire, but compared to Lin Yuan, Shachen Supreme Being even blushed a little. So far, the only nurturing that Shachen Supreme Being had done for the Galaxy Master was to take him on a trip to the banks of the River of Time. As for more, there was none. The soul-settling pearl that could resist attacks of the same ultimate level. In fact, any peerless genius of human civilization summoned by a Supreme Being usually received one. The only difference Shachen Supreme Being made for Lin Yuan compared to other human peerless geniuses was to let the Galaxy Master view the entirety of the River of Time during his 9th rank. Such an opportunity could be considered big, but also not so big. For mediocre talents, seeing or not seeing made no difference. Even for the peerless evolutionary geniuses, it would only slightly facilitate their understanding of the rule of time. But Lin Yuan, having only observed for a while, he understood the rule of time in less than 30 years? Such an achievement left even Shachen Supreme Being somewhat dumbfounded. He indeed had the expectation that Lin Yuan would understand the rule of time when reaching the 9th rank. But he had not expected it to happen so quickly. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Yuan looked toward Shachen Supreme Being seated on the throne. During the first summons by Shachen Supreme Being, even when he learned that Lin Yuan was the founder of the Martial Path evolutionary path, Shachen Supreme Being showed only a hint of appreciation in his eyes. But to be this excited now? To say yes 3 times? Before today, Lin Yuan had not expected the Supreme Being to show such emotional fluctuation. It seems that understanding the rule of time at the 9th rank and breaking through to the 10th rank brings more rewards than I imagined, Lin Yuan thought to himself. When will the transformation be complete? Shachen Supreme Being observed Lin Yuan for a while and then asked. Being a Supreme Being, he naturally knew all the details of breaking through from the 9th rank to the 10th rank. The physical soul, spirit will, and even the inner world were all undergoing a slow transformation. Once the transformation reached a critical point, the final breakthrough could occur, completely entering the 10th rank. During this period, it was best for an evolver not to exert full effort, as it could impact the progress of their transformation. After completely traversing the 9th layer, Lin Yuan had waited until the end of the Xuanhuang secret realm before attempting the breakthrough, fearing that something unexpected might happen during the transformation period. Breaking from the 9th rank to the 10th rank, once it began, not only Lin Yuan's main body would transform, but his 2 primordial spirits would as well. It originally required 60 years. Now, at most 20 years, I can reach the peak of transformation and then break through, Lin Yuan said immediately. Why must a 9th rank evolver at least open up tens of millions of spatial layers to meet the threshold for breaking through to the 10th rank? Because only with that number of layers could they barely continue transforming and ultimately step into the 10th rank. But here, barely means just that. The more spatial layers opened, the easier the transformation process becomes. You grasped the rule of time, now holding command over time and space, your inner world complete and independent. Naturally, your transformation speed would skyrocket, Shachen Supreme Being said, nodding. Just like the speed of 2 wheels certainly cannot compare to 4 wheels or 8 wheels. And with the rule of time merged into the inner world compared to one merely supported by space rules, is it just about adding a few more wheels? It's a major qualitative change, a vast leap. Breaking from the 9th rank to the 10th rank, even ordinary evolvers need to endure the infusion of cosmic origin and must not be disturbed during this period, Shachen Supreme Being said, looking at Lin Yuan. Ordinary evolvers need to endure the infusion of cosmic origin. and Lin Yuan would need to endure the infusion from the Chaos Void origin, and must be even more undisturbed. Where does the Supreme Being plan for me to break through? Lin Yuan proactively inquired. A Supreme Being definitely knew these matters best. Like this, you should break through within the Milky Way star region, said Shachen Supreme Being. Additionally, try to recall your avatars from outside during the breakthrough, he continued after thinking for a while. Breaking from the 9th rank to the 10th rank definitely required doing so in the safest place possible. There are a few safest areas in human civilization. One is the Central Star Domain, the old nest of human civilization, presided over by numerous clan suppression weapons. Even a supreme being from a different species arriving there wouldn't gain any advantage. The second is the various evolution towers. The evolution towers are places where supreme beings have their bases. Being inside a tower is akin to having the protection of a supreme being, equally safe. But the speed of transformation within Lin Yuan's inner world was simply too fast, less than 20 years from reaching the pinnacle of transformation. Whether it was the nearest evolution tower or the central star domain, both were countless tens of thousands of light years away from the Milky Way star region. If Lin Yuan wanted to go there, he would inevitably need to spend a lot of time on the road, and that, Shachen Supreme Being felt, was inappropriate. After all, Lin Yuan was the only existence in human civilization, up until now, who had understood the rule of time at the 9th rank. He might also be the only one within this entire cosmic epoch, from the birth to the destruction of this universe. It was natural not to waste the precious time before his breakthrough traveling. I will dispatch an incarnation to the Milky Way star region. You just concentrate on your breakthrough, said Shachen Supreme Being. Although the Milky Way star region is covered by the virtual world network, allowing the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being to descend an incarnation anytime, anywhere, but Lin Yuan is, after all, the person Shachen has taken an interest in. Chapter 15, Breakthrough Preparation. Subscribe request. 2a. It was one thing to rely on the protection of the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being during ordinary times. But to rely on the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being even during the critical moment of breaking through from 9th rank to 10th rank, Shachen Supreme Being felt somewhat that it was not quite proper. After all, Lin Yuan's breakthrough was not a long process, and sending an incarnation wouldn't take much effort. Thank you, Supreme Being. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude. To be personally protected by a Supreme Being during his breakthrough? Such an honor in human civilization, probably only afforded to those making the leap from Tier 11 to 12th rank. Yet Lin Yuan, in breaking through from 9th rank to 10th rank, had already enjoyed it. Shachen Supreme Being's regard for him was evident. However, given the potential Lin Yuan had already displayed, in terms of importance, it was no less than that of human civilization's 11th ranked peak evolvers. Even in the eyes of the Supreme Being, he was considerably stronger. For a Supreme Being, the difference between 9th rank and 11th rank was actually not that significant. What mattered was the potential and possibility to step into 12th rank. So far, Lin Yuan's performance in this aspect was better than those 11th rank peak evolvers. To be bathed in the Chaos Void Origin's nurture when breaking through from 9th rank to 10th rank, and then from 10th rank to Tier 11, enjoying something only experienced when advancing from 11th rank to 12th rank? It meant that when Lin Yuan stepped into Tier 11, his physical soul, spirit will, inner world, and so on would be able to crush most 11th rank powerhouses. Even if his understanding of rules wasn't as great as those at the 11th rank peak, his own foundation would still allow him to preserve his life or even fight. Once Lin Yuan reached the 11th rank peak, his chances of making the ultimate breakthrough were much higher compared to other 11th rank peak entities aiming for ultimate status. This increase in probability was entirely due to Lin Yuan's own merits rather than any external factors. And what if he had the support of human civilization, employing those few key treasures? At the very least, Lin Yuan was the evolver with the highest potential to reach the ultimate level in 2 million years of human civilization. Why wouldn't such an exceptional genius be valued and kept close? During the breakthrough, try to reach into the deeper spatial layers, Shachen Supreme Being finally reminded him. All right, Lin Yuan nodded. When he was breaking through from 8th layer to 9th rank, he had not yet opened the spatial layers, so he chose a desolate star domain to make his breakthrough in. It was also a way to minimize the impact of the breakthrough. Shachen Supreme Being's suggestion for him to break through in the deeper spatial layers was approximately the same reasoning. Lin Yuan's impact while advancing from 8th layer to 9th rank was only a matter of tens to hundreds of light years. But the breakthrough from 9th rank to 10th rank, not to mention other aspects, just the inner world foundation alone was improved by more than tens of millions of times. If he didn't break through within the deeper spatial layers, the impact would be unimaginable. And since the main source of the impact was the nourishment from the Chaos Void origin, it wasn't appropriate for Shachen Supreme Being to try and stop it. Stop it? To halt the nourishment from the Chaos Void origin? Naturally, Shachen Supreme Being would not commit such a foolish act. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared. Shachen Supreme Being sat on his throne, his thoughts stirring slightly. An incarnation appeared outside the Shayu Evolution Tower and stepped out, heading towards the Milky Way star region. The Xiaoyu Evolution Tower was incomparably far from the Milky Way star region, separated by light years of distance. But such distances, for a supreme being, naturally meant little. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the main bulk of his awareness focusing on the slow metamorphosis within himself. The transformation originated in the inner world, gradually influencing the physical soul and spirit will. Understanding the rule of time thoroughly and achieving an independent and complete inner world had a critically important role in driving the entire transformation process. 20 years. Even with just 20 years to go before stepping into 10th rank, Lin Yuan was not willing to waste time. Instead, he reviewed the martial path evolutionary path in his mind, from the first tier chapter to the 9th rank chapter. Every last detail surged to the forefront of his mind. Though Xiaqin's supreme being put more importance on his comprehension of the rule of time, Lin Yuan knew clearly. His foundation was always the martial path evolutionary path. This was the basis for everything Lin Yuan had achieved. Reviewing the martial path evolutionary path was akin to revisiting the evolutionary path he had traversed. Could the martial path evolutionary path be further perfected? Could it be improved upon? Lin Yuan began from the beginning, scrutinizing every word closely. Compared to just after completing his 9th traversal, Lin Yuan, although still at 9th rank, had made substantial progress. Read exclusive adventures at My Virtual Library Empire. Having understood the rule of time and gained control over space-time, his perception of the essence of power and rules had changed profoundly. Now, as he looked at the martial path evolutionary path, he naturally gained new insights and understandings. The first tier chapter should place more emphasis on fundamentals. The flesh is the beginning of martial Tao. Without a strong physical body, it's difficult to reach the end of the martial path. Second layer chapter, 3rd rank chapter, Lin Yuan began to modify the martial path evolutionary path bit by bit. This modification did not involve any major changes, but rather fine-tuned the subtleties, making the martial path evolutionary path more complete and perfect. At the very least, it would reduce the confusion faced by countless martial Dao cultivators when practicing the martial path evolutionary path. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year passed. Lin Yuan had finally reviewed the martial path evolutionary path from beginning to end once again. First tier chapter, 2nd layer chapter, 3rd rank chapter, all the way up to the 9th rank chapter. Now, the martial path evolutionary path is easier for evolvers to comprehend, and the essence it expounds is clearer, Lin Yuan said with a smile on his face. The martial path evolutionary path was something he had created from nothing, drawing on thousands of cultivation systems and evolutionary paths to ultimately carve out his own. As for the martial Dao of the first world he traversed, now, Lin Yuan's martial path evolutionary path was already starkly different from the martial Dao of the first world. Is Chapter 15, Breakthrough Preparation. Subscription request. 3rd. The martial path that shuttled between worlds was merely a crude application of the physical body's vitality, and its upper limit barely reached the 1st rank. And the martial path evolutionary path? It even aspired to become the supreme evolution path. Just update it directly, Lin Yuan, having sorted out the martial path evolutionary path, reselected to upload, replacing the original martial path evolutionary path. Virtual world of the Southern Star region, Central Plaza area. Countless evolvers and high-ranking citizens were casually chatting at that moment. Look, the evolution rankings have been updated. Martial path evolutionary path has risen to 42nd place. That's terrifying, a 9th rank evolution path breaking into the 42nd place of the Star region rankings? The founder behind the martial path evolutionary path is definitely one of the top evolutionary scholars of our human civilization, having reached unimaginable realms in the field of evolution. Judging by the current ranking of the martial path evolutionary path, when he uploads the 10th rank chapter and it becomes a 10th rank evolution path, wouldn't it be able to directly enter the top 10 of the evolution rankings? Many evolvers and high-ranking citizens were discussing fervently. By now, the martial path evolutionary path had become the most legendary evolution path in the Southern Star region. Its influence was even greater than those of the top 10 evolution paths in the Star region ranking, all of which were at the 11th ranked peak. Evolution paths at the 11th ranked peak generally had histories of 1 or 200 million years and had reached the end of their potential. But the martial path evolutionary path was only at 9th rank. If it reached 10th rank or even 11th rank, what position would it rank on the evolution leaderboard, Milky Way main star? Lin Yuan glanced at the latest rankings of the martial path evolutionary path. It has risen 11 places. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. This time he updated the martial path evolutionary path, merely making minor adjustments, and the entire martial path evolutionary path had moved up from 53rd to 42nd place. It completely met Lin Yuan's expectations. The rise in the rankings of the martial path evolutionary path also earned Lin Yuan a reward of 8 million merit points. This was also the result jointly determined by the 3 goddesses. Although the updated martial path evolutionary path did not have any significant increase in potential, its adaptability had broadened, and each rank nearly reached perfection. These decades of the martial path evolutionary path have developed quite well. Lin Yuan pulled up the latest training data of the martial path evolutionary path, including the number of evolvers at each stage. First tier chapter, 8 trillion. Second layer chapter, 9,200 billion. Third rank chapter, 9 billion. Fourth rank chapter, 80 million. Fifth stage section, 12 million. Sixth rank chapter, 1,030,000. Seventh rank chapter, 5,006. Eighth layer part, 0. The number of evolvers from the first tier chapter to the third rank chapter has exploded by dozens of times, but from the fourth rank chapter onwards, the growth rate has been much less. No matter the evolutionary path, in the early stages of cultivation from the first tier chapter to the third rank chapter, it could be quickly completed. Before involving the comprehension of the essence of laws, evolution was nothing more than an accumulation of energy. And energy accumulation, as long as there are enough resources, is not an issue. But starting from the fourth stage martial Tao, comprehension of the laws begins. This aspect cannot be quickly completed. At most, external forces make the comprehension somewhat easier. But definitely, it cannot happen without comprehension directly into improvement. Compared to decades, the number of martial arts evolutionaries in the 6th rank chapter and the 7th rank chapter has hardly changed. These years, I've probably accumulated over 10 million cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan glanced over the revenue share from the martial path evolutionary path. 10 million cubic universe crystals, even significant for a 10th rank evolver, is not a small amount. They are even the complete fortune of a normal 9th rank of Myriad heavy realm. But these are just what the martial path evolutionary path has accumulated over the recent 30 years. 30 years is extraordinarily brief, not just for 9th rank or 10th rank evolvers, but even for 8th rank evolvers. Milky Way star region. Jachin's supreme being stood quietly, with all the Milky Way star region and the surrounding many star regions and even the Star Alliance entirely within the sight of this supreme being. Even as merely an incarnation, he possessed the foundational combat power of a 12th stage powerhouse, let alone with the incarnation as guiding mark, Jachin's supreme being's real body could arrive in an instant. Being able to thoroughly understand the rule of time at 9th rank is incredible. Beside, the form of the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being emerged, condensed from phantom forces. Among the 9 Supreme Beings of human civilization, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being's combat power wasn't considered strong, but was still indispensable. The virtual world network covering the entirety of human civilization originated from Feather Butterfly Supreme Being. The so-called virtual world that replicates nearly 100% of reality is an exquisite dream crafted by Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, in collaboration with the human civilization's clan suppression weapon, Void Realm World. That made the virtual world possess nearly 90% of the essential operations of the main universe. With the virtual world, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being could arrive at any location within the human territory in an instant. That's right, Jachin Supreme Being replied quite contentedly. Making a Supreme Being utter incredibles is definitely a rarity to the extreme. As a Supreme Being of the Phantom Dreams domain, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being's vision was far superior to ordinary Supreme Beings. Her incredible carried a value that could astonish her peers at the same level. When the Galaxy Master breaks through, it will trigger the infusion of Chaos Void Origin, at which time we will need to join hands to block temporal perception, Jachin Supreme Being said. The so-called blocking of temporal perception is essentially hiding the specific location of the main universe where the infusion of the Chaos Void Origin happens. Other different species Supreme Beings might sense something, but would only know that an evolver within the human civilization territory is undergoing the infusion of Chaos Void Origin. Stay tuned for updates on my virtual library empire. As for the exact location, it would become untraceable. Blocking temporal perception is also a frequently used method by Supreme Beings. The intent is to confuse the eyes of other different species Supreme Beings. No problem, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being nodded. In fact, Jachin Supreme Being alone could accomplish the blocking of space and time. But to be cautious, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being was also called upon. Chapter 16, Stepping into the 10th Rank, end of this volume, please subscribe. In the meantime, as they waited, the 2 Supreme Beings also began to chat idly. As the Milky Way Star Lord and the first life in our human civilization to receive Chaos Void Origin infusion at the 9th rank, I wonder how large a breach he will tear when he breaks through. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being couldn't help but be curious. Even though she had witnessed 11th rank powerhouses assault the ultimate barrier and accept Chaos Void Origin infusions numerous times, a 9th rank? It had never happened throughout history. Even the ultimate beings were quite expectant. Typically, a breakthrough from 9th rank to 10th rank will tear a breach stretching 1,000,000 miles, to allow for origin infusion. The Milky Way Star-Lord has opened more than 200 million spatial layers. The origin power he requires for infusion is 20 times stronger than that of a normal 9th rank powerhouse. But the Chaos Void's origin is much stronger than the cosmic origin, so the final breach he will tear is estimated to be around 10 million miles. Jachin Supreme being speculated. Whether it's cosmic origin infusion or chaos void origin infusion, the essence is to fill the body of an evolver with origin power. The more origin the inner world of an evolver's physical body can hold, the larger the breach caused by the overflowing origin will be. About right. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being nodded. While they had not seen a 9th rank life receive Chaos Void Origin infusion, they could infer the scale of the infusion from the Cosmic Origin infusions normally received by a 9th rank evolver. Read new chapters at My Virtual Library Empire. Typically, the quality of Chaos Void Origin surpasses Cosmic Origin by 100-fold. When the Milky Way Star-Lord breaks through, the breach he tears open will be 10 million miles wide, and the quality of the Chaos Void Origin pouring in will be 10 times that of Cosmic Origin. If one accounts for the quality increase as well, the ultimate benefit the Milky Way Star-Lord will receive will be over 1,000 times what a normal 9th rank evolver gains from breaking through to 10th rank. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 18 or 19 years had gone by. On the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan quietly opened his eyes. The transformation has reached its pinnacle. Lin Yuan observed himself. Whether it was the inner world within his body, his physical soul, or even his spirit will, they all seemed to have reached a certain limit. To improve further, he had to break his shackles and step into the 10th rank. Swish, swish, 2 figures appeared at his side. It was Lin Yuan's Taiyang and Taiyin primordial spirits. With a slight thought from Lin Yuan, the 2 primordial spirits began to operate the secret technique, illusionary reality, transitioning from bodies of flesh and blood back to souls. This secret technique created by the Moyu Tower Master allowed life to freely switch between illusion and reality, truly incredible. All this time, Lin Yuan had kept his 2 major primordial spirits in their physical forms, because only through a physical body could he fully unleash the power of his physical body divine abilities. As for the soul form, even though the soul had the effect of being insubstantial, with the ability to resurrect from a single drop of blood, it wasn't too different from the soul form. Additionally, with several other physical body divine abilities, for Lin Yuan, the advantages of maintaining a body of flesh were far greater than using a soul form. But now, to ensure a stable breakthrough, Lin Yuan decided to let his 2 major primordial spirits return to their original form. Even though the 2 primordial spirits reverted to soul forms, the inner worlds within did not shrink back to a size of 10 million miles in radius. The effects of the mysterious gourd did not disappear with the transition from physical to soul form. Let's start the breakthrough. Lin Yuan's 2 major primordial spirits merged back into the physical body, and at this moment, inside his body, 3 inner worlds spanning over 200 million miles suppressed everything. Let's go. Lin Yuan's figure vanished, entering into the deeper spatial layers. The kid's starting his breakthrough. The 2 supreme beings, always keeping their attention on the Milky Way main star, immediately noticed Lin Yuan's aura disappear from the Milky Way main star and appear in the deeper spatial layers. Let's begin our part. Seal space and time. Shachen Supreme Being locked eyes with the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, and they started to act. In an instant, threads of mysterious aura began to spread throughout the entire Milky Way star region, and even to the numerous adjacent star domains. In this vast area, space and time were temporarily isolated, so even if something significant happened inside, while the outside world might sense anomalies, they couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Deep within the spatial layers, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. With the transformation at its pinnacle, Lin Yuan felt an urge welling inside him. That was to break it, to crack the bottleneck of shackles. Rumblings emanated. As Lin Yuan released his restraints, he fully assaulted the bottleneck. The universe outside seemed to sense something. A terrifying rift tore through the layered space, and an immense amount of origin power from beyond the cosmos, from the chaos void, began to pour into Lin Yuan frenziedly. Rustle, rustle. A boundless torrent of chaos void origin power, seemingly without cost, poured toward Lin Yuan. A normal 9th rank evolver, upon breaking through to 10th rank, required only a small amount of origin infusion. After all, a 9th rank evolver assaulting 10th rank only possessed an inner world of about 10 million miles in radius, and the number of spatial layers developed was merely about 10 million. How much origin power could such a small and shallow space hold? A small number of special 9th rankers, having developed tens of millions of spatial layers, might require a bit more origin power. But even that was quite limited. At most, a breach 2 million or 3 million miles wide would be torn to facilitate the origin infusion. But Lin Yuan? With an inner world directly perceived to span beyond 200 million miles in diameter, compared to ordinary evolvers whose inner worlds span merely 10 million miles, the amount of origin power he could bear was 1,000-fold, if not 1,000,000-fold greater. Furthermore, within the more than 200 million miles of his inner world, the number of spatial layers he had opened up exceeded 2-3 billion. Combining both factors, the origin power Lin Yuan ultimately could bear was tens of millions to hundreds of millions of times that of a regular 9th rank evolver. This was akin to a fish tank compared to a lake, both containing water, yet the quantities of water were worlds apart. RIP. Through the numerous spatial layers causing a massive influx of chaos void origin, the initial rupture spanned over 1,000,000 miles and continued to grow as time passed, with Lin Yuan bearing ever more of the origin. The size of the rupture was rapidly expanding. 1 light year, 2 light years, 5 light years. When a normal 9th rank evolver aimed for the 10th rank, by retreating into the deeper spatial layers, the commotion caused wouldn't be too significant, only ripping a gap of 1,000,000 to several million miles. In comparison to the vast cosmic void, what was that? But Lin Yuan required an immensely vast amount of origin. Even though the quality of chaos void origin was 100 times stronger than that of the cosmic origin, the rupture rapidly reached 10 light years. The energy fluctuations that burst forth were vastly more significant than the disturbance caused by a 9th rank breaking through to the 10th rank, and even surpassed the commotion of a 10th rank advancing to an 11th rank. What's going on? The universe has been torn open? Chaos origin is pouring in? At the same moment, in the depths of the cosmic starry skies, various 11th rank lives became aware. If the universe's space were only momentarily torn open, or if the rupture wasn't substantial in force, it would not have triggered such a significant response. But with a gap spanning over 10 light years, in addition to the release of a considerable amount of chaos void origin atmosphere, 11th rank lives could detect it even from a great distance. After all, chaos void origin was the force 11th rank powerhouses needed to challenge the ultimate realm, and many 11th rank lives were desperately longing for this kind of energy. Is there a life form attempting the ultimate? Which 11th rank peak life has chosen this moment to challenge the ultimate realm? No, I've witnessed the spectacle of an 11th rank life challenging the ultimate, and it was far more intense than what is happening now. Yes, the infusion of chaos void origin is just one of the anomalies that occur when an 11th rank life challenges the ultimate. Other, even more grandiose manifestations should appear. Many powerful ancient gods kept communicating. Some ancient gods who were in profound slumber, maintaining a vast discrepancy in time flow between themselves and the outside world, were also awakened by the scent of chaos void origin, canceling the time flow disparity to sense the breath from beyond the universe. It must be a 10th rank life that has thoroughly comprehended the rule of time, now aiming for the 11th realm, guessed an ancient god, since the birth of the universe. Never had there been a 9th rank life that grasped the rule of time, but a 10th rank life to have understood the rule of time? That had happened before. A 10th rank life that had understood the rule of time, completing the independence of their inner world, would also receive an infusion of the chaos void's origin when challenging the 11th rank. Having comprehended the rule of time at 10th rank, this would be quite beneficial for the eventual ultimate leap, wouldn't it? I'm envious. Why didn't I stay at 10th rank for a few more years? If I had comprehended the rule of time then, I could have had another opportunity to receive the chaos void origin infusion, which would have been infinitely beneficial. However, I didn't feel where the rift was torn open. It's as if space and time have been isolated, giving me an illusion of separation. It must be a supreme being who made a move, isolating space and time. If it hadn't been done like this, I'm afraid other hostile supreme beings would have taken the chance to strike. In the depths of the cosmic starry sky, 11th rank life forms and ancient gods engaged in a lively exchange. Generally speaking, except for challenges to the ultimate realm, there was rarely anything that would prompt such powerful beings to interact, as most were in hibernation. Clan Tianyu. The rift was torn open within the territory of human civilization. A Clan Tianyu progenitor opened his eyes, looking towards the direction of human civilization. The 11th rank lives and ancient gods were completely shielded by the isolation of space and time, unable to sense the location of the rift that was continuously infused with chaos void origin. But as ultimate existences, they could vaguely lock onto the general area. This progenitor of Clan Tianyu had determined that it was within the territory of human civilization. Is human civilization about to gain an 11th rank evolver who comprehended the rule of time at 10th rank? Other progenitors also turned their gaze towards the direction of human civilization. For 12th rank life forms, it was rare to pay attention to matters below the ultimate level. Even the affairs of their own clan were sometimes too trifling for those at the ultimate existence to care about. But now, a life that had comprehended the rule of time at 10th rank had caught the attention of many ultimate beings. At the very least, this being's chance of making the ultimate leap in the future was somewhat greater than that of other 11th rank lives. The universal origin will favors human civilization too much. That event where countless treasures fell from the sky granted human civilization the most critical of those treasures. And now another evolver has emerged who comprehended the rule of time at 10th rank. And what about the Galaxy Master? One ultimate being after another quietly pondered to themselves. They wanted to eradicate the life that had comprehended the rule of time, but for the time being, they could not pinpoint the exact location. All they knew was it was within human civilization territory, and the expanse of human civilization territory was vast and widespread. Even for the supreme beings, searching inch by inch would take a considerable amount of time. What's more, the ultimates of human civilization would not allow different species supreme beings to search at will. Lin Yuan's breakthrough had drawn the attention of numerous 11th rank lives and ultimate existences. However, including those ultimate existences, it was merely presumed to be a breakthrough from 10th to 11th rank. Nevertheless, this 10th rank life had comprehended the rule of time and received an early infusion of the Chaos Void origin. Though it was somewhat unexpected, similar events had occurred in the past, so it was not too shocking. However, within the Milky Way star region, Jiaqin Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being looked towards the depths of the spatial layers, where a rift had reached 10 light-years, infinitely infused with Chaos Void origin. The breath from outside the universe spread, profound and mysterious. The two supreme beings could vaguely see that outside the Chaos Void, a great amount of Chaos Chi roiled. The surging Chaos Void origin seemed to be pouring out, cascading down, and then absorbed by Lin Yuan. The Chaos Void origin, capable of bursting both 9th and 10th rank evolvers, entered Lin Yuan's body like into a deep abyss, without causing the slightest reaction. Like a black hole, Lin Yuan frenziedly absorbed the origin infusion from the Chaos Void. Shatin Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being stood in shock, motionless for a long time.